welcome to a picturesque King Abdulaziz racecourse here in Riyadh. That was Nath Alanazi winning our feature race yesterday, throwing his stick into the crowd. We've got some great racing here today. If you just see where the drone is going over, myself and Rory are somewhere in there. Looking forward to 12 races ahead today. It was a tricky enough day yesterday with a couple of maidens on the card, but luckily we've got 12 races today, a bit more open today. And Rory, was a tough day yesterday, but today offers a little bit more hope, I think.
Well, it always does at the start, doesn't it? It's when you're halfway through and it hasn't worked out the way you thought that you start worrying about it. But I've given you boys a head start. Yeah. I'm bringing up the rear in the tipping competition for the week. So 24 races to bring it back. Callum Helliwell, 5 winners yesterday. How did that happen?
Well, we haven't heard the end of it, have we? But no. Looking at today's card, again, the last race of the day, the Governor Cup, looks the feature, and Adat has won his last 4 and looks to make it a 5-timer.
Yes, it has been in tremendous form this season, winning the Asia Cup 2 stars, by then the Riyadh Region Governor Cup last time out, and no reason why the 5-timer won't come up today. The biggest danger was runner-up last time and is liable to fill the same spot again in a race where they're quite big on numbers, but not that many that you can seriously consider in the race.
Yeah, no, really interesting race, that Governor Cup, and a few in there that have actually finished behind Adat as well. Camilo Ospina on board, had a really good day on Saturday. Didn't have many rides yesterday, did have one winner, but today more of the same, could be back to normal.
Yeah, we expect, particularly on Friday and Saturday, we expect Camilo to be in the winner's enclosure at least once, and obviously he's got a task on to retain his jockey's title, but he's gonna give it everything he has, and he will be clawing back the deficit in the coming weeks.
And look, we are live on the Jcsa English-speaking channel. Do get in touch if you want to know any tips, or you want to just say hello, or if you've got any questions. Myself and Rory would happily get to them as well. One person that was in great form yesterday, Rory, was Callum Helliwell. We said about him having those 5 winners. You're on 2 winners, I'm on 4. Do you think you can claw it back today?
I think I'll claw 1 or 2 back today. I may not get to the front, but I'll hopefully set myself up nicely for the main day's action tomorrow.
No, really looking forward to the action today. Callum Helliwell is somewhere behind us in the parade ring, and let's go and join him now.
Thank you very much, boys. Thank you for being so magnanimous in your acceptance of how great my tipping was yesterday. It's almost as if I'm a star here in Saudi Arabia, and I cannot stress it enough. I was absolutely flying, and hopefully we can continue that good form today. Race I'm looking forward to here is race number 9. It's a 0 to 90 handicap for the 3-year-olds only. So juveniles who we saw last season, they're 3. They're going to be rising 4 when we get to the main Riyadh season next year. But really looking forward to getting into that contest with horses like High Zoom and La Fasol looking for back-to-back victories. One of the jockeys who is flying at the moment is Camilo Ospina, back from his ban, and he's getting very, very close to a landmark victory. He's looking for his 1,000th winner here in Saudi Arabia, currently on 995. I wouldn't put it past him to reach the 4 figures here on this weekend. Plenty of chances for him to rattle off 5 winners very, very quickly. So looking forward to seeing how he gets on. On the track, I think Adat in the last race is probably the most exciting horse in the card. Connection will be hoping she absolutely dots up in that race. It looks a very winnable cup contest for her. Shajwa is another horse from the Red Stable who may be her biggest threat on paper. But the horses are already in the pre-parade ring behind me as we get ready to go ahead with another cracking day of racing here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. And we have a cracking commentator to take you through the runners and riders. It is an award-winning voice from above. It's Mr. Alex Fussy. It's all yours.
Thank you from the star in the paddock, Callum. Let's have a look at the field for the first then, shall we? This fillies a restricted event. Fillies who've not won more than 1 race previously will be going over 1,200 metres in our opener. Number 1 is Al Sumriya, the mount of Mohammed Al Habib. The 2 is Messamia, that's Tariq Al Mansour. And number 3 on your card is Asel Jordan, that's Mohammed Al Daham. The 4 is Bosla Asil Al Sharani. Number 5 is Cointer, Norwef Al Mudiani. And the 6 at the bottom, Hada Al Kamir, Alex Moreno will do the steering. We head on over to the 7, Labish, Mohammed Al Ajmi. Number 8 is Matmari Salman Al Rashid. The 9, Motarifa Ali Al Mutib. 10 is Mohija, that is Abdullah Al Rashid. And the 11 is Sahab Al Mokhtar for Ricardo Ferreira. 11 runners in the first. We head back to Tom and Rory in the studio.
Thank you very much, Alex. Runners are circling around in the pre-parade ring. Let's have a look how they fare on the international market. Messamaya, number 2, is your 15-8 favourite. Number 11, Sahab Al Mokhtar, is at 11-4. 4-1 for number 1 on your card, Al Sumiraya. Number 10, Mohija, is at 7-1. 8-1, Aysal Jordan, and it is 12-1 bar those, Rory. Let's start with number 1 first, Al Sumiraya. 4-1 shot on the international market, rated 68. Disappointing second run, but better effort last time.
Yeah, obviously in a tough spot, 2 starts back after that maiden win, finishing down the field in the Taif Cup. Back to form in third in the course and distance open last time out, but was beaten a fair way, beaten 14 1/4 lengths in the end. My initial reaction was I was liable to be against Al Sumiraya, but there aren't too many more that you'd have to massively positive comments in this this non-winners of 2, most of the maidens in the race, and so I ended up coming around to considering her to be a bit of a danger here, but she's not my first selection. It'd be disappointing if a rating of 68 is good enough to win this contest, to be honest. And I thought that Messamia, number 2, just has stronger form all round. She had been keeping good company in Taif. She absolutely bolted up in a maiden race 2 starts back here, which gave her a bit of confidence. And she then finished third to Falad Khair in the winner's race here last time out. So she's rated 6 pounds higher than Al Sumiraya. Her rating is very solid. This is her finishing third. Falad Khair, the winner, was having her first start for the White Stable, having been very impressive on her previous start. And I thought Messamia has run a career best to be placed here. The only one really to throw down a challenge to Falad Khair in the early stages. Just faded out of things later on. This 1200 metre trip is ideal. Yeah, because she's her maiden win was over the 1200. You can see here that she was weak in the last furlong. She showed good speed throughout on that occasion, but didn't quite get home. And the drop back to 1200 against lesser opposition will make her hard to beat.
And Al Sumiraya, we're just seeing here finishing third, just what you alluded to earlier.
Yeah, she ends up getting left behind by the winner. I mean, the winner was impressive on this occasion, but given Al Sumiraya had the benefit of 2 runs coming into this, I thought she was just a tad disappointing. It wasn't a bad contest with a bit of depth to it, and she was second best for most of the way, so I wouldn't crab her too much for that. But for me, Messamia has got the better form in the book, and she should be seen to better effect at this trip as well.
You can even see it on those replays why you would be heading that way. Let's go over to Callum, who's in the paddock.
Thank you, team. Let's have a look at some of these 2-year-old fillies in the parade ring. We'll start with Al Sumiraya, horse number 1. We'll start at the top and work our way down. That's the easiest way to do it. She is a very little racy thing, isn't she? There's not much to her. She's quite light framed, but she's a well put together type. I think I'd say she's almost too light. There are some of these who look a little bit more forward going. She still looks very effeminate and very babyish. She is a winner though, which means she clearly has to be respected in a race like this, but I'd probably be looking elsewhere for her. She's not blowing me away in the parade ring. A little diddy baby racy thing. Into the parade ring comes number 3. That's a late entry, but let's go to number 2, Messamia. This is a much more interesting type from the same connections that had Al Mokhtar last season. They'll be looking for another good one in their hands here. She's had plenty of experience, obviously, as mentioned by the boys in the studio, a winner a couple of starts back and a 3rd place effort last time out in a similar contest to this. Arguably it was a little bit stronger than what she faces today. She walks out well. She's not blowing me away with her coat or anything like that, but on ability you'd have to give her a chance here. She's well built in behind. She's got a lovely set of hindquarters on her, not too much of a poverty line on show, and still not too much muscle definition. I imagine, despite her having plenty of runs this season, she might come on a bit for this effort. You think there'd be a bit more in the tank. Let's go back to 3 more I want to have a look at right towards the bottom. They are horses 9, 10 and 11. We'll start off with horse number 9, which is Motafare. We're going to have a look at now, just coming towards us. for me, probably, if I had to make a pick of the paddock, this would be mine. Just a very well put together type. Has had the 2 runs, not shown particularly too much in those 2 starts, but I thought this horse was a real eye catcher for me, put together in a really nice way. Short back, high hindquarters, nice enough top line. Yes, there's a bit of a dip in the middle, but in a race of low quality, I thought I quite like the look of her. She's not carrying much condition at all, is she? She looks ready and fit to go, so she would make the shortlist for sure and could be the paddock pick. The next horse is 10, Morija. This horse is a big negative for me. Has got very warm in the prelim and has just been a bit skittish here. She might actually have a bit of an issue here. She's got 2 cameramen in front of her, so she'll have a bit of a spook and a bit of a look around here. She's got very, very warm in the prelims and probably is going to be one I would be actively avoiding. Horse number 10, a paddock negative. And then we'll go to the last horse here. This is Sahabag Mokhtarah. This is another one who I would say looks very well. Walking around here, she's done it plenty of times before. This is the 2nd career start for her, but she's quite plain, not blowing me away at all. But I imagine Connection will be looking at a target like this thinking she can improve markedly from what she showed last time. If I remember from her last run, she showed blazing early speed and then stopped quite quickly because she's, again, not the most beautiful mover. But if she can show that early speed again, she might be the one they all have to beat here. But guys, the paddock pick is horse number 9.
Yeah, thanks, Callum. Mokhtarah is a 12-1 chance on the international market if you want to follow Callum's paddock pick. Let's go through some of the others then, Rory. Number 3, Aysel Jordan, is an 8-1 shot on the international market. Not totally disgraced last time out.
No, that was her best effort, or a better effort from 2 starts. That was from finishing 7 lengths fifth to Dubinmead in a 1400 metre winners contest last time. So similar contest to this, over a little bit further. I thought she'd need to improve a fair bit more, just looking at the collateral form of that race to get her head in front. But she is entitled to do better. You know, there's a few of these who've shown good form early. The likes of the 2 we talked about already, Alsa Maria and Mesa Mia, who maybe have reached their peak a little bit earlier than some of the others. And the likes of Aysel Jordan are open to a bit more improvement, as is Bosla, the next one, and the one that Callum mentions, Mokhtarah. None of those massively appealing to the form they've shown to date, but they do seem to be going in the right direction.
Runners just going out down to post then, just leaving the parade ring. Let's talk about some of the unraced horses in here. Number 5, Cointer, and number 6, Hada Alkamar. Anything that's taken your interest off paper there?
Yeah, Cointer is a half-sister to a modest winner here called Minhal Najd. Out of a fairly useful winner in the UK, Wasfar, who came from a good, I'm going to say, a Shadwell family. Okay. Not a massive amount of appeal on pedigree, despite that UK-centric pedigree being by Requinto. But I thought it was certainly worth giving her a look in the prelims to see if she caught the eye. Hajar Al-Khmer, the one underneath that, is a full sister to a filly called Lay Oyun Tarfa, who showed useful form to win between 1600 and 2400 metres here. But on that basis, I thought this one was liable to need time and would be one to look at later in the season when stretching out to something like 1800 metres.
Interesting comments then about Hada Alkamar. Let's go on to number 10, Morhijar, 7-1 shot on the international market. It was a paddock negative for Callum, rated 63, 0 from 8 though, but 5th last time.
She was in front of Mokhtarah last time out, so she holds that one on form, even though Callum liked one and didn't like the other. But in fairness, I can see why Mokhtarah might improve more. She's only had the 2 runs to date. Morija has shown a little bit of form already. Oh, we've
just got one playing up here. That's the number 7, La Beiche, 33-1 shot. Looked a nasty moment there. Horse rearing up, almost trying.
And we've lost the outrider's horse in that incident as well. He's got loose, I think.
Okay, so there's plenty of carnage.
A little bit of drama
could just
there.
Be worrying signs. Oh, that doesn't.
Doing the same again, looking to rear over twice now. So we'll
Might
see. I think they might just walk her to the start the way it's
probably the best thing. When horses stand still, you want to keep them moving. They're definitely doing the right thing, but if they try to get back on board again there, got a feeling just try and get down to the start. But she is playing up at.
She's being a little bit of a madam. She might be better when she's away from the paddock.
There's the favourite in shot. Hopefully, La Beiche gets down to the start. Just see her behind me now, and she's up and away. Got feet out the irons. Very, very good horsemanship. Very well done. And cantering down to the start. Let's move on to one more to talk about.
Well, we haven't quite done it with Morhija, I suppose. She's got a fair bit of experience. She was a slightly better effort when 5th last time out, but she was placed twice in Taif. I don't think she's quite been in the same form since she's come here. And although she was in front of Mosharifa when 5th to Emhal last time out, Emhal's a useful performer, but she was beaten 18 lengths there, and I don't think she's going the right way.
Okay, so maybe 7-1 is a little bit too skinny.
Doesn't massively appeal to me.
No. And finally, the second favourite in here, Sahab Al Mukhtar, 11-4 on the international market, 9th on debut, didn't blow me away in the paddock. Down to 1200 metres should suit there.
Yeah, the drop and triple suit, and if you look at the form lines, she doesn't look to have an outstanding chance, but she is open to a lot of improvement from that debut. She showed a lot of natural speed, didn't look a stayer to me. Tried over 1600 metres, led into the straight before fading quite badly in the last furlong and a half. But I would have thought this trip on pedigree would suit her an awful lot better, and she's liable to come on for that. Whether this comes too soon for her, I'm not entirely sure, but she is the one who's open to the most improvements. And it wouldn't be any kind of surprise to see her get involved. But I do think that Messamia sets a very useful standard for a race of this nature.
Well, the people are listening to you on the international market. 6-4 from 15-8 Messamia, and Morhija out to 8-1 from 7-1. Just wanted your thoughts on where they're drawn, really, because Sahab Al Mukhtar in stall 3, like I said, showed early pace last time, and the two main ones in the international market, Alsa Mariah in stall 7. And number 2, Messamia in stall 8. If Sahab Al Mukhtar can get out quick and grab that rail...
Yeah, it's worth pointing out the speed she was showing was against milers last time out, so she's not necessarily... I'm not sure that she was showing absolutely blazing sprinting speed. She just had more speed than horses who were, most of them being held up for a run anyway, so that might give a slightly false impression. But certainly she was sharp enough from the gate, so she could potentially get the jump, but I think class will out in this race in the end anyway. So I think in a bigger field, even with a little bit of deadwood in there, you might be concerned about being parked out wide. But I think Messamia in particular, who's got plenty of early dash
and selection time then.
Yeah.
Messamia took the words.
Yeah, I can't get away from her. Number 2, Messamia, looks to have an exceptional chance here.
And I'm going to follow you in with the international market favourite, number 2, Messamia. I think, as you've seen on that clip earlier, this step back to 1200 metres will suit. It's not the strongest race in the world, and hopefully he can get out stall 8 quickly. Let's see if Callum is going to make it a treble for Messamia.
I am not team. Sorry about that. I think the paddock pick for me is Mutafara, horse number 9. Motoressa coming out of 11. That's not ideal, but she certainly was the one that caught my eye the most in the parade ring. I'm surprised no one's gone for Sahab Al Mukhtar. The low draw, plenty of pace. Speed is speed. I think we saw Sinan yesterday for Lucas Gaetan. Showed pace over a mile, but showed even more pace when dropped back to 1200. I think that could be the cat amongst the pigeons here. She is an awful mover in the parade ring, but hopefully she will run a big enough race. The pick for me will be horse number 9. The boys like horse number 2, and the man to call them home is Mr. Alex Fussy.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, runners going forwards here then. Soon be underway with our opener. First trio have popped into the stalls. Montarifa has just moved into stall number 11, has got that widest draw to contend with here, although it won't be quite as crucial, will it, with a bit of a smaller field on show in this one. Getting quite worked up behind the gates is Bosler, number 4 on the card. Sil Al-Shahari has got the feet out of the irons, trying to keep that one as settled as possible. He's about to come forwards as well to gate 4. Also on the way in is Matt Marie. Bosler has gone in. A Sail Giardan moving up as well. Pointer to gate 9. And waiting is Labèche. Caused the troubles before the off and causing trouble again. Right up there, the 7. Hopefully Mohammed Lashmi is fine, as you can see, is on feet. And they're going to try and load without from start. But not looking too keen at all with this entire experience is the 7, Labèche, who is just about there though, so is in. So rider up onto the framework and will climb aboard. For him than me. And we are just about ready now then. Standing by for the first. They're off. Raced away, LaBeche has got away, but not looking too keen at the back of the field. This restricted event for fillies over 1,200 metres. A good start made by Sahab Al Mokhtar, not surprising, down on the inside, will be one of the first to go. Messamir is also right up there, racing a little bit wider, but going to be in second place, and they're being tracked around the turn by Monterrey-Far, who's looking a little bit wider, and Al Samria is on the inside. Just improving, Mohija has taken fourth between horses, and racing quite deep the grey as Seal Jordan is trying to get into the picture as well. Monterrey-Far then follows down into mid-pack at the moment as they take the turn, but this pacey sort, Sahab Al Mokhtar has the advantage. Coming in line to the home straight, Sahab Al Mokhtar with the lead of about a length. On the outside, Messamir as though breezed up sides, and Messamir comes level. Heading inside the final couple of 100 metres, Messamir has quickly gone on from Sahab Al Mokhtar in second, and then comes the Sail Jordan back in third place, but it was all over rather quickly. Messamir having found a good opportunity and is going to take this readily to the line. Has won by a good 6 or 7. It's going to be tight for second. Sahab Al Mokhtar has got very tired and has been joined on the line by Sail Jordan. Victory for number 2, Messamir, who wins the first and has done it quite readily. Good opportunity found, as the gents highlighted in the studio before the off. Tom and Rory suggesting that this race didn't have too much depth to it and that this individual could take advantage, and that is the case here. Has been able to just hunt the leaders and then sweep around the outside to draw away. 1:13.96 is the winner's time. We're going to wait for confirmation on second, because it did get quite close, didn't it? This replay will highlight that. The 11, not for the first time, Sahab Al Mokhtar getting rather tired close to home, but has held on for second in advance of a Sail Jordan, who was on rushing a bit to finish in third, and they're away of Al Samria, who is a rather remote fourth. The order of finish in our first race today: 2, 11, 3 and 1.
Tariq Al Mansour has guided Messamir to a very, very facile victory here in our opener, justifying the top of the international market and being well fancied in the colours of Al Mottahed. Now I have some housekeeping for everybody about Al Mottahed. Al Mottahed actually passed away in Taif had a stomach ulcer and passed away in Taif, and they had a private funeral. It's a very beautiful moment, and these connections are over the moon with the success of this horse as well, which is good to see. I will now actually grab a word with Majid, who is just coming towards me now. I'll just grab Majid now. Majid, firstly, lovely performance there. She's won that well.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate your host. I just told you before the race I'll get number one. Me and my partner, we train this filly. She's inshallah will go to the Prince Sita Cup.
That's very exciting. Were you surprised at how easily she won today?
Yeah, she like 1,200. I told the jockey just take her with easy mood. She with the 600 go. Alhamdulillah. Tariq know his filly more than me.
And unfortunately, we just revealed the news that our Motterhead passed away while in Taif. I remember his campaign last season, you kept trying to step him up in trip to 1,600, 1,400, when he loved 1,200. Are you going to stick with 1,200 with this filly?
Yes, sure. We will go with 1,600 with this filly. Also, we have two colt from a new market. We bring them 2 weeks ago. One of them, inshallah, will be champion.
That is very exciting. Best of luck with those two colts, and best of luck with this filly going forward. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
Winning Connections, very happy then. Tariq Al Mansour doing the steering. Didn't really have to do too much, Rory. Swung into the straight ear and loomed upside the second favourite, Zahab Al Mokhtar. And as soon as he pressed the go button, race over.
Yeah, I mean, he moved up the challenge without having to ask for an effort from Miss Messamia. And the only worry in this entire race really was whether Zahab Al Mokhtar would improve enough from that debut to be dangerous. And she did lead again under Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, but she's again finished weakly despite the drop back in trip. She's probably not 100% fit yet, she's racing a little bit on her nerves. This was more like it, showed what she could do, but to be honest, she's faded in the same way. She lost a lot of ground in the last furlong here.
Interestingly though, watching her go round the parade ring, she looked half asleep. I was not expecting her to come out the gates like this in front.
She was exactly the same on her debut.
Right. Okay.
I remember, you know, she's got a very interesting pedigree. I thought she was a likely winner of a race last week on paper, and Callum gave her quite a bad report from the paddock, saying that she wasn't particularly alert, she wasn't walking particularly well, and was a poor mover, and she's much the same today really. But she just looked different. I mean, he suggested she'd be quite sluggish on the trial, but she actually bounced out the stalls to lead that day, and done the same here. But at the moment, there's no end product. But it may well be that she simply needs time to develop. She is quite big framed, and she, the engine's roughly there, but the chassis might need a little bit of work still. But
take nothing away from the winner. It was like we said, a weak enough contest. Where would you see her ending up now?
Well, she's a pure 1,200 metre performer.
Yep.
So you'd look for open races, non-winners of 3. Whatever good 6 furlong races there are. There's obviously the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship in the end of February, early March. That might be an interesting target for her long term. Although I'm assuming it's open to 3-year-olds and older. It might only be open to older horses. But she's certainly got plenty of speed. And you just look at the program book for 1,200 metre races that she's eligible for, and stick her in them. She might need a break at some stage because she's been on the go since Taif. I think Connections will be keen to keep going with her until she shows that she needs a break. Her last 3 starts have been her best.
And what does help her? She seems a very straightforward and genuine type, so Connections can pick.
Absolutely, yeah. She doesn't idle in front either. When she won her mid, she just kept clearing away from them. She does have her limitations. She's not an absolute superstar, but 74 was probably a very lenient view of the form that she's shown so far, and she can do a little bit better still.
Messamai then takes our first race here at the King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Our second race is over 1,600 metres for 2-year-olds for non-winners of 1. Let's go to Alex for the runners and riders.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, let's have a look at the field then for our second race of the day. Bigger field this time, isn't it, over the 1,600 metre trip. Number 1, Al-Waji for Camila Ospina. The 2 is Alama 8, Alex Moreno. Number 3 on the card is Al Sail, that's Asil Al Shahrani. Number 4, Al Shabar, Tariq Al Mansour. The 5, Al Sultan, Abdullah Al Lawfi. And the 6 is Anna Al Azim, that's Norwef Al Muriani. Over the page we will go, and at the top of it you'll find the 7, which is Deliveroo. That's the mount of Mohamed Al Shavari. Number 8 is El Jabati, Eddie Castro. The 9, May Ayla, that will be ridden by Al Rashid. Number 10, Milaf, Mohamed Al Habib. The 11, Mustansir, Ricardo Ferreira. And the 12, Neom Al Muhammadiyah, that's Rayan Al Turaish. The 13 is Kuz, that's Khalid Al Mimoni. No 14, that's an absentee here, non-runner. The next is the 15, Sultan Al Samawi, that's Fahad Al Faradi. 16, The Gate, Mohamed Al Hubail. 17 is Wadan, Anthony Campos. And the 18 is Zad for Salman Al Rashid. Now that's the field then, non-runner the 14, we've got 17 of them, and the man casting his eye over them is Callum.
Yes, you've got horses in the parade ring here ahead of our second race, I should say. And the first horse I'll look at is Al Waji here. This absolutely gorgeous son of Authentic. He really catches the eye, doesn't he, for the White Stable? Big, strong type here. Typical miling 2-year-old. I imagine this horse will improve with time and distance. So hugely looking forward to seeing this horse. They like him with the connections as well. I had a brief chat with connections. They're keen on him. And look at his fitness. He clearly is ready to go today as well. Has had 2 runs. They've both been, he's had the wins in his recent career as well. He's a very, very good looker, isn't he? I mean, this is one that you'd have to really put on your shortlist and could get Camille Ospina closer to that target of 1,000. Now we go back to Alamaek. Here's his horse number 2, another one. I tell you what, this race is filled with some good-looking types, and Alamalek is another one who just catches the eye. Beautifully built individual, very different to the horse we've just seen. Much more of a precocious type, really short back, strong hindquarters, lovely neck as well. Could probably grow a little more in the front end, but looks really good in the coat. One to keep an eye on, looking to give Alex Moreno a winner today. Let's go back to number 5. This was an eye catcher, Al Sultan. Just coming towards us now in the grey colours with the red stripes. Another one on debut. This was a big eye catcher for me. Walked in the parade ring. I imagine better days will be ahead for this horse because he's still got a lot of growing to do in his frame. He almost looks like a bit of a lanky teenager at the moment. He's a good looker, but you can see there's so much more to fill, and that is a big frame he's got to fill. But I couldn't help but watch him as he walked into the parade ring. He's handling everything very well on debut. As you can see, he's got the tongue strap on. Don't let that be a concern. Next horse we'll look at is the 8. This is Al Jabtri, who comes here. This is a real stunner. This caught both me and Mustafa's eye straight away. Look at the neck on this thing. It's a really long, growing individual. This horse I highly doubt will win today, but again, one for the future. Just look at the size of this individual. Only 2, remember, he's 2 rising 3. He is a real eye catcher. Walks around the parade ring lovely. Look, he's one I'd take home. Maybe he wouldn't be a paddock eye catcher for today, but my goodness does he catch the eye, and it's just a real one for the future for the Red Stable. Certainly they'll have plenty of fun with this horse in the future, I imagine over even further as well, but this will be an interesting test to see how he gets on early. We go back to horse number 12 will be the next we'll look at. This is Neom Al Muhammadiyah. Just coming towards us now in the typical Al Muhammadiyah silks of the white and green, the silks of Saudi Arabia. We're seeing this horse coming towards us now. Again, another one who I would say is arguably a bit more precocious than some of those we've seen earlier on. More set up to run well today. I thought looked beautiful in the parade ring. A real strapping individual, but quite racy too. The short back, good strong hindquarters, lovely neck, well built in proportion. Certainly one you'd have to put on your shortlist. Has had a couple of starts as well. That experience could be absolutely crucial. And just look at the way Neom Al Muhammadiyah walks. Really it catches the eye with it. He's got quite a light bouncy walk. He's light on his feet. He covers the ground well. I'm excited to see how this colt by Higher Power gets on here. And finally, we will look at horse number 15, Sultan Al Wasmawi. who is coming towards us. Now, a bit of a long type here. This is another one probably for the future, a very long, scopy individual. There'll be more to come from this one, but certainly worth noting in the paddock. Caught my eye. Maybe today's not the day, but certainly a bit of a paddock eye catcher. But the pick of the paddock goes to horse number 12, Neom Al Muhammadia.
Thank you very much, Carl. That was really good. Having a good look at all of them in this race. There's a few newcomers in here, Rory, as well. Let's just quickly go to the international market and see how they are faring ahead of our second race here at Riyadh. Al Wajir is our odds-on favourite at 10 to 11. Number 11, Mustansir is at 7 to 1. Alamai 8 at 8 to 1. 8 to 1 also for El Jebarti, given a good mention from Callum in the parade ring. Also given a good mention from Callum was number 12, Neom Al Muhammadia. That's at 8 to 1, as is the gate, and it is 12 to 1 bar those. Well, we may as well start with the top horse here, number 1, Rory, Al Wajir, who was disqualified last time.
Yes, we've got a couple of horses with similar sort of profiles here. This was a decent contest that Al Wajir wins last time out. There were several in behind who'd shown form before. This was a Jcsa challenge, so it was entitled to be a strong contest. And he had his field in trouble a fair way out to win in good style. It was on his next start rather that he was disqualified when he won by a narrow margin in that Jcsa challenge. But very impressive on debut. It did follow up next time out. Not by a big margin, got a little bit tired late in the day, but he'll actually be better suited by this track. I thought the deep surface at Taif just counted against him on his last start, despite the fact that he got home in front. And he sets a pretty good standard for a race of this nature. I think it's interesting to see how many of these there's a lot of newcomers in the race and some interesting pedigrees, but a lot of horses you'd expect to be better in time or over further. And this is the horse we just saw there is probably the prime example of that. El Jabarti, who looks very wound up, but also looks like a horse who's, although he's had a run, he looks like a horse who's very much one for next year. He's by Gayath. I would have thought he would need at least 2,000 metres. Just
a quick mention, I think Callum just saved Mufasa's life there when El Jebarti messed around, so well done to Callum. But yeah, like you said, horses by Gayath, they look 3-year-old types, and he's a prime example of that, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going to take time to strengthen into that frame. And of course, Gayath himself never really didn't come into his own until he was a 4-year-old. So I'd have thought that El Jabarti is going to be a long-term project. But he's a nice looker if they can keep him right temperamentally over the next few months.
Let's go through some of the others then, because there's some nice prices on offer here, because Al Wajir takes a lot out of the market. Number 3, another really well-bred horse by Wootton Bassett. That's Al Sale, was bred by Coolmore. 16 to 1, has had the one run so far. Yeah,
he was a horse I was interested in when he made his debut because he's got that very good pedigree. He's related to Coolmore winners like Alluringly and Too Good to Be True. But he was quite a cheap buy at the sales, which was off-putting given that very good pedigree. And he didn't take Callum's eye first time out. Looks a little bit more wound up this time, but I think that fundamentally he just lacks a little bit of scope compared to a few of these. And while he should do better, I think Al Sale, I think he's going to come up short today. Obviously, the pedigree suggests otherwise, but the price tag and his performance last time out suggest that either he's not as good as the pedigree suggests, or he's just going to take a long time to come to himself.
El Jebarti just going down to start, and we just mentioned him, feet out of the irons, Eddie Castro, just keeping him nice and relaxed. One that I thought was a little bit overpriced, Rory, was number 4, Al Shabar, 20 to 1. Got Tariq Al Mansour on board, obviously won our first race. Little bit disappointing effort last time out though.
Yeah, you can argue on the pick of his form that he's overpriced at about around 20 to 1, but he is fully exposed, I think, after 6 runs. That's the problem with him. He's got a rating of 61, which I think is roughly correct. Difficult to see him beating Al Wajir, and I'd be disappointed if a couple of the newcomers weren't better than 60 horses, although many of them will leave the run. So he could sneak into the frame. Al Shabar, he does have plenty of experience, and that will stand him in good stead despite that bad draw. I think he's probably got the know-how to get across into a fair position. But I would like to think that he wouldn't be good enough against some of the best of these, and if he is, it'll be a slight disappointment for the rest.
favourite backers should be pretty happy with the shots we're seeing of Al Wajir. Very relaxed down to the start. Camilo Ospina keeping him nice and relaxed, hoping for a good day. Let's go through some of the others. Number 11, Mustansir, a 7-1 shot on the international market. Does have stall 14 to overcome here, Rory. 4th of 9 on debut, up to 1,600 metres from 1,200 metres.
Will definitely benefit from this, from the step up and trip, both on pedigree and the way that he's shaped in that race, Mustansir. He's also got Ricardo Sousa Ferreira on board, who we saw very, very good at getting out of tricky spots yesterday, and this horse will benefit a lot from the initial experience. He made late headway with finishing 4th to Yastav Shir in that contest. It was a nice spot for him to start with because it wasn't a big field. The trip wasn't ideal for him, but he learned plenty through the race, and I thought he was a potential danger on paper, and the international market tells you much the same thing. I'm going to see if I put him in. I put him in as my 3rd choice for the race. Okay,
interesting. Another paddock eye catcher for Callum was Neil Al Muhammadia, 8-1 chance on the international market. Has got a rating of 59.4 in both starts over this trip, but at Taif.
Yeah, well, this is a horse who will do better than 59 in time. I was saying that, we were looking at the horse weight at 61, Al Shabah, but Neil Al Muhammadia has got size and scope, and is the type of horse to leave that fairly ordinary type form behind in time. He was beaten 12.5 lengths in the winners of 2 over this trip on the 2nd occasion. He needs to improve to win, there's no doubt about that, but I do think he will do better down the line. He might improve fitness-wise for this run as well after a little bit of a break from the Taif season, and I think once he steps up to the 1,800 metres later in the season, I think he's a horse who can win races. He's got a good draw here today, but whether he's quite got the toe to hold a good position, I'm not sure, but he's one that I'd be positive about for the medium term.
Okay, remember we are on the Jcsa English-speaking channel. A few people are getting in touch. Sajid fancies number 8, El Jebarti, as a paddock eye catcher. Seems a lot more relaxed down there as well. A few more people are coming. It's Rajwali thinks number 3 will win this. Alcel, we've already mentioned that one. Rory, Antonio as well. He's got in touch as well. So hello to everyone. Please do keep your comments coming in. We've still got another, well, including this one, another 11 races, so plenty of time to get in touch. We'd love to hear from you. Selections time then, Rory. Where are we going to go?
I'm going to go with the top, and I think there's some interesting horses for further down the line. But number 1, Al Wajir, looks to have very strong claims on paper.
I'm going to go with you again. It worked for me in the first race, and like you said, I think there's a lot of nice longer term prospects in here. But Al Wajir has been there and done it out of stall 3. I think is going to take an awful lot of beating. I'm interested to see how Alcel runs on second start. Callum, are you going to join us again? You didn't in the first race, and you should have.
Hey, I didn't in the first race. I wish I did, but I'm not going to join you again in the second race, and I probably wish I would. But Neom Al Muhammadia was definitely the pick of the paddock. I was really taken with this one in the parade ring, shining in the coat, beautiful muscle definition, walked around like he owned the place as well, and hopefully the son of higher power can step forward again from those last 2 starts in Taif. He shapes like a lot of these horses look like horses that would have very much struggled with the tight twisting nature of Taif. You're always on the bend round there, so it's nice to get them to a more galloping course and somewhere where they can really open up and stretch. There's a lot of these that will be lovely, lovely horses in the future. Can't wait to see more of them. Obviously the one they all have to beat is Al Wajir here, who looks like a real cracker. Looked great in the parade ring. I've not got a negative to say about him at all, and I'm sure Connections are very confident. They seemed that when I spoke to them. But for me, I'm going to stick here with horse number 12, Neom Al Muhammadia, to give this Al Muhammadia team a bit of a change in luck. They've been banging on the door but not had many winners that I've seen recently, so hopefully they can get a win here. Gace did have a winner yesterday, a trainer that really is worth following, certainly one to keep on side, and hopefully he can come up with another winner today. Just seen Alex Moreno is just dismounted, but hopefully all is okay at that end, and we'll let you know more if there is more. But as the loading process begins, Neom Al Muhammadia will be the pick for me, and Al Wajir will be the pick for the boys in the studio. You're looking for horse number 1 out of stall 3 and horse number 12 out of stall 1. It's over to you, Alex Fussy.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, runners about to go forwards here, aren't we, for the second of the day. Alex Moreno still remains off the back of Ala Ma'aik, who's just adjusting his goggles there at that point in time, but the runner continues to circle with the pack. One-way traffic, isn't it, in terms of the international market here, all about this one horse. Al-Wajib's 8-11. At the moment, Neom Al Muhammadiyah, who has been caught up by Callum in the paddock, currently 7-1 in a point from 8. It is 8-1 for Al Jabati. Mustanisa is also 8-1, and the gate as well. 9's Ala Ma'aik. They are filtering themselves forwards. The 2 horse has just gone in, so should be all okay with regards to that. One's past the final one. Having a little look, isn't he, before being pushed in, and that should do the job. And we are there. Standing by. Handlers clearing. They're off. Racing away here. They jump out over 1,600 metres this time. Not the best of breaks at all for Sultan Al Samori, who shifted right-handed on leaving the gates, and also Al Sultan is struggling to pick up any sort of early speed. A good speed showed, though, by May Aliyah, who was one of the last in, one of the first away down on the inside. Al Waji, the hot favourite, is also prominent, and Al Sail is there, the black and white colours, right in the centre of things at the moment, but right up with the leading wave. A bit wider on the track to find Milaf, who's there with maroon with the white cap after the awkward start. Sultan Al Samawi is getting handy, is around the outside of horses, is with the gate, and they're both on the improve. Back down into midfield, Alam Al Aik is on the inside of horses at the moment, is just a little bit buried away and is being passed by Wadan, who's improving up the inside as they work their way out of the back straight. So on the turn towards home, Al-Waji is on the outside of Mayaliya, and these are the first 2. Only a neck or so between the pair. Neom Al Muhammadiyah in against the fence, is under pressure but just about in third. Sultan Al Samawi's on the outside of the gate, and then the next couple of runners as they turn on in. It's Al-Waji who's hit the front and has gone a couple clear off that final bend, and now Camilo Ospina is asking for the maximum effort, and Al-Waji is starting to stretch away. Al-Waji has gone clear by 7 or 8. This is going to be a wide margin victory. Another one here, and Al-Waji has torn this field apart. It's absolutely dotted up. It's going to be geared right down. Short price in the international markets. You can see why. Going to be bunched up for second and third places here. Going to need the judge by the looks of it. Neom Al Hamadiyah, also there's Sultan Al Samawi, and the gate not too far from them as well. Handful of runners involved for the place positions, but it's Al-Waji who has done this very takingly. The win for this individual, a second win. And as the gents touted beforehand, this individual could just be too good, and that was very firmly the case here. 140.26, the winner has clocked, and I'm sure if we'll see many more impressive winners than that all day long, to be honest. We've still got 10 races to go, but it doesn't get any smoother than that, really. 14.5 lengths is the winning margin here. Wowzer. Neom Al Muhammadiyah, that's finished in second place. That's been confirmed, and the gate does get the bob for third on the near side of Sultan Al Samawi. So that means the order in our second race was 1, 12, 16 and 15.
Ladies and gentlemen, you might be looking at a Saudi Derby horse here in the shape of Al Waji, who has well and truly bolted up here in this non-winners of 2 event. He is now a winner of 2 after being having one of his previous victories taken away from him due to failing a blood test. But he's certainly, Connection will be hoping there's no blood test failures today, as this thing has truly bolted in. Well done to everybody involved. A nice performance there from our winner. Came a long way clear of Neom Al Muhammadia, who just got up for second when re-rallying. The Gate was there in third, and Sultan Al Mazwawi was there in fourth. Probably good form there of all those horses. The Gate with a winner last time out before being disqualified after the race. Neom Al Muhammadia has run very well there, having had his door shut on him on the bend and having to come back around the houses, but they could get nowhere near Al-Awaji, who has well and truly skated up, giving Camille Ospina win at 996 here in Saudi Arabia as he edges ever closer to the 1,000, that epic milestone that he's looking to achieve. Well worth noting that we've had 2 winning favourites on the international market when yesterday we didn't get a single one coming in, and that is why Rory Delagi is beginning to absolutely claw back the deficit he had earlier on. The boys in the studio will be honing in on these shorties, and they will be winning for them as well. Great scenes down here in the winners enclosure, and wonderful to see this big son of Authentic, who looks a real eye catcher and potentially team a Saudi Derby horse. Wonderful to see Connections really enjoying this moment, and we'll grab a word with our winning jockey Camille Ospina as well, who will be absolutely chuffed to bits with that. We'll get him as he comes around to get weighed in. What was very impressive about that performance was not how far he won, but the style in which he did it. They didn't go mental early on. There was no real strong pace early. But Camillo wasn't in any rush to get to the rail, and they were very happy to see how things were going. So all was very well, and a good performance from our winning jockey. I think that's all passed on weight, is all okay. Camillo, 996 wins now. We're getting closer to the 1,000, but that was very easy.
Yeah, thanks God, thanks to the Prince Mita bin Abdullah for giving me support, for trusting me for the beginning, and Talal bin Sharai for giving me support also. Ahmed Neheri, Abdulaziz Mochawa, they all quite stable, and the another guys outside. There are many people from outside. They give me support. Bidin Al Subaya, Fawad Al Garavan, and many people. And that's horse, mashallah. It's nice horse. It's nice horse. He ran twice in Thai, and he won twice, and he can hear. He's different horse. He improving here, and he was working very good, and I'm very happy with him.
Yeah, the first thing I thought when he crossed the line at Saudi Derby, is he that good, or does he need to show even more to be considered a Saudi Derby horse?
He got willing, he keeping sound. We are focusing that race with this horse. I just waiting what is the decision. The Prince Mita, he take a decision about the horse, and thanks God he won very good, and just we got willing, keeping sound, and then we'll see.
How did he feel? Because they didn't go very fast early on. It seemed to all be very easy for him.
It's very nice, from the start. I asked him, he's coming close to the lead, He's coming a little bit fast, but when I asked him in the last 400 meters, he sprinted, but I saw the horse a little bit far away, and I just guided my horse because I don't want to kill him, but thanks God.
14.5 lengths you won by, so you even had to pull him up as well, so that was very impressive.
Yeah, for that question I catch him in the last meter because he's coming very good, and no need more,
Well, thank you very much for taking the time. Well done, and hopefully we'll see 1,000 winners before the end of play tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Camillo Ospina then, very happy, now on 996 winners. Just another 4 to get to that milestone of 1,000. We've just seen Awajir leave the parade ring. He'd hardly blow a candle out, Rory. He doesn't even know he's had a race.
No, he's won this very easily. As we suggested beforehand, there's some interesting horses in this race, but most of them are for further down the line, if indeed they do fulfil the promise that they showed in the parade ring and on pedigree. He's not the prettiest mover in the world.
No, he's not.
He dishes a little bit, as you see there, and he carries his head slightly to one side, but the engine is certainly there, and he'll be very good. I thought the runner-up, although he's beaten a long way, I think he'll come on for that run as well. I think he's a really interesting one for further down the line, and he will, if they ever stick him in a handicap, he'd be very interesting, because he was only rated 59 coming into this, has been beaten far enough that he's not going to get a massive hike in the weights, but he didn't really feature in the early stages of this, but ran on very strongly from the home bend, Neom Al Mohammadiya, and I think he's a horse that I'd love to have on my side come the spring.
Just here, I remember saying to you during the race, I was just worried about the head carriage of Alwood Gia. Just cocked a bit to the left there, where the Camino just trying to get him on the correct leg. There we go. Now he's on the correct leg, but he's got his head that way, but it didn't stop him.
You certainly you can't cramp his enthusiasm in the end, and he's gone to win by a wide margin. I suppose by definition, by winning this as far as he has to end up running in cup races or something like that the next time out, and you'd wonder what he would be like off a faster pace in tighter quarters. He's been able to dominate this race, but if he isn't able to dominate, you wonder whether he might not fancy that so much. But to be honest, it's mostly very positive with him, and the way he's gone through this race, essentially he's shown just a little bit of residual greenness, I would say. Unless he shapes in the same way next time out, I wouldn't be too worried about it. And he's tall, he's a little bit of a giraffe still, and he'll grow into his frame a little bit more. So the future is pretty bright for him, even though there are one or two things to iron out.
Still a bit of a giraffe, but he's a fast giraffe, isn't he? Alwood Gia takes our second race for Camilo Ospina. There he goes, ears pricked going past the line there. That was our second race of the day. Now on to our third race for the locally bred horses, 0 to 75 over the 1200 metres. It's back to Alex Fussy for the runners and riders.
Cheers, Tom. Yeah, let's have a look at the field then for the third. A few familiar faces in this one, that's for sure. Number one is Motakem. Camilo Ospina will be doing the steering again here. List will be on the way very shortly for you. We've got 0 to 75 is the grade here, if you are interested in that element. Right, here we go. I promise, it's coming. Number two is Tariq Al Mansour. The claim with that individual as well riding, haven't we? The three is Al Hashariya, Ali Al Bimoni. There we go. Number four, Amirat Fard. That's going to be Ahmed Al Tayyar. Number five is Doa'i Khalid Al Bimoni. And the six at the bottom there is Hafa Al Batin Mohammed Al Yajmi has been replaced by Ricardo Ferreira, so Ferreira now rides. And the 7, Ibn Al Mahib, that's Fawaz Wanas. The 8, Tathor, Victor Gutierrez. Number 9 is Adha, Ayad Al Turisi. And the 10 is Najm Al Medamar, that's Essa Al Shamari. Number 11 is Ru Al Saudia, Fahad Al Faradi. And the 12 is Al Raifa, and that is Abdullah Al Kredis. We move on over to the 13, Bidawa, Salman Al Rashid. 14 is Lama Al Zulif, Ahmed Al Mutib. 15, Mohammadi, Alex Moreno. 16 is Motamem, Mohammed Al Nasser. 17 is Najm Al Sarah, Mohammed Said. 18 is Rashikar Mohammed Al Hubayr. That means no reserves, so 19 through to 22 are all absentees here. And let's go and find Callum again in the paddock.
Next, where else would I be but looking at these gorgeous horses that we know so much about? This is Salik. We know plenty about him on this channel, and this looks like a very good opportunity. Tariq Al Mansour on board looking for the double. This would be his second winner of the day, and he'd have a very, very big chance here with the 1 kilo claim as well. Check out the jockey with the 1 kilo claim in this 0 to 75 handicap. I have no faults, no notes at all. Looks really well, no condition. You can see the hip is on show, you can see the poverty line, the muscle definition is beautiful. Salik all ticks. In behind, we have an absolute dudette here in Al Hashariya. What a star she's been over the years. She was lovely last season. She found it. She's often at her best at this level of competition. She's got Ali Al Bimoni on side today. She's a good-looking individual. She's a typical mare at this stage. She does carry a little bit of condition, but at this level, she'd be dangerous. She's a lovely mover. She's handling everything very well. Ignore the head carriage at the moment. That's totally nothing to be concerned about. She looks well. She looks fit. She'd have every chance here today. Let's go back. Horse number 8 is the next one we'll look at. This is Tassor, one who caught my eye. Look at the back end of Tassor. He's a big, strong boy in behind here. Sorry, a big, strong girl in behind, I should say. Just coming towards us now. Look at the size of her back end. Some would say she has a butt like Beyonce. She's a bit long. That's not a concern though, because she's grown into that frame. No bother at all. She's not carrying too much condition either. I wouldn't be concerned with her at all. She's a little bit sweaty around the girth area, but that wouldn't be too much of a negative here. These are sprinters, remember. They're over 1,200 metres. They want to be revved up and ready to go, and she certainly is. Let's go back. Rue Al Sodia for Connections, who are looking for a second winner this week. They had a winner yesterday, and we're looking at Rue Al Sodia now. He's just 11 just gone by. They're the one we want there, Mustafa. But don't worry, it stopped for us as well, so that's the idea. Riyadh, so now we've got a lovely chance to get a look at this individual here. He's a nice looking type, isn't he? He just is really well put together. He's got a beautiful top line. He's not going to blow you away with how he moves either, but he certainly is one that you can't ignore. Coming into this race on the back of a 5th place effort, that's good. You'd like to see him in this level of competition, and we've seen plenty of Rue Al Sodia to suggest this is a big opportunity. In behind here, this is Al Rafa, who's just come towards us now, looking for the hat-trick after back-to-back wins. Looking really good, doesn't he? Looks in great shape here, walking around here nicely, shining up well in the coat. Certainly caught my eye here for sure. I would say I've got very little negatives about him, carrying very little condition, well put together. You know you've got the form on side. You've got Abdullah Al-Kradis on board as well. He takes off the extra kilo, which will be crucial. See the teeny tiny saddle he's got underneath him, and hopefully they will run a big enough race. In behind, final horse we'll look at, horse number 15, Mohammadi. This is an eye-catcher. Look at Mohammadi under Alex Moreno. Alex looking for another winner this weekend. How are you doing, Alex? Look at that. That's a smile. We know and love it. This is a big, strong individual, isn't it? Look at the side of it. Look at the back end. This is all power. Absolutely ready to go, Mohammadi. Comes here off the back of a defeat, but he was looking for a back-to-back victory after that, and he certainly can't be ignored. But, lads, the paddock pick still remains. Number 2, Sarlik, looked an absolute picture. I have no notes.
Thanks, Callum. Let's see Thalik in action. Shall we, Rory, take it away?
Yes, this is Thalik, who won a similar race this over the course of distance last month, and then came back to form with second to Nawa in a 0-75 over further last time out. You see Thalik running on well when switched to the outside to finish second. You'd say, looking at this, that the drop back in trip would be a negative, but he won over course and distance 2 starts ago, so he just needs a slightly different ride at this trip to be fully effective. He won a strong pace to aim at. I think he was ridden with a bit more restraint there over the 1,600 metres.
Now, here's our international market favourite, Al Rafea.
Yeah, this is back in Taif in September, and this is Al Rafea winning the 3rd of 3 handicaps in Taif, and winning with a bit to spare, I thought. This is a good performance from her. Listen, you can crab it a little bit in terms of how crowded the field is behind her, but I think she's done no more than she's been asked to do here, and that's been the feature really of her campaign this season. She doesn't do an awful lot in front. She travels well in behind. She's won 3 handicaps now, as I said, and she's been second or placed in the other 2, and yet the first handicap win came off a mark of 70. Now, if you ask me to guess what mark she's off now, given that if she's won 3 handicaps and been placed in 2 more, I'd say mid-80s. Yeah. She's rated 72. She's 2 pounds higher for winning 3 races.
Yeah, it does see. I've seen that earlier. Yeah. I could not get. Didn't know if I was missing something, but yeah.
I mean, obviously, this is a different surface. I understand that normally horses who've been busy at Taif in the summer, you tend to want to be against them at Riyadh as a rule, particularly if they've been in action sort of, late June and July, when the races tend to be a little bit weaker. But she's gone through the season and she's progressed through the Taif season. This is a different surface. She actually might be suited by the deeper surface if you watch the way she went through that race, whereas I said the opposite about our previous winner, even though that had won twice in Taif. So that's a slight question mark for her, but she's just very hard to get away from in handicapping terms. And this isn't no tougher a race than the ones she's been in. Yes, she did start off in a 0-70, but she's won a 0-75 company, and she's still nicely weighted here, so I find it hard to be negative about her chances.
Let's take you quickly to the international market. We haven't done that. Al Rafea is your 9-4 strong market leader as well. That's number 12. Number 13, Bidawara 11-2. Number 2, Thalik, who we just seen in action at 7-1. Mohammadi at 8-1. Motakem is the top horse, number 1 at 10-1. 10-1 also for Duai, as for Adhar as well. Let's get through some of the others here then, Roy, because there's some nice prices here as well. Let's talk about Let's talk about number 1 here at Moktahem. 10-1 chance on the international market. Won here in March over 1,800 metres, but has been disappointing since.
Yeah, it was disappointing over course and distance last time out, and disappointing on his final start last season. The win came over 1,800 metres, and Moktahem still looks a little bit vulnerable.
Another one I wanted to ask you about. I thought this had a bit of an each-way chance, actually. Number 14, Lama Al Zufi was rated as high as 83 at the start of the year.
Yeah.
Now 72.
Now this is an interesting one. Successful in a course and distance event in December at this level, and has been very highly tried. Pretty much all starts since. Been in plenty of races that I wouldn't say she was capable of winning. So the form figures don't look great. 9.8, 9.08, her last 5 form figures. But I don't think any of those races were races she could win. She gets back into a handicap of a mark of 72, which is lenient on what she was showing last year. There is a possibility that she's deteriorated a little bit, but it's difficult to tell when you're out of your depth. So this is her most realistic opportunity in a while. She's well drawn in stall 3. I thought she was one of the most interesting outsiders.
Yeah, I did. 12-1 could tempt you then, potentially.
It could very much tempt me.
A few of the runners just getting resaddled down at the start. Duai, one of them, as was Mohammed, not Mohammadi. Mohammadi. Let's talk about Mohammadi actually.
Okay.
He's 8-1 on the international market.
Yeah, and we'll cut back after that to Dohahi.
Yeah.
Mohammadi won over 1,600 metres here last month and was 8th in that contest that we just seen, won by Noah over the trip last time out, having led into the straight. Now, there's an argument that's brought him back to 1,200 metres would be a big help for a horse who led last time out. I'm not sure that Mohammadi is a true 1,200 metres performer, though.
Okay.
1,400 metres certainly would help the way that he shaped up, but he stayed the 1,600 well enough on his penultimate start, on his previous start rather. And I'm not sure whether he's able to dominate, drop back to this trip. He's drawn in stall 15. Obviously, Alex Moreno is going to give him every chance, but I wasn't sure that was all positive. Dropping back.
And you wanted to mention Duai as
Yeah,
well.
he's a 10-1 shot, but I thought this this 7-year-old had a decent chance. He's been around for a while. There are others less exposed, but was a good fourth to Talik in a course and distance handicap last month, and then ran creditably won 5th last time out. That was in a higher grade contest as well. That was in a 0-80. So he comes here in pretty good heart. He gets a good draw in stall 2 as well, and it's a type that sort of slips onto the radar a little bit, so he was on my short list as well.
Yeah, he's drawn well into, as you can see, runners just circling down at the start. Just seen Camilo Ospina in shot. We've already chatted about his mount, Moktahem, the 10-1 on the international market. Let's go back to those prices. I'll give you a full rundown. Al Rafea, 2-1 now in from 9-4, 11-2 Bidawar, Thalik at 7s, Mohammadi at 8s, 12-1 from 10-1 is Moktahem, and Duai is at 8-1. It's time for selections, Rory. You've given a few a good mention. Which way are you going to go here then?
Yeah, I'm going to mention one very quickly before I give my selection as well, who we haven't talked about so far. Rual Saudia doesn't win very often, but the latest 5th came in a better race than that, and I can see that one hitting the frame at a good price. But my selection is going to be Al Rafea, given the handicap has been so kind.
Well, we've gone right the first two. I'm going to follow you in again, Al Rafea. I thought those clips were, only 72 off a mark of 70. Let's go to Callum. Is he going to be joining us this time?
Again, I'm not joining you either. Sarlik is the pick for me in this, coming out of stall 8, horse number 2. I think this is the perfect chance for Sarlik to get the head in front. Riyadh handicapped at this level. He's better than this. This is an open performer, you'd think, Sarlik. So that's the pick for me. But they're already rattling through this loading process. So Alex Sussy, it's all yours.
Cheers, Callum. Yeah, we are flying into the gates here, aren't we? Quite a few already installed, so we've got about half the field to go. Do get through this load rather swiftly, don't they, which is always good to see. On the way up now is Najim Al Medmar just popping in, and also Mirat Fard has just gone into stall number 7, so it looks as though 3 to go. Adhar moving up, Al Hashariya moving in as well, and also Ru Al Saudia. Last gates being shut behind the field. Push needed, and we're all aboard. Couple of them restless. They're off. Racing away here. They go over the 1,200 metre trip again this time. Not the best of breaks for Najm Al Sarrar, who's going to be right at the back of the field, and also sluggish stuff for Adhar early on. Good beginnings made by Al Hashouri, also up there. Doa E is another prominent racer and starting to tack on over. Mohammadi is going to probably just poke the head narrowly in front. Also there, Haf Albertine is not too far from the speed, but it is going to be Mohammadi who wins the battle for the overall advantage. Al Hashouri is still following, right with them as well. Motaken in that leading group of 4, and in there as well is Doa E. Front 4 are a long way clear at this point in time. Al Rafa is starting to pick up on the outside. The red jacket is improving around the outside of Bidawar and also of Rual Saudi. But up the straight we come. In front it's Mohammadi. They've gone very hard. Can they hold on? Mohammadi still has the lead. Doa E is in second place. Finishing off up the inside, Ibn Al-Mahib is running on strongly as well as Rual Saudia. It's all about to change here. The closers are coming late as well. Lama Al-Zafil, but up the inside, it is going to be Ibn Al-Mahib, who has just won it, beaten Lama Al-Zafil. On the outside, Rual Saudi was another on-rush. It was a fast finishing and changing picture late on, but it's the 7, Ibn Al-Mahib, who's won it. The hands of Fawaz Wanas between rivals. Needed some good strong late driving in the saddle. 1:14.60 the winner has clocked here, and that was a dramatic change, wasn't it? Because that front 4, they went like the clappers early on. They went really fast, and then into the final 200 meters they were legless, and we had the on-rushing closers. Lama Al-Zufi finishes in second, 3/4 of a length back, and Ru Al-Saudia is in third. Eventually, Mohammadi, who was the leader into the straight, could only cross the line in 4th place. So quite a dramatic conclusion to race 3. The order was 7, 14, 11 and 15.
Collapse, wasn't it? What a thrilling conclusion to race number 3, this 0-75 handicap. These sprint handicaps are always fascinating, and it's Fawaz Wanas who has guided Ibn Al-Mahib to victory here in this contest, coming late when the pace fell apart. But Mohammadi set a furious gallop under Alex Moreno, and at one point, halfway down the home straight, you thought he was going to be able to maintain that gallop, but unfortunately, he got reeled in late and swamped by the field, ended up finishing 4th behind Lama Al-Zafli and Rual Sodia, who Rory gave a very positive mention to as well in the prelims. One of the ones that did catch the eye in the paddock. Rual Sodia doesn't do much winning, but certainly is a lovely place play. But this horse, Ibn Al-Mahib, has been in the money last time. That was a sort of bounce back, but at the last 4 runs, 3 have been pretty good efforts. So that's now 4 decent efforts from the last 5 starts. So they'll be very happy with this horse, who came in here with a rating of 74. That will wipe him out of 0-75 handicaps, you'd think. But sometimes the handicapper here can be either very forgiving or very, very brutal. a very good performance here from the horse, a very good ride from the jockey, and we'll get a chance to chat to Fawaz because he speaks very good English and is a lovely man. So we're going to get a word from him. He's going to just weigh in successfully, and then once he weighs in, we will be laughing. Hopefully everything goes well. We're waiting for the nod. He's happy. Oh no, he's not happy. He's not happy. Oh, we thought we were there. We thought we were there. He was so keen to talk to me, he ran off the scales quickly. Fawaz, we must start by just saying that was a strange race.
Yeah, actually, yes. Thanks. Alhamdulillah, أول شيء. And second شيء, Alhamdulillah. This horse, I won with him before, and Taif season. I riding him the second time, and I won. Thanks to the trainer, Abdurrahman Dakhil, the impressive trainer.
You are on a very good run at the moment. A cup win a couple of weeks ago. You're riding some very good purebred Arabians as well. You're really getting up these big prize money. I spoke to your brother. He says you've got lots of money now, so we're waiting for the party.
Thank you, inshallah. I will invite you, inshallah. And that's my dream, you know. And be still young. And I hope, inshallah, more success. And thanks for every trainer give me chance and every owner.
Hopefully you can have plenty more success. Well done for this race. Congratulations.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Very well done to Fawaz Wanas then. A race that changed complexion plenty of times. Rory, early pace on the front end was from Mohammadi, who we've seen. He's turned in front here, but they all came late on. For Al Rafaya, the favourite, was going to come and get there, but her run petered out pretty quickly, and the winner, Ibn Al Molhib, flew home.
Yeah, absolutely did. As you said, they went a strong pace here. The idea, obviously, with Mohammadi was to use the same tactics as last time, but dropping in trip to 1,200 metres. He's ridden very aggressively from the front. He stays further, but he doesn't stay further ridden this aggressively, and that's the key. And he didn't last home, but he did break the race up by going hard in front. I thought the favourite shaped better than the bare result. She was never able to tuck in from a very wide draw. Mohammadi's come from a sort of middle to high draw inside her, and she's had to park herself wide on the track. She's then managed to move up into sort of leading the challenging pack, turning out of the straight, but with a bit of work to do on the leaders. And then she's faded late on as if the run has been needed after a break. This wasn't a bad effort in the circumstances. And the handicapper's liable to drop her £2 for this, so she'll be back on her first winning night, never mind her last one. Again, it's worth pointing out that she's liable to be best at Taif, but she's been so kindly handicapped that she's still of interest. At this stage, Mohammadi is still on the bridle. Everything chasing him is off the bridle, but it's in this kind of situation that you can see a big change in the finishing order. I did think Rual Saudi, who I gave a quick word to just before the off, was going to come all the way through, but he does tend to flatter to deceive. And although he's got himself into a challenging position, he didn't finish as fast as our winner in the end. Lama Azulfi, you also see in the white colours with the black star, also flashes home underneath Rual Saudi to finish second. And as you said, it was a race of rapidly changing fortunes in the last furlong or so.
And we mentioned the second beforehand, Lama Azulfi. He is obviously pretty well handicapped now on old form. What do you think the handicapper will do now? It's hard to tell, I suppose.
Well, again, being beaten in a race like this means you're liable to stay on the same mark. I'd like to see Lama Al Zulfi being given a more conservative campaign, because she's been, in the last year, she's just been in a lot of impossible races, but she showed, as we suggested beforehand, that she's capable of bouncing back to form, given what has probably been her first winnable race in the last year.
Ibn Al Molhib gets the job done then and repels the late challenge from Lama Al Zulfi in the end. Fawaz Wanas on board. That was the result of race number 3. And there's Fawaz Wanas there, giving a kiss to the sky, very, very happy. And he's hoping for many more winners like that.
So was Callum as well, because he gives a good interview after the race as well, does Fawaz Wanas.
Yeah, no, he does. He was,
always nice to see.
Yeah, it was good to chat to him, wasn't it? Right, on to race 4 now. This is for the locally bred fillies. This is a maiden over the 1,400 metres. Let's go back to Alex for the runners and riders.
Thank you, Jcsa. Let's have a look at the field then in our 4th of the day. See if we have quite as dramatic a finish in this one. The one is Besht Alakem, mount of... sorry, this is the wrong race. We've skipped over a race here. This is race 5, runners and riders. So the first here is going to be number 1, Aliat to Wake, which will be with us in a moment, Mohammed Al Hubail. 2 is Jcsa, Ali Al Mutib. Number 3 on the card is Al Kamira, Abdullah Al Rashid. The 4 is Al Reem Al Mothia, Alex Moreno. 5 is Barik Alalea Mohammed Said. And the 6 is Dross Norwef Al Mudiani. 7 is Faya Mohammed Al Habib. 8 is Ganabi for 4 Aswanas. 9 Halida, that's Mikran Al Tamimi. 10 is Kawalis Abdullah Al Lawfi. 11 Luluat Najd Rayan Al Taresh. The 12 is Nayoum Al Saudia Abdullah Al Credis. No 13, that's a non-runner in here, so the 14 is next, that's Sakura Al Mazid will steer. 15 is Shajia, that's Abdulaziz Al Furedi. 16 is Shakra Tawake Abdullah Al Kamis. 17 is Tameen Mohammed Al Nasser. 18 Tartaris Camino Ospina. 19 is Thrafa, that's Tariq Al Mansour. 20 Zil Al Habd Youssef Al Hussein. And 21 is Classy Fahad Al Furedi. No 22, 23, 24, and a reminder the 13 is the non-runner. Talking of classy, a man that's always classy in the paddock, here's Callum.
That is the type of respect I've been waiting for, Alex. I get nothing from the boys in the studio, and that is why I love having you as a commentator. And this is why I love being out in the parade ring, because you get to look at some nice types here. There's a local bred fillies maiden. This is so important for racing in Saudi Arabia, to build up the local quality of individual. And the fillies here are good-looking types. We'll start with Aliat Tawake, horse number 1, trained by Lucas Gaetan, who had a winner yesterday in a very similar race to this, with a horse with quite a similar profile, looking for a first win on the 3rd career start. For me, she doesn't do much for me in the parade ring. She's well turned out, she's got beautiful quarter marks, she looked fit enough to do the damage today, but I think she needs to grow into this frame. She's quite light, she's still quite long. I think there's more to come in the future for her. She wouldn't be a paddock pick, although she would be certainly a best turned out proposition. Al Karajaya is the horse in behind, horse number 2. Now, she's a gorgeous girl. She's very tall, very leggy. It'll all be about the future with her. Very much like that horse we saw for the Red Stable earlier on in the card, who just needed a little bit more time. But this is she's a proper individual. She makes her first career start today. I think there's more to come from her physically, but I'm very excited to see what she does in the future. Put her in your Saudi notebooks no matter what happens today. She's got a little bit of fitness on side as well. You can see there's a little muscle definition underneath that coat. Let's go back to horse number 5 now, Bayrak Alalia, who is coming towards us. Thought this was probably the most interesting of them here. Have had the 5 starts here, and you can see why the 5 starts are important. There's certainly some muscle definition here, not carrying any condition, certainly race fit. I would still admit, though, still a little bit weak in behind. There's still some growing to do at that back end, isn't there? She certainly needs to show more, and she's not the greatest of movers either. I think there'll be others who offer more interest here in this parade ring. Let's go back. We've got a couple more to look at here. The first being horse number 14 will be the next horse we'll take a peek at that comes towards us. This is Sakura, who comes through. We'll walk all the way up to Sakura and meet her halfway. The Eyes of the Black Eyed Peas lyrics here, just coming towards us now. This is Sakura, very light type, just coming towards us now, walking through. I thought Sakura looked really, really fit. Certainly not blowing anyone away with the coat. Clearly it's just been recently clipped, but I thought for fitness-wise, this horse looked really revved up and ready to go. Certainly not looking to find anything for fitness. Has had the 2 starts, built on a slightly promising debut with a 4th place effort last time out. Not sure how strong the race was in truth, but for me, if you're looking for a horse to put her best foot forward today, she would be one of them. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I will show you a paddock negative from the White Stable. Let's look at Tartriz, who we're just going to have a peep at here. Horse number 18 in your race cards. This for me, the negative. Watch the way Tartriz moves. She's the strangest mover you'll ever see. Watch her back legs as she gets walking. We'll just have a little bit of a moment here as 16 has a peep. She's so long. She is so long, and she looks like she's got so much more growing to do. She would be a paddock negative for me, boys. That's horse number 18, Tartriz.
Paddock negative then, and that is our international favourite, Tartriz, at 7-4. Let's see her in action. Rory, Camilla Ospina in the White Stable looking for a double on the day.
Yeah, she came clear with another one from the stable here. This was just after it had been announced that there was a virus in the yard, and nothing was running that hadn't been checked over to see if they were fit enough to run. And straight after that, they had a 1-2. in this race. I thought she ran very well here at Tata Race and just gets run down by Mawasa late in the day. She battles well when joined and doesn't give in easily, and the pair pulled 5 lengths clear of the rest. So I thought this was a very solid piece of form given the context of the race. And although Callum isn't particularly keen, I think I know who Callum's going to go with in this race as well, but I'm loath to be against her.
Okay, so that is the international market favourite. Let's give you a run through the market here. Then Tata is your 7-4 favourite. Like I said, just seen her in action. Number 4, Al Reem Al Mothea at 100-30. Aliyat to wait for the Lucas Gaitan stable at 9-2. Sakura at 8-1. 10-1 Luluat Najd. The same for Zil Al Had, and it is 12-1 bar those. Let's go with the Lucas Gaitan horse then here, Rory. Aliyat to wake. 2 runs, both decent efforts. That's her in shot now, just about to go down to start. Will she need to step up again here?
Not an awful lot, no. She's running a couple of smart sorts on both of those outings, and she's respected in that 5th to Falat Care last time out. That form's been franked already today. Messamea was 3rd in that contest, and this is a weaker race. It's just a maiden, obviously, so I don't think she needs to improve an awful lot in that to go close. Obviously, there's other potential improvers in the race, but Aliyat Tawake already has form in the book that would give her a decent chance of winning a race of this nature.
Let's talk about the second favourite on the international market then, shall we? Number 4, Al Reem Al Mothea. Stepped up on debut when 4th here last time out.
I didn't particularly like it. I thought 130 was a very, very short price for Al Reem Al Mothea. My problem here is the race that she was in last time, the one by Okt Saham. Lots of those were behind on that occasion. The runner-up of that, I think, was rated 35 at the time.
Okay.
So I just thought it was a really weak race. And to be beaten 11 3/4 lengths in a race, obviously the runner-up is better than the market was given at the time, but there was no solidity to the form. There were no sort of high 50s, early 60s horses filling the places in behind. And I thought potentially a very weak race. So Al Reem Al Mothea, listen, will improve, needed the run on debut, probably still come forward for that. But the worth of the form isn't enough for me to see Al Reem Al Mothea as an interesting player at 100-30. Camilo Ospina trying to put a knot in his reins. I think he's just succeeded on our favourite here. Tata is best way of not getting run away with, isn't it? Well, if you're holding them that loosely on the knot, then yeah, it takes 2 to pull. Takes 2 to pull. Right, let's go down the field. Let's talk about number 8 here, Ganabi, 20-1 shot. Second last time out. Yes, I mean, you can argue that Ganabi shouldn't be that price given Al Reem Al Mothea is 130, given Ganabi was in front of Al Reem Al Mothea, but that's the point. The problem is, or it wasn't the runner-up, he was rated, it probably was Ganabi, actually, had that rating last time out. The first 2 runs were very moderate. That's what makes it a little bit confusing then. So that is, so I don't really see, the only way you can make Al Reem Al Mothea the price that she is if you believe that's decent form last time out. But if you thought it was decent form last time out, they'd have to make Ganabi a short price as well. And I think the market is right with Ganabi. I think on the back of finishing second in a weak maiden, with the benefit of 2 runs behind her, I think she needs to improve a fair bit. But she's got a rating of 51, and that immediately means, well, 51's not going to win this, big price. But Al Reem Al Mothea has clearly not run to a mark in the 50s to be placed last time out. So she might improve chunks. You know, she will improve again. I think she'll probably improve past Ganabi, but that just gives you an idea of how much she needs to improve to be competitive. Big hello to Rajwali and Sajid on the chat on the Jcsa English speaking channel on YouTube. Seem to be enjoying the race. Looks like Sajid is with number 6 here, and that is Drews at 25-1 on the international market. So hope you're right, one of the unraced horses in here. The shortest priced unraced horse in here, Rory, number 11. Luluat Najd. Luluat Najd is a full sister to 2 local winners, which might explain that. The better of those being Alaha Al Rahman, who's a winner over 1,400 metres and 2,000 metres. Got a good draw on stall 5, starting off over the right sort of trip as well. So yeah, I can see why Luluat Najd would be a shorter price than Drews. Okay, now on to a horse that's had 2 runs so far. That's number 14, Sakura. Both starts coming at tied with 4th last time out. Yeah, I thought this was worth consideration. Sakura again needs to prove that that she's as effective at this track as she was at Taif, but she improved for her debut when finishing 4th to Saham Al Rayla over 1,200 metres last time out. The winner has gone in and scored again since. So the form has worked out, and if Sakura is fit after that break, we're getting to the stage of the season now that horses coming from Taif, you're just thinking, well, actually, you were racing in September. Now it's nearly December, so it's becoming a slightly worrying break. Whereas when we were here first in October, horses coming from Taif, you could be pretty sure they were still fit. That's a little bit of a question mark, but she shaped well enough last time to be considered.
Last one I want to ask you about, Rory, is number 20, Zil Al-Had. Just the 2 runs, stepped up on debut at Taif with a course and distance third last time out.
Yeah, proving fitness, also proving her ability to handle this track when finishing 4.5 lengths third to Al Brak in a 1200 metre maiden last 4 weeks ago it was. Steps up and trip to 1400s, that shouldn't be an issue. I didn't think she would need to improve an awful lot to be competitive here, and she's won for the longish shortlist. Interesting pedigree as well, being that she's by MJ Jack, who was a high class 1400 metre handicapper, sort of verging on Group 3 class in the UK, but took a fair while to come through that, was handicapping for a fair while. So kind of horse who wouldn't really get stallion opportunities at home.
So you've given us the longest shortlist. What is the shortest shortlist? What are you going with here? What's your selection?
The very short shortlist is Tatariz, who's not badly drawn in stall 9. It does get a paddock negative from Callum, so that's a little bit of a knock. But I thought she deserved a slightly higher rating for that run last time out when she came clear with a stable companion, and looked as she had the attitude to win a race as well. When she was joined, she battled, and that's a good thing to see in races like this. Aliat Tuwek, probably the biggest danger, number 1.
Tata is then the selection of Rory Delaghi in our race, number 4. Camillo Ospina looking for 900. His winner number 997. I'm going to go with Aliat Tuwek, the one you were worried about, Rory. I think those 2 runs have been very decent, and Lucas Gaitan, horse in good form. Sinan obviously won yesterday for the same connections and open out of stall 7. Will do the same. As you can see, runners just milling round down at the start. Big field for this local bred fillies maiden. The favourite, if that is who you think will win, is coming out of stall 9, Aliat Tariq, out of stall 7. And as we can see there, plenty of others. Alreem Al Mothair, 100 to 30. Rory didn't think that was a very appealing price at all, whereas Ganabi at 20 to 1, who finished in front of Alreem Al Mothair last time out, is a 20 to 1 shot, and probably a little bit too big.
Arguably, yes, yeah, but again, if you start trying to price this up to 100%, you'll see that something's got to give at some stage.
Right, let's get to Callum. Callum, who are you with?
Thank you very much, guys. I'm going to be with Sakura here, horse number 14, coming out of stall 4. I just thought of all the fillies in the field who looked fit and ready to go, she was the one for me. Mohammed Al-Mazid on board, not a jockey that you know too much about, but you'd be really keen on this horse's chances. I think if it was in different colours, I think it would be far more fancied. But Sakura is the one for me in this race. Jumping out stall 4, hopefully she can be my first winner of the day. But the first horse is reluctantly getting loaded, so Alex Fussy can take us through the loading process and through this next race.
Many thanks, Callum. Yeah, going to take a turn, aren't they, with that 19 horse. Thralfa, who wasn't too keen on going forwards. So a couple of others offered up instead. Cowalese has just gone in, and Nayoum Al Saudia is also in to stall number 1. Got that plum draw on the inside, but hasn't shown a great deal so far in the career, and is one of the longest price runners in the field. Has been drifting actually out to 50s from the opening 33s. Money around for Aliat Tuwek, who's into 100 to 30 from 9 to 2, and Tartar is the favourite. Very strong at 11 to 8 now, so they are the 2 strongest supported runners. Ganabi, the 8, drawn in stall 2, did drift originally out to 25s, but is now back into 16s, having been given a positive mention in the build-up to this contest. Well over half the field of forwards. Classy is about to head up, the 21 horse. Also going in is Jcsa. There's the 18, Tartariz, the favourite. Moves into stall number 9. Loading continues at pace. We've got 4 to go, I think, now. Just taking a bit of a spin, Faya. There's the 8, Ganabi. Coming up to stall number 2. Another push needed for Ganabi, of course. What was Wanas searching the quick-fire double. And Dross moving in is the last one. Set. Long hold is customary, but they're off and racing now. Faya reared a bit, was fly leaping as the starter let them go, and a bit sluggish to get going was Helena up on the wide outside. They go here, over 1,400 metres in this one, and a good start has been made by Thrafa right up there, and it's going to go forwards and just about bag the early lead. Also handy is Aliat to Wake, who's just switching lanes a bit, moving off the inside position and not wanting to get trapped. Zil Al-Habd is with them as well in the green and black colours. They're being followed around the turn by Jcsa, who's down on the inside of Rivals. Also there is Shakara to Wake, who's on the inside fence. In behind those Ganabi, red and white is starting to improve a bit. Tameen is out wide and ridden along, and also trying to improve his Tartaris, but is under very strong driving to do so. The leader skipping away. On the turn, Aliat to Wake opened up a gap of 4 lengths. But in second, Ganabi is now coming in hot pursuit. They're then being followed by Zil Al-Habd. Down the outside, Tartaris is closing lane, has been under pressure for a while, but is responding. Into the last 200, Aliat to Wake found an extra gear, still has a 3-length pull. Tartaris is trying hard, lugging a bit left under pressure, but is getting closer with every single stride. Aliat to Wake needs the line, got the line. I think Aliat to Wake will just hold on to deny Tartaris in second. They pulled clear of Sakura, who was late on the scene, and also Ganabi. Aliat to Wake in the hands of Mohamed Al-Hubail might have just fell in here. Tartaris rushing, just failing by the looks of it. It was a big late effort. Tartaris ran an odd sort of race actually, because it was under pressure from a long way out. The winner is the one, confirmed Aliat to Wake. Well done to Tom, he fancied the Gaetans runner's chance before the off, and it's held on by a head to beat Tartaris. The winner's time 1:29.66. There they are at the finish. Just the inside prevails, and there's a good gap, isn't there, between the front pair and the rest of them. We're saying about 7 or so lengths. Ganabi and Sakura, the next couple. Looks as though Ganabi's third, yet 7 3/4 lengths back to Ganabi, and then Sakura, who was never really there, but then arrived on the scene once the race was all over. 1:18, 8 and 14 is your finishing order in our 4th race on the cards.
Gaetan has trained Aliat to Wake to get victory, and Mohamed Al-Hubail, one of my favourite jockeys out here, has ridden this horse to victory, and it was a bit high at mouth at the end, but a very good victory. We'll grab our winning trainer now, Lucas. Oh, they're usually easier than that. That was a bit close.
Yeah. Well, that was, I think, almost impossible to beat the filly, and she did it. So, well, she was second to the Colts, I think, by a neck, that filly from King's Stable. So well, very happy for this field.
Good ride from Mohammed as well. He's not your usual jockey, but he's given this a great ride from the front and dictated.
Yeah, very happy for him. Also, he works with us from long time ago, and he did very well. The idea was to be in the first positions, but don't push her early, because maybe her idea distance is 1-2. Today she proved that she can run 1-4 also, and he managed the filly great.
Unbelievable. We'll let you go and enjoy the horse here. Won't hold you back there, but well done, Lucas. A superb win. And we'll also grab a word with Mohammed as well once he weighs in. Now, Mohammed speaks very little English, but is one of the happiest, smiliest jockeys you will see on course here in Saudi Arabia. So we will speak to him because he's just such a nice bloke. Don't worry, team. It won't be an interview that will get much. It'll be pretty Ryan Moorish, I imagine, but it'll be done with a smile. So I'm looking forward to it. This is Mohammed. He rides up and down all over the place. He rides for everyone, but it's good to hear that he's obviously a key member of this team and has been rewarded the face set in him to have a winner. We'll grab a quick word with Mohammed as he just weighs in. He might have to take off the number cloth, I imagine. Are they okay? He's okay. He's very happy with that. We'll go and grab it now. Mohammed, well done. Congratulations. Shukran. Congrats. Go.
Mohammed Al Hubail very happy then after that victory and gave a really good ride. Interesting that he's a key part of the Lucas Gaitan stable. Really good form. They had Sinan actually win in the same manner of victory as Aliyah Tawake has just done there, Rory.
Yeah, exactly. Know the job very well, are fit, and although they might have limitations, you get 100% out of them when they see the racecourse. And again, as we said numerous times, while a lot of trainers run their horses for experience, run them in races where maybe the conditions aren't ideal because they need to get a run into them, Lucas knows exactly what races he wants to run in. He's looking way ahead of time, and he gives the horses a run when they are ready to do themselves justice. And they rarely disgrace themselves. This horse has run very well against two of the better juveniles this season and has come out and shown himself to be well up to. Sorry, she showed herself well up to winning a maiden just by having more know-how than the runner-up. If you want to argue about who the best horse is long term, it might be the second. But the winner has just shown much more professionalism through the race, sharply away from a good draw, into a good position, relaxed in front, and although he left it all on the track and was all out at the finish, she managed to push enough of a lead to hold on. You wouldn't be negative at all about the runner-up who was parked wider on the track, didn't travel quite as sweetly, Tatariz, but has found plenty for pressure. The race she ran on last time was a smaller field race, where she didn't have to worry too much about getting track position. Look how wide she is on the track coming into the straight, and she's run on very strongly to go down very narrowly. Another stride or two and she'd have been in front. But again, you know, she's done stuff wrong in the race. She hasn't travelled as sweetly as the winner. She's made her jockey work a lot harder to get there. She'll learn from this. But again, if you're siding with horses, you do want to bear professionalism in mind, and if you just side with all Lucas Gaitan's horses, you don't go too far wrong, because you know you don't tend to curse the fact that they were too green to do themselves justice, or they got in trouble. They tend to avoid all that. They tend to know the job really well, simple, and they keep it simple. So this might not be the best filly in the race, but she's proven perfectly prepared for the race, and she's got the job done.
Definitely. So Aliyah Tawake, then your winner of race number 4, possibly though Tatariz, the best horse in the race. And as well, Rory, just quickly on the winner, you'd have no problem going back to 1,200 metres with her.
No, she's got plenty of speed. She clearly just about stays this trip. But again, I think sometimes Lucas will happily run them slightly over trips that are slightly further than they might want, knowing that the fact that they've got the early speed means they're able to get a big advantage in terms of track position. So even though they're often crying out for the line late on, the job's done by that stage. So yes, her ideal trip may well be 1,200, but you can see that her know-how, her professionalism enabled her to have this race almost won by the bend, and then she was holding on. So he's a clever trainer. It's not just a case of getting the best horses and throwing them at the finding races that are vaguely suitable on paper. I think he does an awful lot of homework. He seems remarkably laid back when we talk to him, but I think he's hugely professional, and he does an awful lot of thinking about stuff away from the track.
Coat on, he can train horses as well. So Lucas Gaitan on the score sheet yet again. here at Riyadh with Aliat Tawake in race number 4. Now race number 5 is coming up. It's an open for the 3-year-olds over the 1400 metres. Let's get to Alex Fussy for the runners and riders.
Yes, Tom, yeah, good looking field here. Some interesting runners for sure in our 5th of the day. They are headed by the one best Alec Kem for Ali Al-Mutib. Number 2 is Snafia, Mohammed Al-Daham. The 3, Fel, Norwef Al-Mudiani. 4 is Misk, that's the mount of Fahad Al-Thuraydi. 5 are none, so we go next to the 6, which is Varden, Victor Gutierrez, and the 7, Yufikuk Allah, that is Youssef Al-Hussein. Number 8 is Major, top of the next page, Abdullah Lajmi. The 9, Rebel Icon, Ricardo Ferreira. 10 is Stratford Prince, Camillo Ospina. The 11, Abu Jarrah, Abdullah Al-Credis. Number 12 is Anna Al-Saif, Muhammad Al-Nasser. And the 13, Give It Up, that is the mount of Ali Al-Mimoni. Over to the 14, Hob Al-Tawan, Alex Moreno. The 15 is Moazi, Salman Al-Rashid. 16 is Sakar, Abdullah Al-Khamis. 17, World Without End, Mohammed Al-Hubail. And the 18 is Anfal, completing the field. Non-run of the 5, so we're down to 17 in this open contest. Callum, who are we liking?
Thank you, team. Yeah, the first horse we like is Snafia here, the horse that comes in with a rating of 95. This daughter of Blue Point, Tamar Al-Dahani, looking for a winner this week. And Mohammed Al-Daham in the plate here. Mohammed will be gutted after that defeat on Vizier at the end of play yesterday in that very good purebred Arabian contest. He'll be looking to bounce back with a winner here. And I must admit, Snafia looks wonderful in the parade ring, doesn't she? Oh, she's a good looker. She comes here on the back of a second, but she's been in flying form recently. She's a big, powerful individual, isn't she? This is over 1400 metres. She's shaped like she probably wants 1200, but look at all the muscle definition. She is a gorgeous individual. Not getting too warm, just a bit jig-joggy. That's not a concern. Number 3 is Fel. Probably a horse I'd be quite disappointed with in his development from 2 to 3. I remember him as a juvenile being a one to watch. I remember Rory and I quite liking him early in his career. He hasn't quite come on physically as I imagined he would. He's a little bit weak in behind still. He's a big, tall frame of a horse. He clearly needs to grow into that still. I'd be quite disappointed with the way he looks. He's good up front, but in behind is where he's a little bit disappointing. He's almost a bit topsy-turvy, so maybe one to watch in the future. It's not quite ready to go today. Let's go back to horse number 7. This is Yufikak Allah, who we're going to see here. This is going for Nicholas Bachalard and the Prince Saud bin Salman bin Abdulaziz team. Won the first 2 career starts, well beaten last time. Not giving me anything negative in the parade ring at all. Quite small, very long, still needs to grow into that frame just a little bit more. Remember, this race is for 3-year-olds only. I've got no real concerns, looks well in the coat. I could just say maybe could come on for fitness just a little bit. If you remember Snafia, who we saw earlier, completely different proposition. I think this horse might need the run. Let's go on even further down. The next horse we're going to look at is horse number 14, Hob Al-Watan. This was a bit of an eye catcher here. This is a colt by Yoshida. Stallion I don't particularly know too much about, but it's quite a good looking individual. You'd argue only had the one start, plenty to prove in open company rather than going into a maiden, but lovely looker, isn't he? And well built in behind. If we get a good look at this now, says my cameraman now, and we'll get a lovely look at his hind quarters. He is a real stamp of fitness. He's a good looker, he's all power, and he might just have a little bit of improvement left in him going forward as a young horse who's only still quite unexposed with just the one career start. Let's pull back. There's one more I want to look at, which is the Son of Time Test. This is World Without End, just coming towards us now. Mohammed Al-Hubail getting on board this one. So World Without End looked pretty good in the parade ring. Fairly exposed, but a nice horse nonetheless. Now, Talma Al-Dahani has just come and joined me now, and I've timed that to perfection. Talma, 2 horses in this race. One for yourself, one for the big boss. Which one do you want to win?
Both. They are my horse. The filly, she's a good filly, strong filly. First time we go 7 furlong. I think she's good enough to win the race.
I thought she looked magnificent in the parade ring. She's a real daughter of Blue Point. You can see the size and strength that she's got. She's stunning.
Yeah, she's I told you, in a good form. She's good enough to run in 7 furlong, because what I see in her training here in Riyadh, 7 furlong is better than 6.
Well, the bell has gone. The jockeys are just about to get up, so I'll let you give the final instructions. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thamar Al-Dahani then very positive on the thoughts of the favourite here, Snapfire. We can see her in action, actually, Rory, and 11 to 10 favourite on the international market. Do you think that's warranted?
She is my selection in the race. I'll let that out of the bag fairly quickly. And here she is in action. She won the sprint championship at Type 2 starts ago, and this is a really solid effort behind Sail on Silverbird, who got the run of things. I love Sail on Silverbird. She's a smashing filly. And I wasn't with her this day. I thought she might struggle to get to the front drop to 1,200 metres, given that she stays a mile and beyond, but she did get to the front, and she was never going to be passed once she did, because she's a strong stayer. But Snafia's run really well to be second, and would have, blindingly obvious, would have won the race if Ceylon Silverbird hadn't been in it, but would have beaten the third more impressively. Whenever you're constantly chasing the best horse in the race, it takes its toll late on. And I thought Snafia was better value than the margin over the third than it turned out in the end. She sets a pretty solid standard here, and I was keen to be with her.
Okay, let's quickly take a look at the international market then. Like we said, Snafia is your 11 to 10 favourite. Number 7, Uwafik Allah at 3 to 1. Number 3, Fell at 5 to 1. Wasn't given the positive mention from Callum in the paddock. Number 6, Varden, 8 to 1. 10 to 1 for Misk, 10 to 1 for Sakar as well. 16 to 1, Besht Al Hakem. 16 to 1, Hab Al Watan, and 28 to 1. The remainder. Just quickly back on Snafia, our very warm favourite here. Well, just watching that clip, would it worry you that they've stuck at 1,400 metres here? Because she's a little bit weak at the finish, but is this race weaker than what she contested there?
Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah, I mean, Sail on Silverbird she's improved a fair bit since she right here. She's right here with a rating, I think, in the low 70s, but she's a 90 plus filly these days. At the very least, Snafia maybe didn't quite run to 95 on that occasion, but still has a fair bit to spare. Uwafik Allah is rated 89 and has a little bit of a question mark since being off the track since March. So with fitness on her side, I think she'll be fine over the 1,400 metres. It's a minor question, but in form terms, I think she's got a very solid chance.
Okay, let's have a look at some of the others then. Let's go to number 3, Fell, who Callum said you quite liked as a juvenile. 5 to 1 on the international market, outclassed in a Group 3 the time before last though.
Yeah, yes, I'm pretty exposed now after 13 runs, Fell. The rating of 82, I think, is a pretty fair one. Okay. Is very consistent on the whole. But the problem with siding with a horse who's consistent is if you've got 10 or 12 pounds to find on the ratings, you need to find a reason either why you're going to improve, and if you're consistent, you're not improving, or you've got to find a reason why others will falter. And I suppose with Snafia, you might, on pedigree, she is going to prove best at 1,200. I've got very little doubt about that. But this isn't the strongest open I've seen, so I think she'll get away with it. But yeah, given her pedigree, she's by Blue Point, and Blue Point very much injecting speed into his stock. So that's a potential angle against the favourite, but I don't think she's going to be running a stone below form here. No,
fair enough. Well, let's talk about number 4, Misk, rated 73, 10 to 1 on the international market. Pretty versatile trip-wise, but has it a bit to do on ratings, especially with the favourite?
Yeah, I missed it all right last time, but it was in a much weaker contest than this. And while he is pretty reliable on the whole, he has shown his limitations in the past, and I think he might just struggle in this company.
Mohammed Al-Daham going down to post on Snafia in your picture there, keeping her nice and relaxed. Really good to see. Right, let's go on to some more in this field. Number 6, Rory, Varden, 8 to 1 by Bungle in the Jungle. Behind Nonsense last time out, which is pretty good form, but yet to prove the axe as well, or is it Tyfe? Would that be fair?
Yeah, I think that's a fair enough comment. He's got a good jockey on board in Victor Gutierrez, and he's got stall 1. Again, he's got a little bit of... He's got a rating of 87 suggests he's got place claims here. He does just need to step up a little bit on recent efforts. Obviously, running into nonsense is one way of banging your head against a brick wall and losing a bit of confidence. But he should be playing for places here. But as I said, he's not going to be the selection. He'd probably be third or fourth best for me.
Second favourite on the international market is Yufik Allah, rated 89, 2 from 3, but not seen since March.
No, and that's obviously the concern. Obviously, he was running in very, very warm company on his final start of the season. He'd looked promising when winning his first 2. He's almost certain to progress beyond a mark of 89. But
if fitness was guaranteed,
if fitness was guaranteed, you'd give him a decent chance. Yeah, I'd say over this trip with fitness guaranteed, there wouldn't be much between him and Snafia, even though she's got the higher rating. She's also given a couple of pounds to him as well, which is worth bearing in mind. I just haven't seen that many horses who last ran in March looking fit enough after that kind of break here. 1 or 2 do, but the vast majority, however fit they look in the paddock, always shape in the race as if they will come on for a run. So I've got to imagine it'll be the same with Yufik Allah. Sometimes I do side with horses with that kind of profile because I'm struggling with something else in the race, but more often than not, I end up with a bloodied nose doing that.
I'm going to ask you about 2, I think, quite interesting horses in this. Firstly, number 13, Give It Up. Now, I might be a bit silly, but I think 40 to 1 is very big about this horse. Ex-UK inmate, just seems to be getting the hang of it now. I'm not saying today's going to be the day, but if you are looking for places, 40 to 1 could be a little bit on the larger side.
Yeah, possibly could run into the place. Son of Raja Singh, who's doing pretty well for himself as a sire, given he didn't train on from his 2-year-old days. And Give It Up, has taken time to acclimatise, showed slightly better signs last time out. But I don't even think that the UK form would be good enough to win this race. That's the problem.
No, that is fair.
Yeah, so
about 70.
Good enough to win races. Just it's not necessarily the ideal spot. Again, handicaps would be appealing for Give It Up. Slipping in the weights, having taken a little bit of time to acclimatise,
and then striking.
Once he is fully acclimatised, then the mark begins to look quite good. But when you're running against horses who you'd have struggled with in the UK, you just wonder whether that's the right kind of race to be in.
In shot there, number 14, Hob Al Watan, 16 to 1 shot on the international market. This is an interesting newcomer to the Saudi race. Has only had the 1 start. Used to be with Wesley Ward.
Yes, didn't set the world alight on debut for Wes Ward. And you just wonder whether he would be the ideal person to be buying horses off. If they're not going to score for Wesley Ward in the States when they're very wound up first time out, you just wonder how much more you can get out of them. And I would say something coming across from that yard would probably, I think you'd want time. It's a very different regime here, so I think you probably want time to adjust.
Yeah.
You can't train them the way Wes Ward trains them.
No,
you'd have to let them down, start from scratch. And so Hob Al Watan might do okay on time.
Okay, let's go over to Callum. What's your selection, just quickly, Rory? You with the favourite?
Snafia, number 2.
I'm with the favourite as well. So 2 votes for Snafia. Are you making it 3, Callum?
We're making it a hat-trick, boys. It's 3 for selection for number 2, Snafia. I just thought she looked an absolute picture in the parade ring. A ball of muscle. That form behind Ceylon Silverbird is good because she's a very good horse in her own right. And I think Snafia will be the one they all have to beat here. Breaking from stall number 11, I expect Mohammed Al Daham to jump out positively, get her across, and just hope she gets home. Alex Fussy, they are loading pretty quickly here, so it's all yours.
Thank you all. Let's see if we can get Snafia home ahead then. The 2 horse from 11. A little bit het up is Besh Dalakem. Moving forwards to gate 12 next door. And to come up is Yufik Allah. 7 horse into gate 2. There's a car moving up as well, and Hob Al Watan about to go up to stall number 8. So we've only got 3 or 4 left. Snafia being one of them out the back there, and also Mansour, who's just going to take another turn. That's the 15, the grey Mawazi. Stall number 5 in the hands of Salman Al Rashid. They are the final 3 runners to go forwards. Last pair almost together. Together. Snafia, the gates will be shut, is the last one, so we're all in. They're off. Jumped away, racing here over 1,400 metres in this open contest. Pretty level in terms of the start, albeit down to the inside. Yuffie Cook-Allen was a little short of racing room and just had to edge out a bit early. Good pace being shown here by Hob Al-Watan. It will cross through the lead from Snafia, the hot favourite, who's bang up there in second. Down on the inside, Moazzi is next, the grey blue jacket with the white cap, racing in third position, being followed by Misk, who's racing just on the outside of Major. Down on the inside, Varden is trying to squeeze through up the inside. Running Rail is racing in company with Rebel Icon. Also in that little wave is Besht Alakem, who's a bit deeper but going okay. Not many others getting on terms here. Sakar down into midfield as they complete the corner towards the top of the straight. Also back down in behind those is Anfal. But the leader on turning is Hob Al-Watan, with Snafia snapping away at the leader's heels. A length between them. 3 or 4 lengths in behind to find Misk, who's back in third place. Besht Alakem with Major, the next couple of runners, as they work their way to the final 200. At the moment, Hob Al-Watan is fending off Snafia, who hasn't got past. Third place with Misk, who continues to try and close. Hob Al-Watan tries to see out these final 100 metres. Misk is the strongest finisher. Snafia between them. Hob Al-Watan done it. Hob Al-Watan fends off all comers to beat Snafia and Misk, who both got to within half a length of the line, but they could not get by. Alex Moreno guides Hob Al-Watan to victory here. He raced individual. Promise on that first run, moderate sort of promise, and has really built upon it here. And finally judged right off the sharp end from a certain Mr. Moreno. 127.74 the winner has clocked here in taking out this open event. As you can see, Snafia coming up sides to half a length of the line. Misk right on that one's shoulder as well. Snafia is second, Misk is third, half a length the neck there. Between them, again, we had a bunching finish, didn't we? The pace did just hold this time, however. Front three pull, 2.5, 3 lengths clear of any other runner in the field. It'll be on the bob for fourth place. It could be Rebel Icon actually on the far side who gets that position, but we are awaiting confirmation at the moment. Another interesting race to watch and another good finish. Hob Al-Watan takes it. A Rebel Icon is in fourth, that's official. So 14-2, 4-9 is the order home.
We've just seen Hob Al-Watan come in on Saudi Arabian debut. Saad, assistant trainer, joins me now. Wow, that was quite impressive first time up here.
Thank you. The race was so there's so many good horses. He proved he's so good. His training was so well, so he proved it today.
He looked so good in the parade ring as well, a real muscular type, and clearly has got that American speed.
Yeah, he got that speed, and he like we saw it in the training. He got speed, and we told that jockey break and go. He got the speed, just go.
Got very close towards the end, but Snafia, the horse chasing you in second, had stamina concerns as well, so you were both stopping, really.
Yeah, she's so good, Snafia. And we were afraid from her, but he did good.
And you also trained the third place horse as well, didn't you? Which is very impressive. So first and third for the team.
First for my brother, third my dad. So it's very impressive.
Fantastic. Now, this horse was ex-trained by Wesley Ward. Usually Wesley's horses have lots of speed. Clearly shown that speed here today.
Yeah, he have shown it, and hopefully he improves a lot from this race further on in the season.
Would you consider dropping him back now to 1200 or keeping him at 1400?
We'll see the races, we'll see how the program goes. He can go 1,200 meters, he can go 1,400 meters. We'll see the best, and we'll go according to the program.
Go and see your winning horse. We'll go and chat to your winning jockey as we go around to talk to Alex Moreno, who's just weighing in here. He was aboard Hook Al Watan, who was winning here, and Alex rode this horse with all the confidence in the world. Alex just coming towards us now. No one's here to pick up his hat. He's fuming. It's just gone missing there, Alex. Wow, that was very impressive.
Well, me too. He just surprised me today. He was working very well. And, nothing to say. Jcsa very well. And
Saad mentioned that he gave you very simple instructions here. Just get out and go fast and win well.
well, he said break well. Maybe Snefia, she will go because she's the speed filly. But I just saw myself in the front, so I just keep going. That's all.
Must be really fun to ride these ex-Wesley Ward horses. They jump out well and they've got plenty of speed.
Well, he surprised me, like I told you, he just braked and he was in a good speed, but it was good,
Couple of winners in 2 days, well done, you're flying along right now.
Well, I'm still late, but I'm coming,
There it is, we keep seeing you coming, well done.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Alex Moreno then very happy after Hob Al Watan clings on in the end. Rory, Snafia and Misk came down with a real late rattle. More Misk, to be honest, because Snafia looked well held halfway down the home straight, and then you could just see the warning signs for Hob Al Watan. Maybe that was fitness, maybe it would prefer going back in distance, but really good debut on Saudi debut.
Powerfully built like a sprinter. My question was, how do you weigh up a horse that was only 8th on debut for Wes Ward and then left that yard? I mean, clearly of interest on pedigree and a background. If this was a quick run after the debut, you'd be reasonably interested as well. But my thinking was you'd need to let a horse down and rebuild it from the start if you were picking it up from that stable, and they weren't liable to be as precocious as they'd looked previously. But he's got the job done first time out. This is a stable that very much knows the time of day, and they're very shrewd when it comes to buying horses as well. We hear from Saad quite a lot. So not quite one of the biggest yards around, but certainly a stable that gets more than a share of winners, and they source them from all around the world very cleverly.
We're just seeing Hob Al Watan then turning around. We think he ends up without his stick, so an even more impressive victory. Just a word on Snafia here, Rory. If you were with the favourite, you were pretty happy here, but very shortly distress signs are
yeah, I mean, I imagine that the idea here with Mohammed Al Daham tracking the winner was he was hoping the winner would pull him through the race and then weaken with the lack of a recent run. Whereas Snafia, we said the one potential issue with her would be that she is very much all speed this trip. Now, Alex Moreno picks up he's still got a stick at the moment, but we think he might drop it when he goes for the winner here. Just twirls it there and it goes.
He tried his best to catch. Remember back in the UK, Sam Whaley-Coe managed to do that on a long run at Punchestown, but unfortunately, well, he didn't need it, did he?
Once it goes, it's usually gone. But he was just, he deliberately was twirling the stick to change its position in his hand, and it's just fallen out. So he could have done with that in the last 50 metres, but he's managed to hold on anyway, so there's no harm done. And I hope he's got his, he's very nearly caught it, hasn't he? But hopefully he's got that back. And he can use it to good effect in the next race. But he'd be kicking himself if he ended up winning that, losing that about a short head. But he's just found enough to win. But clearly he didn't want to go for this horse until very late in the day, and then just wanted one or two reminders just as he's tiring to keep him up to his work. But he's game enough in the finish, and he holds on by a diminishing half a length in the end.
Just a quick word on Misk. Could you, off a mark of 73, is he going to be handicapped out of those sort of races now, or do you think the handicap will take it literally that it's just been a bit of a pace, it's the only one that's come from off the pace?
Well, yeah, the only issue you have with this race is the winner didn't have a rating coming into this, but was an interesting horse on paper, and you'd probably give it credit for winning the race. Snafia has a high rating of 95. Who's ended up 4th in the end? Have you got it marked?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, just the right horses are coming to the fore. So Rebel Icon with a rating of 70 is 4th. There's every chance that the handicapper will tend to use Rebel Icon as a marker there, rather than assuming Snafia's run to form. So there's a good chance that Misk maybe goes up £3 or £4 for that, maybe even less than that. As I said, the way horses are treated here is not as if they're being aimed at handicaps. So I think the British handicapper, the Irish handicapper, tends to be fairly cynical about how horses are placed, and then assumes there's more there, and that you tend to have quite harsh handicapping at times. Here, because horses are mostly being campaigned for open races, the handicapper doesn't tend to be too harsh when you finish close to a higher rated horse. And if there is a lower rated horse within hailing distance of you, that's more likely to be used as the marker. So Misk, I don't think, will get punished too hard for this. And of course, as we've heard from Tamer Al-Tahani in the past, when he's got a good horse and he wants to run it in good races, he wants it to bring to the handicapper's attention and say, yes, this horse should be even higher in the weights, because he's not interested in handicaps, he's interested in qualifying for the very best races. And of course, the cut-off there will be based on official ratings. So he wants his horses to be 110 and higher.
Hob Awatan wins race number 5 then. The producers asked me if I ever dropped my stick when I was riding. I didn't, but I wasn't that good, so maybe I should have dropped it more. Hob Awatan has won race number 5. Now, race number 6 coming up is a 0 to 90 handicap for 3-year-olds and upwards, 1,400 metres the trip. Let's go to Alex Fussy for the runners and riders.
Thank you, gents. We've got another very interesting race, and again, plenty of runners that we are more than familiar with in here. Number 2 is Painter's Palette, first up for Noef Al-Mudiani. At 3, Ryan's Party, Alex Moreno. At 4, Groom, Abdullah Al-Ajmi. With the 5, War in Heaven and Mohammed Al-Gharib. Number 6 is Beehive, Mohammed Al-Hubail. At the 7, My Dubai for Camilo Ospina. Over to number 8, top of the next page for Ali Al-Mimoni. We will see 9 next, Tho Al-Aflal, Fahad Al-Furedi. Number 10 is Malian, Ricardo Ferreira. 11 is Fana, Abdullah Al-Credis. The 12 is Bashawat, Ayan Al-Tarisi. 13, Mobashir, Tariq Al-Mansour. 14 is White Feathers Fall, that's Ahmed Al-Azari. There we go. 15, Not for Profit, got the inside draw in 1. And the 16, Dignity Joy, Muhammad Al-Nasser completing the field. 1 the non-runner, 15 of them go. And lots of favourites in this one, Callum, and you're in the pre-parade ring this time.
Thank you very much, Alex, and I think you've hit the nail on the head when you say you've got lots and lots of our favourites running here. Let me show you 2 of them. Groom, horse number 4, probably the profiteer of one of the rides of the century you'll see here in Saudi Arabia, when he won a few starts back last season. He's coming around, he's horse number 4 that we're going to have a good old look at. Doesn't really blow you away when you look at him at first, but my goodness, he does well for this level, and you think that now drop back into this sort of class, he'd have every single chance today. Nice enough mover. He's so well put together, but I think he's a bit tripless, because often you see him over a mile, over 1,400 and over 1,200. I don't know what his best trip is. I'm sure the boys in the studio will have a much more different opinion, but he certainly is a horse that you always know will tend to run a big race, and especially at this level, he could be quite dangerous. We go back to the mighty Beehive as well. Horse number 6 in your race card here, coming towards us now. I love Beehive, and he'll be absolutely licking his lips that he doesn't have to take on some of his old foes like Mahalik and some of the others that are just coming through. Just making sure my cameraman doesn't get kicked in the back to make sure everyone stays safe. I'm always on. I should get a lifeguard award here, honestly. I'm flying along helping people. But this is Beehive, as we said. He's a really, really nice horse. Again, I just wonder if this trip going to suit, that would be my only concern, but hopefully he will run a big race. Boys, they're going into the parade ring here. We've got some old favourites in this race, or is it going to be a more unexposed chance that's going to take the claim?
Thank you very much, Callum. Let's go over to the international market then and see how they are faring for race number 6. And the favourite is number 10, Malian, at 100 to 30. Number 13, Mobasha, at 5 to 1. Number 6, Beehive, at 7 to 1. The same price for Bashawat. That's number 12. Number 2, Painter's Palette, English inmate, at 8 to 1, as is Groom at 8 to 1, 10 to 1, Ryan's Party, as is My Dubai, Sunset Vine, and Fanar, and 12 to 1, bar those. Let's start with number 2 here, Painter's Palette. Rory, 8 to 1 on the international market. What do you make of his chances?
Yeah, Painter's Palette was trained in the UK by Rebecca Menzies and was a fairly useful handicapper, won at Wolves off a mark of 85 before transferring here. Was only 7th on debut here, but that was in a 0 to 100, which would be a little bit out of his pay grade. He's got more chance here of the top rating in a 0 to 90. My gut feeling is he might just need a little bit more time to acclimatise fully, but this is certainly an easier opportunity for him.
Okay, let's go down one to number 3, Ryan's Party. He was behind Bakil last time, as was Groom, and I think there's a few others in here that were behind Bakil last time, including Beehive. All 3 of them form interlinked.
Yeah, and they've run, in fairness, most of these have raced against each other multiple times since when I arrived here in Taif last summer. Ryan's Party would have been one of the first horses I saw there in Beehive, I think on the very first weekend. Ryan's Party, the one we touched on first, he's 4 from 56 in his career here. 56 races here, he's had other races elsewhere as well, so he's been a very busy horse through his career. He's just run out of form a little bit at the moment, and to be honest, he's probably at his best in the spring and summer. He tends to go a little bit quieter this time of the year, and that seems to be the way in his last couple of starts.
Now, obviously, do get in touch on the YouTube channel, the Jcsa English-speaking YouTube channel. We do have a question, Rory, and you may be able to answer it. Where did Lucas Gaitan train before Saudi Arabia?
His father, I think, trained in Argentina, and that's where he's come from. So I think his father was a champion trainer in Argentina, and had some classic winners there. Very very powerful yards, and Lucas was assistant. They had a runner at Royal Ascot a few years ago as well. The King George, not Royal Ascot, the King George, I believe, at Ascot. And Lucas has now decided to set up on his own and has been very successful here in the last couple of seasons, and clearly going from strength to strength.
Yeah, strike rates around, well, up to 50%, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, his strike rate tends to be exceptionally good at this time of the year as well. He doesn't get involved an awful lot in Taif. He does have some purebred Arabians who do very well, and he's got the thoroughbreds as well. And he tends to pick and choose his races very well at this time of the year. Obviously, when we get into the really big races in February and March, well, from January onwards, really, they become a lot tougher. So the strike rate dips a little bit there, but that's unsurprising when you're going into sort of Group 1 and Group 2 contests. But yeah, when he's running them in maidens and opens, restricted races, his strike rate is exceptional.
There we go then. I hope that answers your question about Lucas Gaitan, a trainer definitely to keep on side of. Another trainer you'd want to keep on side of is Tamar Al-Dahani. He has the favourite Malian here, Rory, 100 to 30 favourite. I've already mentioned Nonsense quite a few times today.
Yes.
He's bumped into Nonsense 3 times before his second last time out. That's pretty solid form, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Has been very consistent, Malian. He is still a maiden after 8 starts. That's the only thing I would say against him, but he's a straightforward ride. He tends to go forward in his races, and you can't really crab him for any of his defeats recently. I suppose the question with him is stick him in a race that he can win and put the gun to his head and see what he does. He might just find 1-2 good again, but he's in very good form. He's fairly handicapped, rating him through Nonsense as well, so he's a serious player here.
Yeah, definitely. He's definitely the worthy favourite, well, in my opinion. I wanted your thoughts on number 12, Bashawat. 7-1 on the international market. Bit in and out, but good effort last time out.
Yeah, he came back to form last time out over this trip. This is probably his ideal distance, and he ran well to be third, but he's a little bit in and out. You wouldn't absolutely trust him to run the same race twice, and also he's got that 1 from 25 career record, which is a little bit off-putting here.
Let's go and catch up with Callum in the parade ring.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, let's take a look at Painter's Palette, horse number 2. Paddock negative for Callum here. For me, just a big concern about the amount this horse is sweating up here in the parade ring. Has got very warm all over. Is still carrying quite a bit of condition. I imagine we're more looking to the future with Painter's Palette in this race. He's just got very, very warm. I'd be slightly concerned about him in this contest, probably running his race before he'd even made it to the track. Let's track back. We passed a couple of these. We've spoken about a lot of these already, but I want to look at horse number 10, Malian, your race favourite in this contest. He'll be coming towards us sooner rather than later. Oh, it's actually a fair way down. We'll catch him on the way down to us. He's way behind. He's leading a very slow group as they come towards us. Malian, horse number 10. Tamara Dahani, I had a quick word with him after Snafir, just said she doesn't get home. They're really concerned. The trip was always a concern, and they bumped into a speedier type in front of her as well. So number 10, Malian, just coming towards us now. Lovely looking horse, just walking straight towards us. Yes, that's number 10 coming towards us here. This is Malian. For me, not doing anything in the parade ring, has walked around very slowly here, but I think she's just a bit spooky, really, having a good old look at everything. His last run was a very good effort in second. You imagine that's why he's a fairly worthy favourite in a race like this, but as you can see, he's not the most keen to go forward. Very different to Snafir, who basically marched around the parade ring. He's quite tippy-toey around here, but he looks great in the coat, and I wouldn't go against him here. I think he's got every chance, and if you have backed the international market favourite, I'd say nothing wrong with that. Last two I wanted to check out were Mobasha, horse number 13, and White Feathers Fall, horse number 14, who are the two others we'll just have a quick look at. Mobasha, number 13, is just coming towards us now. Walking around nicely enough, just a bit of an unbalanced nature about Mobasha, but the win on penultimate start is well worth keeping a note of, and hopefully this horse will run a big enough race for connection. Then the 14 is probably the pick here. White Feathers Fall will be the one for me in this race. Tall, leggy type who we've seen plenty of, but in a race where nothing really dramatically caught my eye. White Feathers Fall looks in really good shape. We know these connections can be a bit sneaky in races like this, and hopefully White Feathers Fall can get the head in front.
Thank you very much, Callum. Runners just going around, jockeys getting legged up there. Let's talk about a couple more, Rory. Number 13, I wanted to get your thoughts on. Callum gave a decent mention to in the paddock. Mobasha, 5-1 on the international market. Only had the 3 starts, unexposed type, 74 a workable mark?
Yeah, it's got a good pedigree, Mobasha. As you said, he had a stiff enough task in open company last time out on the back of his maiden win. I think, in my mind, the horses in these colours tend to take a little bit of time to come to themselves. Okay. They're always very interesting on paper. See, I've ended up going with newcomers in Prince Sal's colours on a number of occasions, thinking they look big and strong and ready to go, and they do tend to be a little bit short of peak first time out. So he needed to run first time, one second time, and then it was just a stiff ask on his latest. But as we said, you can end up getting a reasonable handicap mark going that route, and 74 looks kind enough. It's completely unexposed. Alex
Moreno, you just seen going through Ryan's Party, winner of our last race, did drop his stick. If he'd have kept hold of that, how that horse finished the race, because it is a bit of a talking point.
Yeah.
Do you think he would have won by further?
No.
See, I didn't. We had that Hands and Heels race yesterday, and
yeah.
we've seen how the white stable and the red stable horses who hadn't shown too much really came forward for that.
Yeah.
Watching that horse there, I think whether the stick was being used or not, I think that's a really good example of when a jockey doesn't need to be hitting the horse unnecessarily. Yes, you're in front, you want to keep going.
I think he'd have given him just one back counter to remind him. Because essentially he'd done everything he could. He'd responded very generously through the race, and he was getting tired in the last 100 metres. Now, if a horse is idling and not doing anything in front, sort of, sky gazing or whatever, then a crack with the whip can just be, reminded, go on, wake up, concentrate on your job, and that does the job. But the horse is actually trying really hard and applying himself and just getting tired, then I think the whip is rarely particularly effective.
Now,
and it's not effective if you use it multiple times either. I think the first crack of the whip is really the only one in that situation that ends up being effective. But jockeys almost historically need to be seen to be doing all they can to win the race. And if they don't use the whip, people go, well, why didn't you use the whip? People assume that the whip will get you half a length or a length, and therefore why wouldn't you use it? But the whip works in certain circumstances and doesn't work in others.
You flip it on the other way around though. If Snafir did get up and she was getting there towards the line, there could have been uproar because of that, couldn't there?
Yeah, interestingly, at home there might have been uproar. In India, there would be uproar. Here, not so much.
No.
People seem to be just a lot more understanding all round about the ups and downs of things and how things can go against you in a race. And I've not seen too many scenarios where a jockey has got a dressing down after a race here, and the overall attitude seems to be an awful lot more sensible. I would say people here, just as a rule, without making a generalisation, just a little less inclined to passion in the heat of the moment. They enjoy a win, but I think, you know, at home we've got this thing where everyone's either really happy when things have gone their way after a race, or really angry briefly after a race, or you know, emotions tend to fluctuate quite a lot, and people involved in horses here just seem to be a little more even-tempered.
Oh, absolutely. So there we go. We don't think it would have made a difference to Alex Moreno, but I'm sure Alex would have much rather have had the stick in his hand. Going on to onto the YouTube channel, we've had a couple of comments. Rajawi fancies Painter's Palette in here. We didn't think that was a massive eye catcher in the paddock, though, Rory.
No, that's the general feeling is that Painter's Palette didn't particularly take the eye, and it may well be now as we head into winter that Painter's Palette, who'd been in training in the UK, is maybe just training off a little bit. But they can fool you in the paddock. Sometimes, you know, horses can look magnificent and run disappointingly, and sometimes they can not take the eye at all and still run right up to the very best form. And you need to get to know the individuals to really get to the bottom of that. Just on the last thing to say on the whip issue, one interesting thing I heard from someone who rode more winners than most, Bill Shoemaker, the hugely successful US jockey, said he's seen more horses whipped out of the frame than whipped into the frame in his career. Yeah, because it tends. A very, very good jockey uses whip sparingly and uses it wisely. A lot of jockeys, when they feel that their horse is beginning to empty or tire or is just struggling for whatever reason, will go for the whip in panic. And it's their last resort, and they don't know what to do after that. And so once they've gone for the whip, they're run out of ideas, and they're no longer any use to the horse.
Very good jockey when I was growing up, especially on the flat. Used to really give them all the time in the world, and it was the very last resort was Kieran Fallon. I thought he was brilliant at that. Right, let's get on to this then, Rory. Selection time. Where are we going here?
We are going, I thought it was a tough one really, but I'm going to give, I was with Malian last time out. This is a much better opportunity for him to get his head in front than some of the tasks he's had. The fact that he's a maiden is still a tiny worry, but hopefully we can have a winning interview again with Thamar Al-Dahani after the race, and number 10, Malian, is my pick.
With your favourite jockey on board, Ricardo Ferreira. I'm going to follow you in.
Beat it.
With Malian, I think that form.
Oh, you're defending that lead, aren't you?
Yeah, that's not tactical. I promise you.
Clever game.
It's not tactical. I'm going to go with Malian. I think that form with Nonsense really stacks up. And look, it is a bit of a treat. I do take your comment with. It is a bit of a worry that he's a maiden after 8 starts. You don't want to become a professional loser.
Yeah, but of course he's not been running in maidens. And again, that's very much Thamar Al-Dahani's way. I think if he just stuck him in an ordinary maiden, he definitely would have got off the mark by now. And he's been in tough races. And I would say there isn't a race he's been in the last 3 or 4 starts that he should have won. So I don't really want to knock a horse for winning races that you know, a better horse has ended up winning. This will be the test of him.
Yeah, no, definitely. Sajid could be very happy if he has the winner of this. He's with Dignity Choi, number 16, 66-1. Rory, can you give Sajid any confidence here? Try.
I'm afraid I struggled quite badly. I wasn't particularly kind about. Listen, Dignity Joy is bred to be okay. Bred by Kenneth and Sarah Ramsey, by their stallion Kitten's Joy, and he is bred to be okay, but just hasn't set the world alight recently.
So, Callum, we're both with Malian. Are you going to join us again?
I'm not joining you guys after the laughter after Staffia, still heartbreaking. Groom is going to be the one for me. Utterly tripless individual, but I did think he looked really good in the pre-parade ring. Had a quick peek at him in the parade ring as well, and he is going to be the pick for me. Pick of the paddock with Groom. Hopefully he can get the head in front. Alex Fussy, again, they're loading quick time here. It's over to you.
Yeah, Callum, rushing forwards, aren't we, here for race 6, so we won't be far from a start. About to go in his Groom. Callum's Fancy there, the red and white colours, moving into stall number 2. Dignity Joy. Mentioned a few moments ago, that individual gone forwards to gate 15. Here comes White Feathers Fall. And also Fanna is still out of line. So we've got a couple to pop in. We are very nearly at our scheduled off time as well. So we are going to be set for a prompt one. All in position. A little wait. Should be good now. still held. Flag goes up. They're off. Jumping out here in this handicap, 0 to 90 over 1,400 metres. Not a bad break on the hole, in fact. Good start made by Beehive in the blue jacket. Right down on the inside running rail. Not for profits, just trying to edge out in behind, but looking a little bit awkward. And also bang up there is Malyan in the early strides, the green sleeves and cap into second. Mobasha follows next in the order, racing in third place at this point in time. Sunset and Vine follows Spotted Jacket, not too far from the speed. Mobasha is also there with Maichu Bawi, who's just a little bit deeper on the racecourse at the moment. Also trapped a bit wide as they go around that turning point with Sunset and Vine. Back into midfield to find Dignity Joy, who's following Groom through, red and white colours, who's just starting to make a little bit of headway. But Beehive has taken the turn with a length and a half advantage as they spin for the home straight. Running in second spot is Malyan. Another couple of lengths away, third position, Sunset and Vine going quite well. On the outside of rivals, Mobasha is trying to run on. Still there, Maichu Bawi and Groom in against the fence as they work their way towards the final couple of hundred. Malyan's been sent for the line. Malyan zooms past Beehive, who's given way. Sunset and Vine now goes into second, but Malyan is going to do it today. Malyan is clear, 3-4 lengths the advantage, and under Ricardo Ferreira wins well. Beating into second, Sunset and Vine, and third to Mobasha. Number 10, Malyan, goes on to land race 6, this 0 to 90 handicap. And a nice display from this individual, well mentioned by the chaps beforehand. And finally gets the head in front. Has had a few tougher assignments and has coped with this task today with ease, winning in a time of 1:26.55. A big run from Sunset and Vine. Good run from that individual, who've been a decent price on the international markets for second, that's for sure, under Ali Albimoni. It was no match for the winner. 4 lengths between first and second in the end. Mobasha, 13, taking third place, another length and 3/4 in behind. There they are over the line. And fourth place is going to go to Painter's Palette, right on the inside, late on the scene really, in a race which really revolved around those that were always handily positioned. 10, 8, 13 and 2 is our finishing order in race 6.
Jubilant scenes here at the winning shoot as the winner Malyan, I should say, goes and wins here. Sam Al-Hali joins me. Good to get this horse's head in front.
Yeah, long time to see him winning in winning closure. You know, he's a brilliant horse. He's a very good horse. You know, but he never won. He's a maiden. He's still a maiden. But today he won.
Today looked like a very good opportunity, but Beehive set a furious pace.
I know Beehive, he's a fast horse. I told him just be behind him easy until the 2 furlong. I know my horse is better than Beehive. He's a good horse, this horse. Yeah, but Beehive is a good horse for fast, for 6 furlong. But my horse 6, 7, 8 is good.
Yeah, he certainly looks like a horse who's going to really enjoy this. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, the jockey as well. He's a very good man to have.
I love him because first run for him was with Ricardo. He came a photo finish with a good horse for Prince Saud. But today I know that my horse is good enough to win. Yeah.
Certainly is a good horse. That's a quick word on Snaffia. Stepped up in trip in the last race. Couldn't quite get home. Are we going back to 6 furlongs with her?
No. She got beaten from a good horse really. This horse for Al Maddah is a very good horse. He ran one time before 1 year. He bring him too expensive from outside. He go alone and he travel alone. He's a fast horse. My feeling she don't like the 7. That's why I stay with her. I want to catch in the 2 furlong. But you know, heavyweight. This more. But my horse, she losing half length. She's good enough to win.
And I know you went home back to Kuwait recently. Was that a good trip home? Are you feeling refreshed, ready to recharge, to come back racing?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, hopefully go and see your horse. It's already gone in.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to follow. We're going to follow the trainer Tamer Dahani. One of his assistants is not looking at me very happy that we've left him behind, and then we'll grab a word with Ricardo Sosa Ferreira as well, our winning jockey. They're absolutely chuffed to bits with that. Everyone is over the moon. We've held up the photos here, so I imagine I'm going to get into some trouble here as well. Ricardo will just wait for the photo to be taken, and then we will join him as he weighs in. But a very good ride there, and again, lots of confidence from the trainer there. They knew Beehive was a better horse on paper, but the trip was what was going to be the problem, and they were proved entirely correct. Beehive basically fell into a hole once they turned into the straight and ended up finishing a well-beaten 5th. The one to take out of this race, definitely, Sunset and Vine has run a stormer, as well as Mabasha. 2nd and 3rd, keep an eye on both of those. Sunset and Vine, when the turf comes out, that is a horse you really want to follow. We start turf racing next week. Next Saturday we begin on the turf in 8 days' time. Looking forward to that. Keep an eye on Sunset and Vine. But take nothing away from our winning jockey here, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, who has guided Malian to victory. He is chuffed to bits. Ricardo, firstly, very good horse, a horse that you know well and a horse that I know you like.
Yes, I like too much Melian. Last season, first ran with Melian, and all the time I think this horse is good. I think this horse is good. You know, what say about Tamer? You know, he know all the race. The form is the horse is fantastic. Just I do what tell me Tamer tell me for go front, but I know I have this horse very speed, but he come good for me, you know, because I want to come stay by stay and good, very good finish today.
It's surprising that he's taken so long to win, because he was very impressive there, and these are not bad horses he's beaten.
Yes, this race I think I have a very good horses. Today for me the best race for Melian, with condition, with strong finish, not very tired. He finished good, you know. He can improve.
That is very exciting. You are flying along right now. Congratulations on yet another winner. Straight to Riyadh, and you're back with a bang. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ricardo Sosa Ferreira then. Very happy. Look at that. Thumbs up as well as he's walking away. Very happy. And I thought here was really interesting, Rory. We mentioned Ricardo Sosa Ferreira yesterday, how patient he is. I think a lot of jockeys could have got drawn in for going earlier on Malian here, but he waited and he had more fuel in the tank to use that finishing kick later on.
Exactly, and it didn't really matter in the end. I think he'd won however the race panned out, because he's won quite impressively. But you're right that again, it's always interesting to look at the attitude of jockeys when push comes to shove in a race. Beehive was doing plenty in front. It's very interesting to hear Ricardo talking about it and saying, "Oh yeah, you know, Tamer knows his horses very well. He knows the other horses very well too. He knows the form book." So we knew that Beehive would bounce out the stalls from a decent position and probably make the running here. And we know that Beehive is a very fast horse, but he's had a fair bit of racing recently, and he's maybe not been at his best in his last couple of runs. So they would have been reasonably confident the Beehive would have been a good target, but they wouldn't necessarily have been dangerous off the front. And indeed, although he leads well into this race, he actually drops away to be well beaten in the end. So Ricardo just knows that he's got the horse. He's going to carry him into the race, and then the question with him is when he needs to press the button.
This is when your eye was a little bit drawn to Sunset and Vine, just going into third, and the white cap in the middle there, just going into third place. Here, you just thought, okay,
he was the other horse. Groom travelled well as well, and Sunset and Vine moved up. The issue with both Sunset and Vine and Groom are that they almost always give their running, but they don't win many races on dirt these days. They tend to flatter a little bit. But in fairness, you know, they do their running on the bride when they get themselves in a good position. I do think you look at the head carriage on the third horse. Oh well, it becomes the second horse very shortly. Sunset and Vine. I'm not entirely sure. He might be the kind of horse who would really relish a hands and heels race as well. You know,
definitely.
He and Groom do it very much on the bridle, and actually, we'll get you an opportunity to watch this later on. Groom was one of the most interesting winners of last season, when basically ridden like a non-trier in one of his races. His apprentice jockey didn't go for him at all through the contest, and he's just moved his way through the field and got up to win narrowly on the line, and that's almost certainly the best way of getting a run out of Groom. He's finished just out of the frame here, but again caught the eye travelling well. It's just that when you let him down, when you go for him, he doesn't find any more.
No.
And that's a little bit the case with Sunset and Final. Louise run on pretty well for a place here.
So Malian gets the job done then for Thamma Al Dahani. Went close, didn't he, with Snafia just a moment or two ago. Just a word on the winner, Rory Malian. That was first win in 9 runs. That could just give him a bit of a confidence boost now and project him up to some nicer races.
It depends really where Thamma is going to go with him. This was a really nice spot for him in a handicap. He doesn't run his horses in handicaps very often. He runs them where there's an opportunity. This was a good spot for Malian. He'll be back in open company next time out, I would say. He will still win races in handicaps, although he's won that almost too easily in terms of his handicap mark. That won't bother Thamma at all in terms of his campaigning, because he won't really have looked at another handicap for this horse. He'll be thinking, bit of a confidence booster, get him back into opens, cup company. He will remain highly tried, but he's talented enough that he's capable of picking up prize money through the season, even though I don't think he's necessarily going to turn into a win machine.
Malian then the winner of race number 6. Now race number 7 coming up, I think, is a really interesting contest with some of these 2-year-old fillies over the 1600 metres. These are the fillies that haven't won a race, have won a race, or have won 2, but no more than 2. Here's Alex to take you through the runners and riders.
Thank you, Tom. Simple as that, isn't it? Let's have a look and see the field then for race 7. Number 1 is Albert Tri, that's the mount of Fahad Al Furedi. 2 is Alcanza, Ricardo Ferreira. 3, Ashbar, Mohammed Al Dahan. 4, Al Jumana, Khalid Al Mimoni. 5 is Hajir, Alex Moreno. 6, Le Ayun A's, Ali Al Mimoni. Over the page to the 7, Malfru, Abdelaziz Al Furedi. Tops that next list from the 8, Nasara Allah, Camilo Ospina. Number 9 is Dabia, Noef Al Muriani. 10 is Dirya, Ayad Al Risi has been replaced here by Eddie Castro. The 11 is Dalman, Abdullah Al Credis. The 14 is the next one we have, Malil, that's Al Odib on board. 15 is Sahad Desert, Victor Gutierrez. And 16 is Saudi Aromatic, that's the mount of Abdelaziz Al Musa. So no 12 and 13, meaning 14 of them for Callum to be looking at this time. And once again, he's lurking in the pre-parade ring.
Lurking in the pre-parade ring, looking and desperately hunting for winners here in the pre-parade ring ahead of this contest. All a little bit behind schedule here. We've been rushing around all over the racecourse, desperately trying to find interviews here ahead of race number 7, and we're having a good look here at horse number 16 in this fillies contest. That horse is Saudi Aromatic, who is the bottom horse in here. As you can see, has the flare strip on, and just going to be pulled out here into the pre-parade. Had the flare strip on and looks in fairly good nick as well. I love the little padded girth strap here. Let's go behind. I'm just thinking, I think that's number 6 that's just still being held in the box here, Mustafa. We're going to have a look at the 6th. Yeah, Leo Yunez is just in here. We'll get a sneaky view of what goes on behind closed doors here. This is Leon Yunez just sneaking away in here. Final adjustments being done to this one, and we're seeing, we just noticed how we have a full stable door in front. This is just to keep the horse as calm as possible, and you can see Leo Yunez is acting as if couldn't be at a racecourse at the moment, really. This one just looking very, very chilled and relaxed, almost quite sleepy here in the prelims. They're just doing final adjustments to the tack here. That's the throat lash just being tightened, or loosened, I should say. And they've got the cross noseband on, as you can see. It's just being readjusted as well. We're going to see, I imagine, is that a tongue strap on at Leo Yunez here? It does have the tongue strap on, so yes, we can see that just being fitted at this point here. This is a great shot here from Mustafa. This is what the tongue strap is, just to keep that tongue down and allow the horse a chance to breathe. And you can wonderful shots here in this box here, and these are the opportunities we get here on this race course. You can see the cross noseband being attached. Now, I've mentioned this a few times. This is to give the jockey a little bit more control. It's underneath the noseband here as well, so it's just to give the jockey just a little bit more. And now we'll see that throat lash getting tightened as well. We've just been told we might need to move here now, Mustafa, so we'll just back our way out of here as they bring Leo Yunez out. They're the last to come out the pre-parade, so you know how important staying in order is here. We just got the Kuyala, which means come on, let's get going, and Leo Yunez will be coming out here ahead of this next contest. Looking forward forward to seeing how this filly gets on in this non-winners of 3. Boys, it's a corker. Leo Younes can't be dismissed here. Came off a half-decent run last time out.
Yeah, great insight there, Callum. Watch the Aeon A's getting the tongue tie refitted and the cross noseband. That's a different cross noseband to what we usually see. They're quite elastic, and you can, like you see, you cross them over and put it under the horse's mouth with the tongue tie on as well. A possibility there might be a little bit of a breathing problem. But let's go to the international market and see how they're faring here. Number 3, Ajba Mohammed Aldaham in the saddle for Thama Aldahani, looking for a quick fire double. That's 9-4. Number 1, Al Big 3 at 4-1. Number 4, Al Jamana at 11-2. The same price for number 8, Nasser Allah Camilo Ospina in the saddle for that one. Number 2, Al Kanza 8-1. Seems a big enough price for that one. Number 5, Hager 10-1. 12-1 Saudi Aromatic, and it is 16-1 bar those, Rory. Let's start with the top horse in here. Number 1, Albert Tree. 2 from 4, good effort in a hot contest last time out.
Yes, has a rating of 76 on the back of that. Won twice before that very excusable defeat last time out. The rating of 76, I'd say, is deserved. Still 14 is not ideal though, so brings a few others into the equation. There's not a lot between a few of these in the ratings. You see plenty of races where you'll have a standout, or maybe have 1 or 2 who are clear at the ratings. But although Al-Bakri has that rating of 76, she is carrying 2 kilos more than most of the other runners in this contest. And you've got the likes of, and of course 2 kilos being 4 pounds, so you've got the likes of Al Jamana rated at 70, adjusted 74 if you like, Hajir on the same mark, Maru on the same mark, Nasara Allah on the same mark. So those are all within 2 pounds off our favourite in terms of the ratings. And this feels a bit like a handicap.
Yeah, definitely. Right, let's see some of these horses in action, shall we? Number 2, Al Kansa. We're going to see her winning last time out. I thought it was a pretty big price at 8-1.
Yeah, it does seem a reasonable price, I have to say, and we'll get viewers will get an idea of what they think at that based on this season run.
She's 2 from 3. She's won her last 2 starts. I know she's got, like you say, she's got to give 2 kilos to some of the others, like you say, 4 pounds. But she's warranted that, though, isn't she?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, I mean, obviously that's the penalty structure of this race. If you won a couple of races, you get the maximum maximum weight of 62 kilos. But as you said, the top 2 have been impressive in winning a couple of races recently and deserve the weight that they're carrying.
And this is her winning at Taif last time, just in second, coming around the bend here. Massive size difference from the horse in the lead now. And then, ask the question, she puts the race to bed pretty nicely.
She does. I mean, you have to wonder a little bit about the depth of the race in behind. True. And a lot of these races in Taif, you are seeing very good horses winning, but sometimes there's not an awful lot of competition behind the front 1 or 2 in these races. But I like the way she's gone to the line. She's actually quickened up.
Really like her attitude.
Very few horses can quicken at Taif because the surface is so deep. Often you see horses just staying on really strongly, but she's managed to quicken off the front.
Now this is Ajba, number 3 here. I've won 1 from 2. Done it nicely on this occasion.
Yeah, this is a lesser race last time out from Ajba, but again, as you said, she does it nicely. She still shows signs of inexperience in this contest and should take another step forward. Just needed the experience on debut as well. So I think she's at value for a little bit more here. She gets a little bit lonely in front and allows the runner-up to close her down. But I think if you ran the race again, she'd probably win a little bit more easily. You'd probably ask her for her effort a little later in the day. Number
4, Al Jumana, is 11-2 on the international market. Won on debut before finishing second. Is this big field going to be a worry today?
Yeah, again, as I've said, with a few of these who've raced in time, the fields tend to be a little bit smaller. It's not a huge field again today. With a non-runner, we've got 15 going to post, so we do get maximum field of 20 here. But Al Jamana is a player. Let's just say that.
Let's get to Callum in the paddock.
Thank you very much, team. Our back tree, the first one we'll look at, had won back-to-back races before finishing 7th last time out. still a little bit woolly in the coat. We're cutting around here. We're going the short course here on the pre-parade ring. Still a little bit woolly in the coat, I imagine, just coming into her winter coat. She's the daughter of Sioux Nation. Now, I keep banging the drum for Sioux Nation out here in Saudi Arabia because they tend to do very well here on the dirt. Obviously, Rory would give you plenty more information about him as a sire than I could, but this is a horse who, in Sioux Nation, who never really got a chance to run at his ideal conditions, and I think this daughter of Sioux Nation will run a big race today. I'm slightly concerned that she's not hanging on to that summer coat, but she'd be one that you'd watch for sure. Let's go back to the next horse number 2, Alcanzar. This represents the winning connections of our race earlier. You had that ex-Wesley Ward trained horse, had a quick word with SARS, and he was quietly confident about this one. He said, watch for my filly in race 7. She comes here on the back of back-to-back successes. She's looking for the hat-trick. She's not the biggest, but my goodness, is she well-defined muscly. She's walking around here really well. She's got plenty. She's still quite babyish, very effeminate, slightly long as well, but she clearly knows which way to go, and she's already won her last 2 starts. She can't be ignored. Let's go back here. This is Ashbar, horse number 3. Completely different build. This is a much taller, leggier individual. I say she's a bit more precocious as well. I think she's got a lot more sort of bone about her. She's a really nice type. Mohammed Al-Daham will be doing the steering on this one as well. He'll be looking for a winner after seeing Ricardo Sosa Ferreira land a winner for Talma Al-Dahani. They'll be looking to double up here, these connections. Looking forward to seeing this one. And here's the other horse, Al-Jamana. I absolutely love her. I think she's a paddock pick for me. What a gorgeous individual she is. She's only had the 2 starts, a winner on debut, second last time out, Khalid Al-Mamoni on board. I think she looks absolutely gorgeous and fit and ready to go. I was going to try a word with Abdullah Al-Manif, but I think he has done a runner. So boys in the studio, it's back to you. I'll let you know there are a couple of big fillies here who I think will be one for the future, but the paddock pick for me is Al-Jamana.
Yes, she did look really well in the paddock there, Rory. You just wanted to elaborate on what you were saying earlier?
Yeah, we cut across to Callum reasonably quickly while I was having a chat. Now, she's closely matched with Hadjer. You mentioned the field size, and I was saying, a lot of the Thai horses, the good races there in the early season tend to be small fields. Her runs have been here at Riyadh, but the debut ever came in a 4-runner race, which is unusual for here, except really early in the season. And then she was second to Rakaza last time out, but that wasn't a particularly fast time. It was a bit of a crowded finish as well. She was beaten ahead that day, but she's only a neck away from Hadjer in 3rd. There's not much to choose between the pair of them on paper. They've got the same rating as well. She's a little less exposed, but I just wondered how strong that form was last time out. Again, smallish field, slowish time, small margins, difficult form to read.
Hadjer, number 5 in here, is at 10-1 on the international market. 3rd last time out. Step up on that?
Yeah, well, obviously same comments apply really as with Al-Jamana.
Yeah.
A little bit more exposed, but obviously the pair of them are very closely tied from that race. That was Hadjer's 4th start when finishing just a neck behind Al-Jamana, and there shouldn't be much between the pair again. You would say that Al-Jamana is the most likely to progress again, given she was a winner of a small race on debut, so she's got a bit more scope for improvement. And as you heard from Callum, he likes her physically in the paddock as well. So if you had to choose between them, same jockeys on board as last time as well, Khalid Al-Mamoni and Al-Jamana, Alex Moreno and Hadjer. You'd probably just favour Al-Jamana as the one to come out on top there, but whether either of them are good enough to win is hard to call.
I really want your view on number 8 here, Nassahar Allah. Now, has only had the 3 starts, has won one of them, Camilo Ospina on board, out of stall 13, but that disappointing effort last time, was that when the White Stable had a virus?
No, it was a bit after that. It was when they were coming out of it. It was a wee bit disappointing from Nassahar Allah, who was strongly fancied on that occasion and just didn't seem to run her race. In fairness, as Callum will tell you, he's a bit obsessed with the White Stable runners. A few of them are still disappointed a little bit in recent times. None of them have been shaping as if they're sick, but some of them are shaping as if, they haven't had the ideal preparation, and that's definitely to Dubamine. It was only 2 weeks ago, and essentially most of the White Stable horses have been given the all clear by that stage. So you do need to forgive that. Her previous win in a Fillies Maiden over 1400 metre in Taif looked decent. Maybe she needed the run after the best part of 4 months off, particularly as you'd imagine they weren't hard on her at home before that because of the situation with the yard. So I'd be inclined to give her another chance. I wouldn't rule her out here. And Camila was on board last time. We kind of expected, that she'd been held back because Camila wasn't available for a few weeks, and she looked like one of a strong team on that day that we thought would go well. Didn't work out in the end, but I think she is better than that result. So don't be surprised if she shows what she's capable of today.
I think the international markets say that as well. 11-2. Don't want to give too much away either. What are your thoughts on number 11, Dowlmen? 16-1 chance on the international market, yet to win. It was a decent enough effort last time out, went off the track for 3 months.
See, the man to talk about Dowlmen to is Mark Francis, but he's not here anymore.
Okay.
He was very sweet in Dowlmen's chances last time out, when finishing well ahead of the horse we've just talked about, Nasrat Allah. Was a big price last time, Dowlmen, but Mark had picked it out as being better than the result on his previous start behind Riyadh. Did finish third to Le Ayunez at Taif in July. But I think Mark was right to think it was overpriced last time out. She's run her best race to be second. She does need more to win this. She's up against slightly better horses again, and she's got a few pounds to find. But she's coming from stall 1. It's a good pitch to be in, and she's not out of this.
16-1, too big a price again?
Yeah, how many horses would you put in front of her in the betting is the question.
Yeah.
I mean, you can certainly, if you looked at her just with Nasrat Allah, well, Nasrat is 11-2 and she's 16-1. She beat Nasrat Allah last time out. What's that about? I'd agree with that. I think once you start pricing the whole race up, probably marginal value at 16-1, but there are half a dozen promising fillies in here, and it's not the easiest race to be confident about.
Let's talk about the bottom one in here then. Number 16, Saudi Aromatic, rated 69. 2 solid seconds in maidens here. Is it going to be a bout of seconditis again? Why not even?
Maybe not even seconditis. Saudi Aromatic is definitely a promising filly. And she's got a rating of 69. She's on the 58 kilos as a non-winner, so she's getting all the allowances essentially. Yeah. And if you extrapolate that form, you can add £8 to her rating and put her up to 77, which gives her every chance against Al Bakri. But she has been getting beaten in maidens, and she's held by several of these on her first couple of runs behind Le Ayunez and behind Riyadh in Taif. She does seem to be improving here. Her runs in Riyadh are definitely better than her runs in Taif, and she's got each way claims.
Right, selections time then, Rory. I think it's a fascinating contest, one of the best races of the day. Where are you going here?
I'm going to ask you where you're going first.
You're going to ask me where I'm going? Oh, tactics are coming into play now. I'm going with...
I want to be against you here, and I could go any one of 3 or 4 directions, but you go with yours first.
I'm going to go number 2, Alcansar. I think 8-1 is massive. Really like her attitude. She seems to be improving with every run. She doesn't look the biggest, so given the weight away is a little bit of an issue. Stall 11 is also an issue, but that man, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, is on board. I don't think she'll be there or thereabouts on the home turn, but I think she will finish very, very strongly.
Good
go
call.
On, take it away then.
I'm going to go for, I was tempted by her as well, but I'm going to go for Ajba, number 3, who's drawn just inside her. I think she's got a bit more improvement in her, having just had the 2 runs to date.
Callum did say you were going to be going with the favourites. Callum, where are you going here?
Ooh, are the claws out already here, team? I heard that little snide there, jibe there. Rory, don't stand for that. None of that business here. Al Jamana is the pick for me, so we're on 2, 3 and 4. Well worth noticing, quite an interesting owner appearing here on horse number 14, Mouli, who is owned by Sultan Abdullah Al Ghanam, who, if you don't know, is a centre-back for the Saudi national team and teammate of Cristiano Ronaldo at Al Nassr. Played 3 games at the World Cup and had a very good contribution to the team last season. Been nursing an injury this season, hasn't had so much game time, but hopefully he'll be able to get himself in the pitch sooner rather than later. He's also a much richer owner than he was before a couple of weeks ago, when one of his own horses landed the 250,000 SAR auction race last week. So plenty to be happy about if you're Sultan Abdullah Al Ghanam, and hopefully he can have a winner as well. If you are watching Sultan, please come down to the racecourse, and if you want to bring Cristiano Ronaldo with you, we would not say no. But if any Al Nassr fans are out there, that is one for you. A man who is as skilled as Cristiano on the pitch as he is in the commentary box is Alex Sussy, and hopefully he can call Al Jamana home for victory.
Oh, thank you very much, Callum. I will try my level best for you after that glowing endorsement. We will see how this pans out very shortly. As you can see, runners circling and we'll start loading very shortly. We have been good with the timing so far today, but we haven't had any go forwards yet, although that looks like it's just about to change. So we are starting to file in for this restricted win event. Fillies who have won no more than 2 previous races. Ashbar, the international favourite, 9-4. Stall number 9 is the pick here for Rory. Al Jumana was the one that Callum liked, 11-2 international betting. Stall number 6. And Alcanza, number 2, was the one for Tom at gate 11, currently at 8-1. There's the 16. Saudi Aromatic got a bit of airtime before the off, quite consistent. At least has strung a couple of good runs together. Moving forwards to gate 8. Also moving in is Sahad Desert, stall number 2. 3 Ashbar. To pop in, and the 6. Le'ayun A's going in as well. So we are nearly prepared, standing by. Flags up, flags down, they're off and racing. Restricted win event here for fillies begins. They go here over 1,600 metres. A bit slow to get going was Adia in the green coloured jacket. So away to the left as we look on, going to be at the tail end of the field. Also Dalman, customary slow start out the back with the Dabyar for company. 1 or 2 contesting the lead though, however. Looks as though Saudi Aromatic might try and assume some sort of command. Also right up there is Ashbar, the international favourite. And on their outside, pushing forwards as well, is Alp Tree in the maroon and yellow colours. Down on the inner is Al Jumana, light blue jacket, travelling just in behind the speed. Mooley is out wider, checks on the silks, is racing on the outside of horses. Alcanzar is there as well, green with the white cap as they take the turn. Another couple of lengths to Hajir, who's now coming under pressure in behind them. Also, Le'ayun A's is just trying to switch wider for a clearer passage. Pace uplifting then, taking the turn towards the top of the straight. Saudi Aromatic is still just ahead of Ashbar. On their outside, Alcanzar has moved out and now picked up very strongly. Alcanzar come breezing into contention here, has swept down the outside and has hit the front now and starts to shoot away. Alcanzar has gone 4-5 lengths clear in quick time over Saudi Aromatic, and then Al Jumana into the last 100 metres. Alcanzar, a filly who's clearly on the up and is moving right away. Very taking display. Alcanzar, put her name in the notebook. Big career ahead. Second place will go to Saudi Aromatic, I reckon, just holding on from Mulil, who was on the outside, and Al Jumana up the rail followed. Another one for Ricardo Ferreira, of course, here. Alcanzar has taken it. Very impressive performance from Alcanzar, who shoots right away from this field. Well done to Tom, in fine form as well on the tipping front. Fancied this filly's chance, and, well, she's probably won better than even Tom would have expected. 141.19. Continues her winning run. 3 out of 4 now for her. I reckon she's definitely going to be going up the ladder, going up the grades as the season progresses. Saudi Aromatic was beaten 13.5 lengths into second place. Mulil finished in third, and then Al Jumana and old Dalman stayed on again for 5th position. Customary stuff coming through beaten rivals, but is hard to win with. A really, really smart performance there from Alcanzar. Looking forward to seeing what she does next. 2, 16, 14 and 4 are order for race 7.
Well, what a performance here for Alcanzar. Saad Abdul Whitehead joins me now. Another winner from your brother after a very impressive winner earlier on in the card. Great day for the family.
Very, very great day. Thank you very much.
She is such an exciting filly because we thought she'd be good today, but we didn't think she'd be that good.
Like we told Ricardo, she's very good. Monday she did very good in the training. And we told him in the 400 meters, like you have to be with them in front. Just like from the break, stay behind the pace, 400 meters, just be with them in the front and she will open.
I spoke to one of the owners before and he said she's petite because she's not the biggest, but wow, what an engine.
Yeah, she's a petite filly, but she have a big heart.
And Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, the winning jockey, that's a double for him today. You must have been over the moon to be able to select him to ride this horse.
Yeah, like usually Muhammad Ham rides her, but today he's riding for his stable, so we couldn't he couldn't ride her. So we chose Ricardo because we know he's a great jockey, and he did very well.
Now, I have to talk about who keeps the ride going forward, because obviously Mohammed, who's just been beaten on Ajbar, would be hoping to get back on this one. If he was available, would you go back to him?
We will see, we'll check with Muhammad, we'll check with Ricardo, because his stable, they have many horses, so he's not available every time. So we'll see and we'll select what's available, Muhammad or Ricardo, both are free.
That's now 3 wins for her. Firstly, fantastic. She's a filly with 3 wins to her name, which is great. But where next is the real question.
We'll see. You'll see next time.
That was a cheeky wink there, Thad. When we get the glint, we know. Thank you very much. And now Ricardo Sosa Ferreira is coming in here to be greeted by Winning Connections. And how wonderful it is. The same Winning Connections that had that really smart American prospect have got another one on their hands today. So good to see this. This was a huge performance. I mean, arguably, I say this is the performance of the day. We've seen some very, very good 2-year-olds running already, but she's a real queen, isn't she? She is tiny. Look at her. She's barely 16 hands. The gentlemen around her aren't tall, and she's taken everything into her stride there. She's got a lovely temperament, a beautiful personality, and she has delivered a destructive performance as well. We will get a word from the winning jockey, because it'll be wonderful to hear how it felt to ride her, because my goodness, she was impressive. I bet she was even more exciting to sit on. So let's find out how she will get on here. The winning jockey, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, is just coming to get weighed in now. He'll be over the moon with that. I think it was interesting to hear that obviously Mohammed Al-Daham is a normal rider for this, and Ricardo Sosa Ferreira and Mohammed Al-Daham are both basically riding for the stay in the yard, but Mohammed clearly is the first pick. But Ricardo is picking up these very good spares, and also got Malian as well. He's over the moon with that. Ricardo, thank you very much for taking the time. Firstly, well, just wow. I mean, she was so impressive.
Yes, I say wow, the same, you know. I have, before the race, I think you have a good chance, you know. 2 winners is good. I scare the filly about my stable. And the 2-3 fillies, I think chance this win. But win today with 62 kilos like this, I think the champion filly.
Yeah, and she's not big either, and 62 kilos would really affect her.
Yeah, surprise for me, you know. She very small, 62 kilos, and a strong pace. The trainer speak about with me, go behind the pace. But when he come outside, clean face, he jump very, very, very easy for win.
And Mohammed Al-Daham would usually ride her. Obviously, he's riding for your stable. You're now riding her and beating your own stable. So it's a hard one to go back to Talmer after this.
Yeah, well, the Tamer, Mohammed in his stable is a team. Me win and the stable win, I'm happy, you know. But if not ride for my stable, I want a chance the same. But sure, I tell Tamer, if win, I'm happy because my stable, you know.
Exactly, and we really get that feeling of team spirit. Congratulations, a very, very good double for you. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very well done to Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Then double up on the day on Alcanzar, double on the day for Connections as well after Hob Al Watan earlier on, but that was a very close margin of victory, but this not at all, Rory.
No, this was a really impressive performance from Alcanzar in the end. We saw her winning on the VT before the race. She's not as physically imposing as 1 or 2 in this race. She's very, very fit. She's all sort of wire and whipcord, but she's really taken off around the bends. 2 or 3 of them seem to be travelling equally well just as they turned into the straight, but she's found loads for pressure. And this is a very, as I said before the last race, it's a very shrewd operation, and they've got their horses in a very good place at the moment. So she's clearly going on to better things. Came here with a rating of 71, but top weight of 62 kilos, but she's won way above that rating and winning this.
Absolutely, and you can see early on the early pace from Ajbar, who was very well fancied on the international market there in the green sleeves. But she's just in behind the leaders. I thought here she was a little bit off the bridle, and I thought she would be for longer. But when they start to turn left-handed in a minute, she latches straight back onto it.
She does. I like horses like this. She races behind the bridle rather than, she's clearly not struggling, but she's the kind of filly that you just need to niggle at to get her to take hold of the bridle. But every time Ricardo Sousa Ferreira just asks her to keep in touch, because they're going pretty fast here, she does latch on, and she's, you wouldn't say she tanks through this race, but I think she's probably a really nice filly to ride. That
Definitely.
she doesn't run away with you. She only does what you're asking, and she might just fall asleep if you don't.
She looks
keep
like
her
one
going.
of those horses. If people come out of racing school, they need one horse to ride.
Yeah.
It'd be her. She's got so much heart. It's what she lacks in size. She obviously makes up for in heart, because she is so genuine. And even here, when she hits the front, she's not pricking her ears, focused on the job, and away she goes under Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. And I know you've been singing his praises, and I mean, he didn't have to do much here.
He didn't. No.
The fact that she's given away weight away as well. She's not the biggest filly in the world.
No, she's not exactly built to carry it, is she?
No.
But she has to be very good to have won in this style. And I think she can rate higher than this as well, because she's obviously she has been hiding a little bit. She's obviously won this by a biggish margin here, and again, there's never really a worry about winning by a wide margin, because no one's thinking about handicap marks. She'll stay further as well, because she switches off in her races. We talk about horses' stamina, we look at pedigrees and say how far are they bred to stay.
Yeah.
The question with whether horses stay or not is whether they will switch off and enable themselves to do something at the end of the race. If a horse relaxes in a contest and doesn't do anything until asked for an effort, then it's always going to stay a little bit further. So she will definitely stay 1800. I would say she'll probably stay 2000, and given her run style, and she's very exciting.
Absolutely. Alcanzar then a very easy winner of race number 7. Race number 8 coming up is for the 2-year-olds again. It's again for horses that haven't won, have won, and 2 wins, but no more. Here's Alex with the runners and riders.
Smoothly done, Tom. Here we go then. Race 8. Let's have a look at this field. Number 1 is Al Rams, Mohammed Al Daham. The 2 is Tom's 2, Eddie Castro. Number 3 is Jcsa, Fahad Al Faradi. The 4, Al-Lafa, that's Abdullah Al-Credis. Number 5 is Al-Monteza Bila, Camilo Ospina. And the 6 is Badran, Abdulaziz Al-Musa. Number 7 is Bark Al-Fahad, that's Abdullah Al-Khamis. The 8 is Badran, Mohammed Al-Hubayl. Number 9 is Dames Al-Fours, that's Asil Al-Shirani. Number 10 is Jarif, Khalid Al-Mimoni. 11 is Makam, Tariq Al-Mansour. And the 12 is Mostakfi, Alex Moreno. 13, top of the next page, Rakban, Rayan Al-Turaish. 14 is Rezka Allah, and that's Norwef Al-Budiani. 15 is Rumani, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 16 is Tarahib, Ricardo Ferreira, the man in Flying Fawn. And 17 is Yujbah Allah, and that's Youssef Al-Husim. No changes, all standing their ground, 17 of them. And Callum is back in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Alex. Yes, pleased to be joined by Dr. Ayman, who is the man who drew my left here. Firstly, sir, how are you doing? Are you okay?
I am okay. Thank you for this meeting. I am Dr. Ayman, works there as general practitioner in Jockey Club for managing and treating injury jockey during racing.
And that's why we wanted to talk to you, because obviously we've talked about the health of the horses and everyone involved, but we've not spoken to a doctor who's working with the jockeys and staff day in and day out. So talk to me about what happens if a jockey was to get injured on the track here, what would happen next?
Okay, we have plan for treating jockey if something happen, fall down or sometime kicked by horse in racing in all of round. By the plan, summary plan, like we have 2-point ambulance there in start point and another ambulance with racing, running with jockeys during racing. And we have third ambulance in another place for evacuation. If jockey fall down during racing, the ambulance treat the patient, and another third ambulance will cover another racing. Just replacement by 2 ambulance. If in start point there is ambulance, there is a jockey in start points. Sometimes start point this gate we be horses become aggressive like this, and jockey injured by gate itself. You understand me? Yes, like that. And we evacuation by third ambulance, by replacement jockey in ambulance.
We actually saw that yesterday, didn't we? We had a jockey get injured at the stalls, the ambulance took him away, and then we had to wait for the third ambulance to arrive and replace.
Yes, another ambulance will be continue the racing, because if not doing this plan good, evacuation, will be next round of racing will be stopping like this. After that, take the jockey by ambulance and coming to our clinic there to treat him, assessment by doctor. If the patient need to transfer to hospital, we transfer to hospital outside the club. If the treating there, we treat in our clinic and come back to his racing to continue.
And for some jockeys we've seen have been injured and have been able to return to race riding immediately, so they've fallen off and been able to return. What means a jockey has to be stood down? What type of injury would we say a jockey who is not going to hospital but not okay enough to ride?
This according to the degree of trauma itself and the sign and symptoms in the jockeys. Some trauma becoming severe and severe sign of fracture, sign like this. This need to go to hospital, because we don't have radiology assessment. There is this club of horses, but we need to. That is why we need to go to hospital, transfer to hospital. If the injury is like muscle pain, muscle trauma like this no needed. We have treatment there, analgesic treatment, cramps, relax, like this, physiotherapy like this. Will be coming good and come back to his racing.
That is really interesting, Dr. Ahmed. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We really appreciate you and all the hard work you and your team do. Hopefully, you'll have a very quiet rest of the day. So thank you for taking the time to join us, and hopefully, very quiet day for you. No more injuries, and we stay perfectly calm.
Today is good. Today is no anything. It's very quiet day. But yesterday we have some jockey, and now he is okay. We'll continue today. Thank you for you.
That is wonderful to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this.
Well, great to hear from the on-course doctor, because there was a really nasty incident actually yesterday, wasn't there, when the horse went over in the stalls, and it looked quite nasty, but thankfully all is okay. Let's look at some form ahead of race 8 then. Let's start with the top horse here, Rory, number 1, Al Rams, won on debut before a good effort in the open company last time.
Yeah, the horse who's winning this race is Mahal Hal, and Al Rams comes from a little bit off the pace to finish third. And you also see Jarif, who's in the field just behind him in the contest. The winner is quite useful, and this isn't bad form, particularly in the context of non-winners of 2. Non-winners of 3 even. That's not particularly deep in terms of the competitiveness.
Next up, we're going to look at is number 3 on your race card, Jcsa, 100 to 30 on the international market. Won a 20-runner maiden here last time out.
Yes, and this is eventually quite an impressive performance. I suppose you could ask yourself whether a longer trip might suit Jcsa, because he was only at his strongest very late in the day. Looked unlikely to win this until really 50 yards from home, when the leader just begins to paddle and he gets up between horses. Is very game in winning this. I'd like to think there's going to be more improvement from him. He still looked green on that occasion. He's got a wide draw to overcome a stall 16. He doesn't really have the pace to go forward early either, so he needs a bit of luck in running, but I think he's got plenty of improvement in him.
Let's go and have a closer look at them in the parade ring then with Callum.
Thank you very much, team. Let's have a look at these in the parade ring. We'll start off with horse number 1, owned by Sultan Abdullah Al Gaham, who did well to have a nice third in our last race. He'll be looking for a winner here in this race. This is for, obviously, the centre-back of Al Nasser, and he's clearly got quite a good clutch of horses on side here, because we've got another nice one in shot. This is Al Rams, who has had the 2 starts, a win on debut, followed by a 3rd place effort last time out, and looks in really good shape, doesn't he? Shining up in the coat, walking out really well. Lovely mover. Look how he covers the ground. If they walk well, they tend to run fast, so we're looking forward to seeing him. He's shining up well in the coat as well, and has to make the shortlist. Let's drop all the way back to horse number 5, Al Muntasar Bila. Look at this big boy. Here we go. The White Stable have got one on the hands here. 8th on debut, but I mean, if we talk about horses that win best turned out, this absolutely dots up. We've seen a good one, team. I really, really like this. This is a gorgeous individual. Camille Ospina on board on this occasion has had the one start, showed very little, but it would be no surprise if this horse takes a step forward. Wow is the word I'd use to describe him. This is an absolute gorgeous individual by Justify, more leggy than most of the typical Justifiers who don't tend to be big imposing type. I think he is quite imposing. He's still quite narrow. He's got plenty of growing to do, but isn't he a pitcher? Horse number 5 here, Al Mutasar Billa. This will definitely be the Paddock pick. Wow is the word I would use. Let's pull back. A couple more I wanted to look at towards the bottom here. Horses number 12 and 13 are the two that we're going to look at. Horse number 10 going by. This is Jarif. Probably a good looker in his own right, but probably a little bit long, and I imagine will come on in time. But horse number 12 and 13 are just coming towards us now. Horse number 12 in these green colours. This is a big strong type here. This is a Moss Taxi, who's just coming towards us. He is a big bull of a horse, isn't he? He really does catch the eye. He's not narrow, he's big and wide and strong. I even think he's got some growing to do in behind still, but he's got a lovely walk to him. He's a big, powerful sort. He comes here on debut, and I imagine he's one that's been fun to train, and they'll have some fun with him going forward. Today might not be the day, but wow, he certainly is one to keep an eye on in the future. FMQ have a Rakban in this race as well. He's another who shines up gloriously in the coat here. Another very good looker. He's got the visors on, walking out with a lot of confidence. Lucky number 13, or unlucky for some. He's got a really active walk here. He moves around. He's really working as he goes around. He's a little bit toey, I would say, if anything. But he's got a good back end. He's got a lovely top line. He looks quite mature. He's had the 2 starts. Hopefully he can make it 3rd time lucky here. But lads, it's all about the 5 here. I have fallen well and truly in love.
Interesting comments, I thought, from Callum there, Rory, especially about number 5, Al Montasar Billar, because he did look an absolute picture there. I completely agree with Callum. And could he be forgiven his debut run? Because did the White Stable have a bit of a virus then?
Yes, they did. He didn't travel particularly well on debut. He was trapped wide throughout. He actually tracked Al Rams in that contest in the early stages, or raced on the outside of Al Rams, and then Al Rams moved forward to get into it, and Al Montasar Billar couldn't go with him. Looked like he was going to sort of plug on for a midfield finish, but he was eased up a long way from the finish, as if something might have been amiss. And I absolutely can forgive that. He's got a lovely pedigree, and as you heard, it's not just the pedigree. Sometimes they can have a nice pedigree and they just don't look it. But he's really caught Callum's eye in the parade ring. So I'm not ruling him out at this stage. I'd like to see how he goes to post as well. He might just, despite being a Justify, he might just be a little bit of a long-term project.
This is Callum's Camille Ospina just getting legged up, and as you can see, horse really gleaming. A horse's coat is the mirror of what's going on inside. So if there was a virus last time, you'd like to think there wasn't one today.
This is a very good point. Even at that point, Callum was, I was thinking he was sort of banging a bit of a drum about this, saying that, these White Stable horses they're just not taking the eye in the parade ring, and they were running accordingly. But it's very interesting. He's not, in fairness to Callum, and we do give him a little bit of stick, he's not the kind of guy to say a horse looks really well because it's the kind of horse that on paper you'd expect to look really well and it represents a big stable. He tells it like it is, even if that leaves him with egg in his face or leaves him open to criticism, and that's fair enough. So Al Montasar Billar really taken the eye, which he didn't first time out for Callum. And that makes me think that he's one I might want to have on side here.
Definitely, I think I might be agreeing with you. Right, let's go through some of the others pretty quickly. Number 6, Badran, 20-1 on the international market, 8th on debut of 1400 metres. Good step up after the debut run.
Yeah, I thought he might improve. He's the son of Colstead. You don't see too many Colsteads here, but this is probably as far as a Colstead would want to go. 6-7 furlongs, I would say, and I'm not entirely sure that he'll want a mile. I think he will improve somewhere down the line, but the combination of the poor draw and the trip are enough for me to put a line through him.
Number 10, Jarif, 8-1 on the international market. Only had the 2 runs, but they've both been decent efforts here. Is he playing for places again?
Yeah, he's well. We saw a little bit of him in the footage there when he was just behind Al Rams in a race won by Mahalhal in a overcourse and distance last time out. I thought he had a chance. I mean, he's, you know, Al Ramses they're both around the same sort of price, aren't they? He's better drawn than Al Rams this time out. In a match bet, I would probably take him to win that match, just because he's coming out of stall 5 and they're so closely matched on form. Got the same rating, obviously, and Jarif, after 2 runs, might have more to offer and has got that solid draw to work with.
Let's talk about number 15, Rumani, another 8-1 chance, 5th on all 3 starts, but has been pitched into pretty good company on the last 2 occasions.
Yeah, it was in I think the Sprint Championship at Taif 2 starts ago, and then in the Taif Cup behind Wasim Faisal last time out. The form has worked out since as well. A couple of horses who've been there, were thereabouts in that race, have gone on to win since. And has, on paper, has got every chance of winning if just transferring that form across. Again, well drawn in stall 3. Again, I'm going to say the longish break now from the end of the Taif season is becoming more and more of a concern for horses reappearing. As I said, no real issue with horses coming from Taif to here in October. Once you get to December or very close to it, then you start thinking, well, you've been off the track for a while now, are you going to be fit? So that's a little bit of a concern for me with Rumani, but form-wise he's got a chance, and you know, he deserves to be a single-figure price.
Drawn in stall 3 if you fancy number 15. Number 16, Tara Heeb, 12-1 shot, just the 4 runs, but a decent effort when 3rd last time out.
Yeah, I thought it was all right. I didn't, you know, it looks better on paper than the previous 9th. I didn't think it was any better than the 2nd in Taif on his 2nd outing. Ricardo Ferreira is obviously a positive. I don't think he's better than a mark of 58 though, unless he's finessed into this race in particularly spectacular style. So I struggle to fancy him here, because I think you do need to be hitting a mark of 70 or higher to be winning this.
Now the horse we can see in shot in the white and the 2 stripes going down the blue cap is a newcomer, and an interesting newcomer as well, Rory. Number 17, Yajubi Allah, costs $120,000.
Yes, and the interesting thing about this one is son of maximum security out of America called Tiz Jocelyn, is that it wasn't an expensive yearling. It only cost $17,000 as a yearling, and then was resold for $120,000. If I'm going to make any criticism, I would say that Connections, whoever does the buying for this stable, does tend to shell out quite a lot of money, and I think sometimes it's not always as wisely spent as it might be. So clearly took the eye and went for a decent amount of money there. But given it was only $17,000 as a yearling, you thought it must have really impressed in its breeze to have gone for as much money. But again, horses from this stable, as I've said before, they do. Nicolas Bachelard is a decent trainer with a fair record this season, but I do note that horses in these colours do tend to be a lot better for a run. So I wouldn't expect that to be fully wound up on debut. But as you said, the pedigree is interesting enough. The price tag makes it of interest. But I'd say here, if you're backing horses based on the highest price tag in maiden races, you would not be winning money.
There we go then, there down at the start. That's one of the joint favourites in shot, Jcsa. Let's actually take you through the international market, because we haven't done that yet. Number 2, Tom's 2, is the 100-30 joint favourite with Jcsa, who we just seen in shot. Almontassa Bilar at 7-1, the same price for number 12, Mostakfi. Number 1, Al Rams, who we've seen in action, 8-1. 8-1, Jarif as well. The same price for Rumani, and it is 10-1 bar those. Rory, where are you going?
Well, we've not actually talked about Tom's 2, have we? Who's the joint favourite?
We haven't. We've missed him out.
I didn't particularly like Tom's 2, who's obviously has a rating of 74, so is the one to beat on form. But ran here last time out and finished well behind Al Rams over this course and distance, and I didn't think there was any obvious excuse for that run, and I thought a mark of 74 based on its previous form was a little high.
So would you be making Jcsa the favourite?
I'd make Jcsa just favourite, certainly of those at the top.
Yeah.
But I think there's plenty who can improve. Jcsa, again, it's worth pointing out, is run in stall 16 and didn't show early pace last time out, so isn't going to be the easiest to get around, which makes the likes of Almontassa Bilar interesting. But I'm actually going to go for Jarif, number 10. He comes from stall 5 and has run very well in both starts to date. I think he's very closely matched with Al Rams, and just as a better draw here, and a lot of the fancied horses are drawn wide. He's got a nice draw in stall 5, and I think that might make a difference.
So Rory is with number 10 Jarif, who's an 8-1 shot on the international market. I'm going to forgive Almontassa Bilar that debut run. Was gleaming in his coat walking around here, 7-1 on the international market. That was when the White Stable had a virus. And if anyone watching on the Jcsa English Racing channel on YouTube, do get in touch, tell us your tips, any questions you have, or even if you just want to say hello, or if you disagree with some of our tips. So Almontasar Billar, number 5 for me, number 10 Jarif for Rory. The horses are just circling round at the start, so that means let's get Callum's selection for race number 8.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, Jarif did go down to the start very, very well. Went down in really good style under Khalid Al-Mimoni. I'm still not quite forgiven Khalid for the ride he gave my selection in the last race. But we move on. Almontasar Billar is the pick for me. I think I've made that very, very obvious. That has been the paddock highlight of the year so far for me. I've not seen a horse look as well. Hopefully we can build on the largely uninspiring debut, but the draw is a big, big concern. But as has been mentioned by the boys, plenty of the big players drawn out wide. It could be a fascinating race tactically, and the man to take us through it is Mr. Alex Fussy.
Thank you, Callum. Runners will be going forwards very shortly. I think we're just about to start that loading process for this very interesting contest. We are at post time, so we're a bit slack in this particular occasion. Bark Al-Fahad has just gone forwards, moved into stall number 4. Also, Leifar is into gate 2, so we are seeing a handful already into the boxes here. Tom's 2 will jump from stall number 7, one of those fancied in the international betting. Jcsa stall number 16. For now, the clear favourite internationally at 3-1, with Tom's 2 sliding right out to 4s. Next one in is Mostakfi, stall number 12. Romani coming up, stall number 3. Just having a little look. Also about to go up is Jarif to gate 5. Still a handful. Still working on Romani. Couple come in together there, and that'll leave us with 3 to go. Al Rams, Rakban, and also Jcsa. So last couple. And there we go. Standing by. Flags up. They're off. Jumping away here, racing out over 1,600 metres. This restricted win event, no more than 2 previous successes. Not the best of breaks for Dame Al-Fawz. Down to the inside, is going to be at the back end of the field. Good start made by Rakban, who's up there. Also showing some good early speed is Yujibu Allah on the wide outside, a newcomer who's got plenty of early toe. And another one there is Tom's 2 in the maroon jacket, holding the position up the inside running row. Another length and a half or so to find the chasing pack. Included there is Resk Allah on the inside. Reska Allah is another couple of lengths down advance of Jcsa, who's a bit deeper on the race course. Also posted wide is Al Rams. One of those going backwards into mid-division quite quickly as they work round the home turn. And up top here it continues to be Rakban. Has the advantage of a length and a half, and they're all rowing away in behind. Tom's 2 is in second. On the outside, Al Rams is in third. Jcsa in against the fence. No showing at all from Almontasar Billar so far as they turn on in. Coming towards the final 400 then. The leader is clear by 5. Rakban levelled up with a 5-length break. Al Rams has moved into second. Just gone past Tom's 2. Running on now is Jarif from the back end of the field, or at least mid-division. The leader went for home quite early, but Rakban still has a 4-length buffer. Trying hard, Jarif continues to rush home and is eating up the ground with every stride and is going to get there. Jarif up to win it. Rakban got tired but held on for second. Al Rams finished in third, and Jcsa was next in company with Tarahib. Victory for number 10, Jarif, Khalid Al-Mimoni. Couple of starts so far. Now off the mark at the 3rd attempt, and it was a nice staying effort really here, wasn't it? looked up beforehand by Rory, this individual, and has posted a time of 1:41.35. Rakban went for home right round the top turn. Was just paddling and collared into the final 200. Has finished second though, hold on for second that one, but beaten 3 lengths in the end. Amazing how the balance shifted. Al Rams in third, and Jcsa has just done enough to remain in 4th position. Disappointment of that race was Almonteza Villa, who didn't show up at any point in it. The order of finish was 10, 13, 1 and 3.
Has given Rory Delaghi another winner today, as he has scooted home late under Khalid Al Mimoni, who bounces back from a shocking ride in the last race and comes here with a win. This is a lovely looking individual, isn't he, Jarif? I thought he looked a bit long in the prelims. He's going to grow into that frame, but that's a way to break him maiden in a very, very good race. Abdullah Manif is your winning trainer as well. Just make sure the horse is okay. The photos have been done. We'll grab a word with Abdul while he's with the horse as well. He's over the moon there. Abdullah Manif, well done. He's a nice horse, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a very talented horse. Since the first start at his career, he was a photo finish, 2nd place. And then I took him like a few weeks later. He was 4th with an opening class race as well. The rate was 66. It's still not good enough for him to go further, like for the cups and the qualifiers. So I had to bring him back again in 3 weeks. Alhamdulillah, he did what I expect from him with this kind of tough race. I'm very happy with his performance. Very good horse. He's a beast.
He really is. He's still got some growing to do as well. He's not fully furnished yet.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the main point. I would like to thank the owner for giving us the time to prepare him. He went to Taif only for preparation. After castering, we gave him a lot of time to get in track and to build a proper muscle and fitness level. So alhamdulillah, everything was reflected on the ground, and I'm very happy about the performance, and thanks for all involved with this beautiful win.
It's a really lovely moment. Khalid Al Mimoni as well on board. No luck in the last race. There's a lot of traffic problems, but much more luck here.
Yeah, Al Jumaina was 4th. I was happy enough with her performance comparing to the previous races. This is the most competitive one. Still, she's a very competitive filly. Still, if there is a better fillies, she definitely can compete enough. But maybe this is what Khalid told me. She was a little bit blowing after the race. So I gave her 3 weeks from the last race. Maybe I was kind enough, because I have to with fillies especially, but maybe next time I have to put this in mind. But still, she just lose the second and third race in the last 50 meters. But she, again, very good performance. This can happen with any horse, and I'm very happy so far.
Well, you've had 2 very good runs, but this one being a winner, well done.
Alhamdulillah, thank you so much, man.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Abdullah Al Manif then very, very happy with that performance from Jarif. He said he expected it, but had to overcome some trouble in running, Rory.
Yeah, I had to come from a fair way back, but you couldn't actually see it on show. We could see on our data screen that he was making ground from an awkward position, and the leader Rakban got the field sorted out in the early stages. It was just a little bit too much in front and got very tired from the furlong pull, and it became clear that he was vulnerable late in the day, and Jarif is the one who's picked up best. But the right horses came to the fore. The two who were towards the head of the market, also finishing in third and fourth, Al Rams, who we saw in the video, and Jcsa. So both the horses we saw in those the video inserts have run very well to fill the frame, and Jcsa has run particularly well from what was a very difficult draw. But our winner has done it nicely. Got out of the stalls okay, just lost positions.
Shuffled back a bit.
And got shuffled back. And the problem with this, if you're badly positioned towards the inside, is you've got to pull round horses
and it was
to get forward.
It was about here that you said to me, neither of us win this, because Al Montasa Billar is not going very well, hanging with Camilo Ospina. You've been shuffled back, and he's only got about 3 behind him here.
Yeah, he's taken a bump or 2 there as well. And at this stage, he's made the decision, Khalid Al Mamoni, that he's going to have to go wide of the field. So he spent half a furlong just getting him outside of horses and out of the way of horses are falling into his lap. And now he sort of swings wide of a weakening horse. And his race seems to be gone at this stage, because he's spent a furlong essentially losing momentum and just trying to keep out of trouble, which hasn't been easy. Now he finally swings to the outside, makes a lot of ground quite quickly to get into about 4th place. And you think, well, that's going to tell later on, because he's making his run from further back than ideal. He's basically in top gear for longer than you'd want to be, but he's been relentless in the last furlong and has run the leader down. Good performance. He'd been threatening to do this in his last 2 starts, and of course, he was only ahead behind the top one in this race on his latest start, Al Rams, and he's run past Al Rams in the closing stages here to prove that he is actually progressing. Unsurprising, given that run last time out was just his 2nd start, and he's a horse you must need further.
Yeah, I was just about to say
your
that.
worry with him would be his lack of pace. He was sharp at the gates, but lost positions in the first couple of furlongs and found other horses bumping him, getting in his way, making it difficult for him. So for him to go forward from this, he's going to need the kind of race where not having early speed isn't that important. And to be honest, most races here, even over a trip, you do need to hold the position. So I think he needs to go up to 1,800 metres to be seen to best effect.
It would just make him hold his position better in that early stages, because if he goes up in grade as well now, he could run in one of these events again. But if he does go up in grade for a bit more prize money, he's going to want to hold that position for longer. 2,000 metres wouldn't be completely out of the...
Smaller fields obviously would suit him as well, because you don't have to wait. If you've got a strong finish, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're out of position a little bit early there. The big problem with being down the field is just the other horses around you. Horses are dropping into your lap. It's just difficult to steer a clear path. But either up and trip or in a smaller field, and he'll look a better horse again.
Jarif then takes race number 8 here at the King Abdulaziz racecourse. Let's go on to race number 9. This is a handicap for 0 to 90, 145,000 Saudi Riyal on offer. This is for the 3-year-olds as well. Let's go to Alex Fussy for the runners and riders.
Many thanks, Tom. Yeah, let's have a look at the field. A little bit smaller field this time. We're down to 13 in this heat. Number 1 is High Zoom, Anthony Campos. The 2 is Al Abjar, Al Udib on board. The 3, Laugh for Soul, Eddie Castro. 4, Mulazem, Mohammed Al Daham. The 5 is Al Jude, Ali Al Mutib. And the 6, South Army, Khalid Al Mimoni. The 7 is Junior Audible, Camilo Ospina. With the 8, Desert Jewel, Abdullah Al Kredis. Next page is coming, I promise. The 9 is Manouek, that's Rayan Al Turaish. The 10, okay, that is Mohammed Al Ubail. The 11 there is Humud Al Kia, Mohammed Al Yami. The 12 is Tawi Al Baid Ayad Al Tarisi. One more lurking on the other page. The final page is Lugano, that's Abdul Ella Al Hussein. So 13 of them in this 0 to 90 handicap. Let's go back to Callum and find out what he's up to.
The word up is probably quite appropriate here, Alex, because I am stood above our studio at our viewing roof section here on the racecourse, and it's probably one of my favourite parts here of King Abdulaziz racecourse. Where in the world can you go racing and get a view like this? I mean, let's talk about good views. Horses just coming into the parade ring behind us. You can see Higher Zoom just leading the group coming in here. La Fasol, they're number 3 as well. But look at the shot you get all the way across here. The sheer length and breadth of this beautiful racecourse here in Saudi Arabia. We can see from all different angles, and I think I'll show you a little bit more as well. Let's track back, have a look at the pre-parade ring from above as well. Just use the very carefully put in stairs here, so myself or Mustafa don't trip and fall. You could just see some of the horses leaving the pre-parade ring. This is the last of those, and all the connections following through as well. As Tamer Al-Dahani leading the charge. He'll be looking for another winner. You got Nicholas Bachelard right there as well. It's great from being above them. No one knows we're watching. This is the pre-parade ring, which we've given quite a lot of mention to, but it's great that we can see it from above, because you can see what I mean by the different options that are available here. So if you look at the numbers 1 through to 6, you'll see you have stable doors that you can use and fully close off. We saw that with Lei Oyun A's earlier on in the card, who was just shut away to keep calm. You go all the way around and you've got the more open boxes without the doors, but those open boxes offer you a little bit more space, and it is not just fixed to numbers either. So please don't think that if you don't have horse number 1, you're not allowed to use a stable doored saddling area. It's done on a first come first served basis. In fact, we can see some of the horses who will be running later on in the card walking straight down towards the pre-saddling area as well. So the constant flow of horses is what makes racing go so quickly here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Now let's head down and I'll show you the next part of this wonderful area as well, because we will have a good look at the turf course, which will be in action next week, and you get a cracking view of it. Obviously you're seeing the very high-tech solution we have here. There's some cling film holding some cameras together, but do not worry about that. Let's have a look at this part of the course here. This for me is one of my favourite bits. Look at this beautiful bend here. The turf course is basically ready, and you can really see the camber here. You can see how it dips to the inside. It is tight as you like here. Incredibly tight bend on the turf course. Much looser, much tighter than the much more galloping dirt course you can see on the outside. It will be even tighter when we start next week, because remember, we will probably be running on a shortened circuit as well. In fact, we've got one more person that I know you'd all love to meet coming downstairs here. One of our cameramen extraordinaires, Mr. Ez. He's going to pretend he's working now, isn't he? Look at him. Here he is, the man, the Mr. Legend. Mr. Ez, how are you, my friend?
Very cold.
Very cold. You can see wrapped up nice and warm here, but he captures all the action coming down the straight on both courses and some of those overhead shots in the pre-parade and parade ring. It is all go here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Myself, Mustafa and Mr. Ez will be looking to capture all that action.
Thank you very much, Callum. Really fascinating insight there. I hope the cameraman is keeping nice and warm. He does look very cold, and yeah, great from Callum to go behind the scenes there. Right, we've got race number 9 coming up. Like we said, a 0 to 90 handicap. We've got some really interesting form to look at here, Rory.
Yes,
we've
indeed.
got La Fasol beating High Zoom last time. High Zoom was giving La Fasol 2 kilos on this occasion. La Fasol won by 7 lengths.
Yep.
He's now giving him 4.5 kilos today.
Yes.
Make that make sense.
Well, this is, again, we talked about this, the way the not the handicap system, but the way the handicapper rates horses here. If you've got a rating in the first place and you appear to run above yourself, if the handicapper can tie you to a lower a lower rated horse in a race, he's more likely to do that than to tie you to the classy horse you've beaten. And in fairness, lots of horses are rated 90 or 100, don't always run to that form when winning. But this is just a case of a horse improving enormously. This is La Fasul on just his third career start, building on a fourth place effort on his previous start to beat some high rated rivals very easily. There's no hint of a fluke about this. He's gone right away from High Zoom, who himself was coming back to form after a disappointing effort. Now, I think the handicapper's view on this is that High Zoom mustn't have run to form because just for Sul's, La Fasul rather, his form in his previous start didn't suggest that he was in the same league as High Zoom. But the handicappers put a rating of just 78 on La Fasul. If you were rating him through High Zoom, and assuming High Zoom ran his race, he'd be rated 90. So he looks thrown in here.
Yeah.
Now the handicapper will point out that these high-rated horses don't always run to their mark, particularly if they're not 100% fit. But I don't think High Zoom was too far off his
He's still on his
form.
he could be getting better, couldn't he?
He could the High Zoom or yeah.
La Fasul.
Well, no, he's definitely getting better. He was unplaced on debut, stepped forward, that went fourth, and took a big step forward last time out. He's got a perfectly good pedigree, and he's just a horse who's been campaigned to improve with racing. I see no reason why he won't go forward again.
Just look at him. We'll get to Callum in a minute, but look at him go around there. Look at that is what you want to see in a horse. He is absolutely gleaming. You could almost see your reflection in there. I'm sure Callum might say he's gorgeous because he likes saying that a lot, but he does look gorgeous, doesn't he?
He looks extremely well. He doesn't look like he's gone backwards from that run at all, does he?
Let's go to Callum. Has he seen La Fasul yet?
I haven't seen La Fasul yet, but I'm very excited to see him. I'll see the horse he beat last time out. This is High Zoom. Also, I really rated as a juvenile. He's growing up in front of our very own eyes, and as you can see, he's still growing into that frame as well. He's still got a bit of growing to do. He's a well put together individual. He was a big, gawky, bony 2-year-old. He's steadily growing into a much more refined type and looks in really good shape fitness-wise as well. I will talk to Nicolas Bachelard off camera. He doesn't like to be interviewed beforehand, but we'll find out about this horse and whether he's taken a step forward from the last run. He looks great fitness-wise, doesn't he, though, team? He's a lovely looker, marching around and clearly ready to put his best foot forward here, but the weight is a concern. Let's drop back to horse number 3. This is La Fasul, the horse that had been mentioned by the boys as maybe the good thing of the meeting. And oh yes, he is gleaming, isn't he, team? He is absolutely gleaming. Hard to get these dark bays to show up the way he has. He's not exactly the most striking individual. He's a bit of a chunky monkey. He's got plenty of power behind him. Going over the mile here will be interesting. Eddie Castro in the plate. He'll be looking for another winner to continue his big season. And yeah, he's got a big chance on La Fasul, who on weight had a great opportunity here. Mulazem is just in behind. Tamar Al-Dahani doing the training. Mohammed Al-Daham in the saddle. Talk about another horse who looks great fitness-wise. Look at the hind quarter of Mulazem. This horse is built like an absolute truck. Lovely to see this. Look at the back end. He's another who's gleaming really well in the colt. Mohammed Al-Daham looking for another winner to continue his great season. He's got a wink in his eye. He's excited. And then we'll power back to one more. Camille Ospina, outside ride, and I loved this horse for a while. This is Junior Audible here, coming towards us. If you want a horse that just looks really correct, Junior Audible is just that. Most horses, I would say, look long when they're shaped like this, but I think he's got a really nice way of going. He's a lovely type. He shines up well in the coat. He was the first of these to catch my eye as I made my late entrance into the parade ring. But boys, it's a cracking contest. There are some very good lookers in this handicap, and I can't wait to see how it turns out. I'll let you know who I will give my final Paddock eye catcher to right at the end, at the very last minute, but those are the horses that made the shortlist.
Thank you very much, Callum. Good that he agrees with us with how La Fasul is looking. A few in there do look well, and one of them that he did mention was Mulazem for Mohammed Al-Daham and Thama Al-Dahani, already been on the score sheet today. Quite high up in the international market. Consistent type, Rory, but probably find a few too good again.
Well, he's liable to find at least one too good again, because he was another one. He was third to La Fasul last time out. Again, there was a nominative 2, so as a winner he was given 2 kilos to La Fasul. There's no handicap conditions in that race last time out. It's just a case of you were penalised according to the number of winners. Lafresul was a maiden going into it, so he was getting 2 kilos. Both Haizum and Mulazem don't have to do that to him today, but Haizum, obviously with a rating of 85, has got to give chunks of weight. Mulazem's got more chance because he's got 58.5 kilos, so he's got the same weights for Lafresul, so he's actually better off, 2 kilos better off for that beating last time out. But he's better off with Haizum, and he could turn the tables with the runner-up from that contest. He was 2 lengths behind Haizum at level weights, and he's now getting 3.5 kilos. So that's 7 pounds difference. Should see him turn the tables. So I thought he was probably the biggest danger to Lafresul on paper. When I say danger, I mean, you know, likely to finish second to. South Army was 5th on that occasion, a further 3 lengths behind Mulazem, and he's got 2 pounds less here. With a rating of 76. Again, you know, he should be a little bit closer to Haizum at these weights, but it's hard to see him turning the tables either. But that's a fairly good contest, and normally I would look at the likes of Haizum and Mulazem and even South Army as being interesting in handicaps like this, given their capabilities. But given that Lafresul has laughed at them last time out, if you'll excuse the pun, it's very hard to look at this race and not be obsessed with Lafresul. Given I thought he beat horses rated 87, 80 and 78 into 2nd, 3rd and 5th. And while I understand that all the horses don't always run to form, when you've got 3 of them running very close to their form in behind, you've got to believe the form. The 4th that day was rated lower, and the handicappers basically rated the race through that horse, Bala Al Sham. But I'd be inclined to give him a lot more credit for that. And, although he was receiving weight, it wasn't a huge amount of weight, 2 kilos from the beaten horses, and to beat them by 7.5 lengths and going away at the line, having been in a similar position to them through the race, he just looks like a superior horse to them. And getting weight from Haizum and at level weights with Mulazem, you know, you have to be fairly perverse not to go for him.
That's a strong comment. I just want to ask you about 2 more. Now, we said about Lafresul how the handicapper may have missed him. One that it doesn't seem that he has is number 10, Again. He was 2nd last time out off a mark of 52. For that effort, he's gone up to 65. Yeah,
the first thing to say, not only is he up to 65, he's actually running off 69 here. What you'll notice, he's out of the weight. He's got 54 kilos. You'll notice that the horse above him, Manawek, is on 54 kilos as well, with a rating of 69. So Agay, his long handicap mark is 65. His true mark on this race is 69. So yeah, he's been really punished for that 2nd last time out. That was her best effort to date. So she does seem to be improving. She is obviously a lightly raced 3-year-old as well, but this looks like a really, really stiff task when you consider both the rise in the weights and the fact that she's out of the handicap here.
There is our favourite in shot then, Lafresul, and the 100 to 30 that he opened up at has completely gone. It looks like everyone's agreeing with you, Rory. Now with a 2-to-1 favourite, Lafresul. Mulazem at 7-2, Haizum at 4-1, Agay at 13-2, 7-1 for South Army, 14's Junior Audible, he's drifted out from 10-1. 12s from 10s is Manawake, Al Abjar 14s, 20-1 Al Jude, and bigger the remainder. Milling round down at the start then. I feel like I should ask you for a selection. I'm going to ask you for the 1st and the 2nd.
1st and 2nd. Well, I think I've already left the cat out of the bag on that one already. 3, Lafresul is just the default selection based on what he did last time out. And with the turnaround at the weights, I thought Mulazem would be better than Haizum here. So Mulazem can finish 2nd.
And so Rory's main selection is number 3, Lafresul. My selection is also number 3, Lafresul. Who do I think will finish 2nd? I wouldn't be surprised if South Army finishes 2nd. So both me and Rory are with number 3, Lafresul. Callum, are you joining us as well?
Oh, team, I'm not. Mulazem was just the pick of the paddock for me. You are absolutely right. I think Lafresul hacks up in idea of a winning selection here, but my job is to pick the pick of the paddock, and I will do my job to the best of my ability. Mulazem was shining up underneath Mohammed Al Dahan. I also think Haizum will come on from that last run. He looks red raw fit in his own right and shouldn't be ignored. Lafresul, though, like you said, this sport is down to horses, but it also comes down to simple maths. And lads, Rory has made this point all the way from this afternoon when we met him and drove into the racecourse. He was very keen on this horse, and I totally understand. But if they have to make a paddock pick, Mulazem is the one. He is the pick of the yard. He looked great under Hammer Alderham. I think you could obviously split this race in two. The top 7 have a chance. The bottom few, I think you can put a line through all of them. Jay, as mentioned earlier on, is running from out of the handicap despite being absolutely whacked up by the handicapper in recent times. It's worth noting that a lot of connections do want their horses to get high ratings because the racing here is so competitive. It's easier to get into a race if you've got a high rating. That's why you'll see trainers like Tamar Al-Dahani talking about needing to get a higher rating. It's a very different way of running and operating things than we're used to in the UK and Ireland, but I quite enjoy it. It does mean all the horses tend to be giving their best in every single race. You don't see many plot jobs, but the selection for me is number 4, Mulazem. Can we do the shock of the century and beat the well-in number 3, La Fasal? Alex Sussy, it's a cracking contest and it's all yours.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, runners going forwards here for the 9th on the card then. This handicap, La Fasal drawn in stall 7. Plenty of eyes on this individual with Eddie Castro aboard. There's the 2. Al Abjar just going in. Moving in okay, no problems. Last couple slotting in. La Fasal, one of them. Also going up is Manawek into stall number 1. And we are there. Handlers clearing. Flag was up, but it's been taken back down again from behind. Just waiting for a couple to settle here. Looks as though Tawi Al-Baid in 11. Needed a bit of calming down. They're off. Jumping away, not the best of breaks actually for Tawi Al-Baid, who was shifting a bit to the right on leaving. Lugano also fluffed the start and is in rear. Good start made though by Mulazem, going forwards here for Mohammed Al-Daham and also La Fasal. Well supported market leader is prominent in the black jacket. South Army just on their outside as well is handy for Khalid Al-Bimoni. The front wave of 3 only have about half length between them. There's another length and a half then to the next in order, the 4th placed runner at the moment, which is High Zoom, the white and blue. On that one's outside, the check jacket Al Jude is also with them, and the front 5 have got a little gap on the rest here. Al Abjar up the inside fence in company with the Gay. Junior Audible being pushed along, so a bit wide of those is Desert Jewel. Tawi Al-Baid is down to the outside and struggling, never getting involved. Manawek so far. Also Hamoud Al-Kir is right to the back of the pack with Lugano. But the front 3, there's only about a neck between them. They are queued up here as they come on into the straight. Mulazem on the inside. La Fasal being firmly ridden now between rivals. Down the outer is South Army. Right behind them as well, Izoom is trying to latch on. They have flattened on in. It's Mulazem who is still in front here. Mulazem has 3 parts of a length advantage over South Army. La Fasal is backpedaling, can't go on. Down the outside is High Zoom, but up towards the final 150 metres here, it is still Mulazem who will not be denied. A couple of lengths the advantage, and it's Mulazem who will have the last laugh to beat South Army into 2nd place. And staying on for 3rd, it'll be quite close for 3rd. It might just go the way of Junior Audible, who was a bit of an eye-catcher actually, running on between horses. But the winner is number 4, Mulazem. Mohammed Al-Daham on board. Really nice effort here for the Al-Dahani stable. Very brave effort off the front end. Couple of challengers pestering the whole way through, but had that extra kick up the home straight. And has won here at a time of 1:40.86. Pretty comfortable come the end of the race, despite having to work hard in the mid-part to fight off those challenges. Has beaten South Army by 2.5 lengths. Another fair run from that individual who, although only winning once, has been quite consistent. And Junior Audible is 3rd at the 7-horse with Camilo Ospina on board. As you can see, gets there for 3rd in advance of High Zoom, and could be perhaps the one to follow next time. That was race 9, and the order home was 4, 6, 7 and 1.
Salma Al-Dahani is your winning trainer, as Mulazem causes a bit of a surprise to win this handicap. Really impressive.
Yeah, he's a good horse. I ran before the same horses, and I was staying behind the base. That horse, he don't like to stay behind. I told Muhammad the second time he ran, he go to the 3 years and up. I told him go front, and he made a good race before 2 weeks. If you remember, he come third with the good horses.
Just make sure we don't get run over, so we'll just shuffle. He won't.
No, it's okay. And today I tell Muhammad, don't think about any horse in the track. Just think about your horse. Give him his base and carry on going, you know. And he do the best. I know him. And I hope he got a good rating, because maybe I'm going to the big cup with him after 2 weeks, because he's a long distance horse. We run him only a mile. He will be surprised in the 12 furlong, because I know him very well. He's a good horse, because his mother by Dubawi. I hope he can progress in the 12 furlong too good, you know.
Very exciting. We'll let you go and celebrate with him.
Thank you.
That was Salma Al-Dahani, and we'll grab a word with Mohammed Al-Daham afterwards. A horse that has a bright future over further seems to be the way we're describing this. This was a good performance over a mile, and quite a relentless performance over a mile. I said he looked absolutely magnificent in the parade ring, and he still looks great now post-race as well. A real gleaming coat, good muscle definition as well. Certainly one to keep on the right side of, especially with Dubawi there deeper in the pedigree. I think it's the dam sire is Dubawi, and I'm sure they'll be very, very happy with that. And Mohammed Al-Daham will be happy to get a winner here, because he's watched Ricardo Sosa Ferreira win 2 races, and he'll be hoping to win one himself. So he'll be over the moon with that. And I think we've seen another good horse in a day. I must admit, guys, we have seen plenty of good horses on show, haven't we? All the way through the card, we've seen interesting horse after interesting horse, and we've got another to add to the fray today, and still plenty more winning to be done. That's a good smile from Mohammed there. He's chuffed to bits with that. He's been very positive all day, but there's no doubt that seeing Ricardo ride plenty of winners will be a little bit demoralising. So to see this man get a winner is very good, and to guide Mulazem to a bit of an upset victory there. The favourite just did not show up today, and hopefully we'll find an excuse for that. Just making sure he can get all his kit together as well. Not sure where he's going. Mohammed Al-Daham, well, that was impressive. He really, the further he went, the better he got.
First, thanks to God and the owner and the trainer for gifting me this horse. This horse, I ride him before to go any race. I ride, and I go gallop, and I go breeze. I tell the trainer, this horse, I think, inshallah, very good horse, and inshallah, very good horse for the distance. I tell him before, I know this horse, because I see when I go canter in the morning, and I go breeze, I see, mashallah, and all the time he go improve. And when I think this horse, he can go more mile, he can go 2,000. This is, I think, for inshallah, come very good horse.
Salma said, don't worry about any other horses, just go in front and run them.
Yeah, me, because I ride this horse, I think 4 times before this today. I see all the time the horse not stop
For this, and with my trainer, he say today, keep the horse to go. If you can go front, go. If some people go more fast, okay, give him chance a little bit. After that, start to 800, move. No, stay, take more relax because my horse not stop. And mashallah, very good race.
He did not stop today. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very well done to Mohammed Al-Daham on Mulazem, who was in the right position the whole way through, grabbed that rail early on. La Fasol never really seemed overly happy and has faded out of it pretty quickly. Running on into second was South Army, Junior Audible in third, and High Zoom again has run a very good race in fourth. But Mulazem, he's been consistent and he stays further. The trainer thinks he wants further and will be better at further as well.
Yes, I mean obviously the trainer is clearly keen to talk the horse up because he wants him in cup races. He wants him out in trip, and in order for that to happen, he's going to have to go up a lot on the weights because he's won this off a mark of 78. So we will go a little bit higher in the handicap than that, but not as high as Thamma would like, I would imagine. But yeah, he's gone to the front and utilised his professionalism and his stamina to win this race because his connections knew he'd stay further. So it's just a case of, as we heard Thamma say, Mohammed Al-Daham, just you go to the front, you think about your horse and nobody else in the race, and you should be good enough to go close. Just for Soul was always in what appeared to be a good position, but
even here,
Eddie Castro's body language was never anything like it was when he won here last time. And the annoying thing about this race is the horses that he stuffed last time out have finished in 3 of the first 4 positions here.
And they've stuffed him today.
And the winner has posted a time almost identical to the time he posted when third last time out. So the form has worked out almost to the pound. It's just that Just for Soul has not run anywhere near as well as he did there.
I mean, how quickly it took Eddie Castro to pull him up after the line suggested that he's not 100%.
I mean, he's finished second last, and you've got to bear in mind that Lugano in here had a rating of 50 and was racing from 19 pounds out of the handicap.
Here you can see how quickly he's... I mean, look, take nothing away.
He has capitulated completely.
Yeah, we shouldn't take anything away from the winner, but he's done that nicely. He's upheld the form with High Zoom and South Army and maybe bigger targets or weights.
Yeah, he was. I mean, obviously, High Zoom had been second last time out, but as I pointed out, he was coming here giving 7 pounds away to Mulazem, whereas they were racing at level weights last time out, so Mulazem was entitled to beat that one. He wasn't entitled to beat La Fasol, but sadly, La Fasol has just not run the same race as last time out at all. I suppose that's the one issue you have with very lightly raced horses.
Mulazem then wins race number 9 on the card today. Race number 10 coming up is an Arabian horse's 70 to 90 handicap. It's for 4-year-olds and upwards. 2,000 metres the trip. Here's Alex Fussy with the runners and riders.
Yes, Tom, yeah, we're going up in trip here, aren't we? Up to the 2,000 metres start for this one. Number 1 is Kashamsham Al-Jazra, Salman Al-Rashid. The 2 is Malzaman, Khalid Al-Mimodi. 3 on the card is Rabaguda, Mohammed Al-Hubail, with the 4, Shafa Al-Hizam, Mohammed Al-Daham. The 5, Thea Athbar, Abdullah Al-Credis, and the 6 is Bin Al-Ter. That'll be the mount of Eddie Castro now. The 7 is Easter du Soleil, that's Camillo Ospina. And the 8 is Hashem, Sultan Al-Mimodi. The 9 is Princess Muazzaz, Abdul Ella Al-Hussein. The 10, Al-Kaiser, Jimmy Carey. 11 is Metkal Al-Kaladia, Abdullah Al-Shara. Then the 12, Al-Muzan, Muhannad Al-Nasser. 13 is Hazal Ayat Al-Turisi. The 14, Al-Shweda, Abdullah Al-Kamis. The 15, Alpha Mega, that's Nawaf Al-Faruz. The 16 is Hazam Al-Burak. That will be the mount of Al-Musa here. That is a change to your race cards. The 17 is Talal Al-Kaladia Forwes. Wanas is replaced by Abdullah Al-Orfi. And the 18 is Wafnan Al-Hussein Al-Haraf. So a few changes in the jockey fronts, but all the runners go. And Callum is looking at them in the parade ring.
Thank you, Alex. Yes, let's start with number 1, Jcsa Al Jazra. I thought looks really well in the parade ring here. A winner 3 starts ago and partnered by a 2-kilo claiming apprentice. Certainly lots to like about this one on paper, and the action in the parade ring is not turning me off either. Very, very nicely built individual. Not your typical purebred Arabian, but they don't tend to be my eye catchers. Walks well, typical sort of thoroughbred type. He's a 5-year-old, still entire, but would have every chance here off top weight. Let's go back to number 4. This is the next one that I quite like. Shafa Al-Azem, who is just seeing now this chestnut coming towards us. I'm going to make an early claim. This could be the paddock pick. Mohammed Al-Daham back in the saddle looking for a quick fire double. And this Shafa Al-Azem looks in incredible shape. Shining up in the coat. You can eat your dinner off that, couldn't you? Walking around nicely. You can got a good view of the hips, a good bit of muscle definition as well. Look at the way this horse is marching. Really like the walk. Really happy with what I've got to see there. And horse number 4 is pretty much already going to be my paddock pick. Let's go back. Horse number 7 is the next one we'll look at. This is Esther de Soleil, who's coming towards us now. Judgment leading it up, getting a nice easy job here at Esther de Soleil, taking it all in. Camille Ospina in the plate here. This is a 2-time winner and has been running well without winning very recently. Looks really fit, I must admit. Not a lick of condition on Esther de Soleil, and certainly will be worth her play. Let's pull back. Horse number 9 is the next one we'll take a look at over the page on your race cards. Princess Muazzaz coming towards us now. She looks in great shape, doesn't she? This 6-year-old mare. You wouldn't think she's a 6-year-old. She really looks well. Shining in the coat as well. Walking out with real purpose. Has been running well without really threatening recently. You can see why. She certainly looks in really great shape, and she would be one I'd have to shortlist as well. Really shining out. She walked well. She got all the gear on, but I wouldn't let that concern me. She's one you have to like as well. And finally, I think we've got just the one more to look at, who's right down the back. This is the one that won last time out. Alpha Mega in the green and black colours. Coming towards me now. We'll let her get to me here, Alpha Mega. Looking forward, I should apologise there. We'll let him get to me. Still entire, at the age of 5. Marching towards us now. This is Alpha Mega. And there's nothing wrong with Alpha Mega, because for me, the fitness is what you're looking for in these races. And this horse looks rip red, hot and ready to go. Not any condition on Alpha Mega either. He looks well, but he's not the paddock pick. The paddock pick team goes to number 4.
Thank you very much, Callum. Shafa Al-Azem, 25-1 shot. Callum's pick of the paddock. Do tune in on the Jcsa English Racing channel. Get in touch as well if you want. We've had a comment from Black Type TV saying Gaitan trained before in Argentina. We already covered that, but obviously wasn't watching early. But thank you very much for the information there. Right, let's go to the international market. A wide open contest here. 11-2 the field, and the favourite is number 8 Harshem, number 3 Rabba Gudar at 6-1, the same price for 17 Tala Al Khaladia, number 12 Al Muzan at 7-1, Hazem Al Burak 7-1, 8-1 Thaya Athbar, the same price for Esther de Soleil and Alpha Mega, 10-1 bar. This is a wide open contest, Rory Delagi. Let's start with number 1 Jcsa Al Jazra, 10-1 chance. Winner 3 starts ago, but handicap has dropped him £4.
Yeah, I thought Jcsa Al Jazra had a bit of a squeak here. A little bit in and out of late, but has been in better races the last twice. Won an 86-100 handicap over 1,600 metres here in October. Been an open company the last couple of times, finishing 7th and 8th in big field contests. Dropping down to the 70-90 class handicap definitely gives Jcsa Al Jazra more chance, and I thought he would deserve to be a single figure price, so there's arguably a little bit of value if he's 10-1 or bigger there.
Yeah, 10-1 for number 1 Jcsa Al Jazra. Big positive from Rory. Let's go to number 3 now, Rabba Gudar, 6-1 chance on the international market. Just the 2 starts and 1 over course and distance last time out.
Yeah, no, this is an interesting run from Rabba Gudar, because he hadn't shown an awful lot on his debut, and he was up against a 107 rated horse in a maiden last time out. He ended up winning that contest. And while it's very easy to say, well, obviously that 107 rated second must be a bit dodgy, it went and won a race next time out. So it was back to something like that as well. I don't think it ran to 107 on either occasion, but the pair of them came a long way clear. I think 13 lengths clear of the third horse there.
Okay.
And you've got a couple that have run, who were in the frame, who've run pretty well since as well. So I thought it was difficult giving Rabat Good a mark based on that. It's been given a mark of 89, which it could be on the high side if you decide that you can ignore the runner-up's form of that day. But I thought it was an impressive performance. I thought he improved an awful lot for debut, and he's a difficult horse to nail down. So I thought he deserves his rating, and I was inclined to back him to keep up that good run.
I know this is 2,000 metres, but stall 18.
Stall 18 is not ideal, no. But I'd say it's less of an issue for the pure bit of Arabian. He came from behind last time out.
Let's talk about number 5 then, Thea Athbar. Had a few of these in behind him last time out. He won last time off a mark of 83 up to 87.
Yeah, I thought the rise in weights would probably be enough to stop Thea Athbar, although he ended a losing sequence when winning last time out. He beat Hashim by half a length. The third, I think, was a neck further back, so it was quite a tight finish. He's up 4 pounds. He's drawn wider today. I thought that was probably enough to stop him from winning, even though he's largely consistent and reliable. We know exactly what he is these days, and he's probably just a little high in the weights on the back of that win.
Now, number 8 Harshem is just the international market favourite. You can probably see why if you're linking the form with Thea Athbar, gone up £4 for that run, whereas Harshem for half-length victory stayed on the same mark.
Yeah, I mean, Hashim, in my view, should turn the tables there. His record over 2,000 metres here is a rather mixed one, but it's taken him a while just to get his act together here since moving from France. And he does seem to be in very good form at the moment. He's been runner-up on all 3 starts and handicaps this season over shorter trips. And he won over 2,100 metres in France, so I don't think the step up to 2,000 metres is an issue. For all his previous efforts of this trip haven't been brilliant. I think he just hadn't acclimatised then. So he's a pretty obvious one, Hashim, and I think he deserves to be close to the top of the market.
Al Qasr, number 10, he was third behind those two last time. Any reason why he can get a bit closer to them or go past them to?
No particular reason why Al Qasr should do any better. Obviously, he's got a chance of turning tables with the winner. He's closely matched with the runner-up. In my view, his very best form has all come at a mile, and although he stays 2,000 metres, I think he's not quite as good at it, so that makes him vulnerable again.
Runners still walking around in the paddock. I'm not too sure why they haven't got legged up yet. Maybe they just are now. Let's have a look at number 12 here then, Rory. This is Al Muzan. 7-1 chance on the international market. Second on last 2 occasions. Has been bumped up £2 as a result of that.
Yeah, I think the new mark is fair enough for Al Muzan. Again, running solidly, runner-up in handicaps in his last 2 starts. On his latest beating a length and 3/4 by Umran, which is form that stacks up very well. He's also finished second on his only other start in a course and distance handicap, which has gone back to last season. So the trip and track are no problem to him at all. No reason at all why Al Muzan shouldn't run well again. And I had him on my shortlist.
Okay, Camillo Ospina in shot then, just doing his chin strap up, waiting to get the leg up on number 7, Esther du Soleil. Callum said that very, very fit in the paddock. Got those sheepskin cheek pieces on, coming out of stall 16. Number 7 here, Rory, Camillo Ospina on board. Esther du Soleil.
Yeah, is a pretty consistent mare, Esther du Soleil. Just 2 from 22 in her career, but pretty much always runs her race. And had a tough ask, went 5th last time out. Prior to that, she was second to Lua Athbar over this trip at Taif in September, and that was the second time she'd been second in a handicap this season. So she's on a fair mark. She's got a very good jockey in Camilo Ospina. She doesn't have a very good draw in stall 16, and there is a slight worry that her very best form has come at Taif.
Okay, let's have a word on number 15. This is Alpha Mega, 8-1 shot on the international market. Won last time out off a mark of 68, now up to 74. Would the trip concern you here?
I'd be concerned primarily with the handicap mark. Didn't win by very far, Alpha Mega, last time out. I think a £6 rise looks very harsh on balance. That was a maiden handicap over a mile last time up. And obviously he's up against winners here and up in trip. I thought there were lots of negatives for Alpha Mega, and he was not on my shortlist.
8-1 would be a little bit too skinny for you then.
Yep.
Let's have a chat about number 16, Hazem Al Burak, 7-1 on the international market, coming out of stall 1, third last time out over the course and distance.
Yeah, it was a length and a half behind Al Muslim, went third to Umran in a course and distance handicap last time out. A little bit more required, but obviously that's half decent form. We said that Al Muslim deserved to be short, and there's not much between Al Muslim and Hazem Al Burak on form. Stays this trip as well. I thought there were enough positives there. Stall 1 for you to want to have him on. If you're making a short list of 5, he would definitely be on it.
Okay, there's number 4 going down to start. Callum gave a
Callum
really good
keen,
mention on him going down towards the start. That is Shafa Al-Azim, Mohammed Al-Daham in the plate. Obviously won our last race, didn't he, on Mullazem, so he's in really good form. One more I want to ask you about, Rory, and he's quite short in the betting, is number 6, Talat Al-Khaladia, 4th last time out. Could you see why he's as short as he is in the international market?
No, in short. This is number 17, isn't it? Talat Al-Khaladia. Largely consistent, but has only won once in her career. She ties in reasonably closely with some of these. She's held by several of these rivals on her last 2 runs, finishing behind Umran and Thea Rathba, and yet she's shorter than them in the betting because she carries that Al-Khaladia prefix, or suffix rather. I think on form she doesn't deserve to be anywhere near as short as she is. I'd have her double that 6-1 price and maybe even a little bit bigger than that.
Wow, okay. Which was a little bit short in the market. Going back to the market, money has come for number 8, Harshem, now 9-2 from 11-2. Runners then just milling down to start. There you can see the horse we have just spoke about, Talat Al-Khaladia. Rory suggests the price of 6-1 is a little bit too skinny. We also saw Kazra Al-Khaladia last night put in a very good performance, getting the better of Vizier, 500 Saudi Riyal on offer in that one. Not sure we have any of the class in this race, Rory. 18 runners, as you can see, going down to start. I've had to push you for a selection.
I'm going to keep with Rabaguda. He's the one who might be open to more improvement. There are some solid candidates against him, but number 3, Rabaguda, maybe didn't get the credit he deserved for winning last time and can follow up.
There you can see in shot Al-Qasa going down to start. My selection here is going to be the international market favourite. Number 8, Harshem, is much better treated with Thea Athbar. Comes out of stall 8, and I think he could be pretty well treated. There's Rory's selection just going down to start. Rabaguda, 6-1, second favourite on the international market. Let's go and see what Callum fancies for race number 10.
Thank you, team. Yeah, slight delay here, I think, on paper. I think we're slightly behind schedule, but no doubt the loading process will be nice and quick. I talked to my producer earlier, or I should say it correctly, my producer was telling me that they're a little bit slack with times this season, and I don't think he's wrong, because we do seem to be a little bit more relaxed about when we get races going. I remember Taif last season, they would be dragging horses around to get them off in time, and we seem to be a little bit looser with time, so I wonder whether that's something that has been a change from up top, or maybe just people need to be shaken into gear a little bit more. The selection for me, though, is Shafa Al-Hazem, horse number 4. Definitely the pick of the paddock, ridden by Mohammed Al-Daham. This horse is a 2-time winner from only 17 starts. Ignore the run last time. We're bouncing back to form here, and hopefully Shafa Al-Hazem will go at quite a nice price. That will actually be a shock. I must admit, I was very wrong calling Mullazem's victory a shock. He was second favourite, so not particularly shocking, but good for me to finally get off the mat. I was struggling a bit today, but the paddock picks have finally come through, and the paddock gods have granted me some success. So hopefully Shafa Al-Hazem can do the business here. Jumping from stall 7, I was having a chat with a few racegoers earlier on today, and they were talking about the difference between can a good jockey win on a bad horse or a bad jockey on a good horse, and I told them, watch the purebred Arabian racing. The quality of jockeyship really does come through in these races, because a lot of these horses would rather not be winning, but the good riders get them home in front. Adel Al-Faradi, I know I've mentioned it a few times, he physically lifted home one last week in one of the most thrilling purebred Arabian finishes you'll ever see. That is a dress I'm jealous of. Look at the sparkles on that. Unbelievable. I wish I had that here. I'll get wardrobe on that. I want one of those for myself. So we'll see what we can get in the future there. Circling down at the start, definitely running behind schedule here. And your man in the middle, in the blue t-shirt, which he always wears every single race day, doesn't seem to be that keen to get them going. Usually he's waving quite frantically at this point to get them loaded, but we all seem to be taking our own sweet time down at the start. I've heard in my ear that we're moving markets. Shafa Al-Azam is moving markets and has been supported. Well, best of luck to everyone. We had some success in the last race, but you know as well as I know that that doesn't mean we'll get any luck here. But I think the jockey combination is a positive. I must admit, I thought the horse looked magnificent in the parade ring, shining in the coat, lots of muscle definition, was certainly the Paddock eye catcher. Another one who caught the eye was the number 9 as well, Princess Muazzaz. It's another one. But we're only just getting the stalls together here. We are definitely delayed. We'll have a word here. This is not good enough. These are not the standard we usually accept here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. I was fortunate enough to go down to the start just last week for the 2,400 metre races, and it really is an impressive operation here. You will not see the scenes at Chelmsford here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. They get those gates on and off the track in wicked hot fashion, and it's a very, very strong team down there, and it's great to see. And if you've not got a chance to see these stalls, they are all so well protected and well padded. So when you do see a horse getting very agitated in there, and sometimes the worst comes to the worst, flipping or even turning around, which we saw yesterday, often those horses are okay because the stalls are fully padded. So if horses do bang around, they do actually, their safety is at first and is a main sort of thing when it goes to the loading process. So well worth keeping an eye on that if something does go wrong. Don't panic, because usually everything is a-okay because of all those pads around. The top horse, Jcsa Al Jazra, was a good looker for sure. Some of the other ones that caught the eye, I didn't think Rabba Gouda was that much of an eye catcher, I must admit, but sometimes these purebred Arabians don't quite show themselves in the parade ring. But finally, the loading process has started. Alpha Mega going forward, and Alex Sussy can give us the lowdown on this, the first of 2 purebred Arabian contests.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, all very bizarre, isn't it, with the timings here? Everyone's been very chilled about proceedings, but we are 5 minutes late now, which is not what we want to keep up. They are going in, about half the field forwards. Moving up now is Shafa Al-Hizam and also Jcsa Al Jazra, just about to be offered forwards. Al-Suwaida going in as well, and that will leave us with 6 to go, I calculate, including Hashem, top end of the international betting. Easter Soleil going forwards as well. Here comes Hazal, still number 4, so more towards the inner. Another one waiting is Talal Al-Khaladiyah. So 3 or 4 left. Taking a turn with the 9, Princess Muazzaz, who's been a little bit restless. 17 will go in. Talal Al-Khaladiyah is forwards, some hand waving. Pick up the pace. 12, Al-Muzan coming up. I think we are finally there. Ready to go then. Long hold again. Very long hold, and we've got a gate open here. Stall 13. Talal Al-Khaladiyah's stall is opened at the front. Outrider coming across to ensure nothing happens in terms of running away. Handler across to shut the front of the gate again. And they both clear out the way again. More restlessness in the gates. Definitely an edgy field. Hopefully we'll be okay now. No, runners being backed out here. The 12 Al-Muzan backed out of the gates. So that one's come out. Does that mean others are coming out, or are we going to go? Blindfolds going on Al-Muzan. Rest of the runners are still in the stalls at the moment. Looks as though all is okay for Al-Muzan to take part. Is now coming back towards the starting stalls. Not entirely sure the necessity to reverse. Anyway, going back in now. Got another jockey off and getting back on from the framework, it looks like, in the middle there. We're finally just about settled. And they're off. Last, underway, awkward. Tilal Al-Khalidi has unseated the rider. Very awkward from the start, that particular individual who caused problems down at the gates, having initially burst through the stalls. So drama from the outset in this Arabian handicap over the trip here of 2,000 metres. Early pace comes from Jcsa Al who leads the way, showing up here by about a length and a half. Mel Zaman is not too far from the speed as well. Mal Zaman, another one that's coming into a contending position is Al-Khazar, as they try and settle into some sort of order. The pace isn't that hot early on here. They're well fanned out, aren't they, as well, from right to left. It is still Jcsa Al-Jazra who just about shows. Shafa Al-Hizam is not too far from the leaders, and also Al-Khazar is still in there pitching as well. And now between them, Alpha Mega is just taking a clear second place. Next then is Easter du Soleil, racing a bit wider of runners. Al-Muzan just in behind the leading line. Mal Zaman lost a few positions, gone back 3 or 4 places now, but it's not too far from the outright lead. Hasham is on the inside running rail and starting to try and improve a bit here as they go inwards to the turn. Also trying to nip up the inside and close them down is Hazim Al-Burak, but they're about to swing on in and they're working their way towards the final 500 metres. Up at the head of proceedings, it's Jcsa Al-Jazra who just has the advantage, but Al-Khazar in second, and now make that first, has come past here as the leader is starting to flag. Third place then is Shafa Al-Hizam, who just takes second. Al-Muzan still trying to run on, is now moving into third place, and then behind that one is Alpha Mega as they turn on in, but the leader is away. Al-Khazar has the advantage of about 2 lengths. Al-Muzan is running on quite strongly though in second place, caused a bit of trouble before the off, but is finishing well as they work their way into the final 200. Al-Khazar finding extra though, has the advantage of about 3 lengths. Is being chased by the loose horse. Al-Khazar to the line on rushing Thea Athbar for second. Al-Khazar's won it. In second spot then is Thea Athbar. Third position going to Al-Muzan. Wasn't very quick stuff, was it? It was quite slow and ploddy on the way round, to be honest with you, but in the end the 10 has won. Al-Khazar for Jimmy Carry-On. And this individual has won quite a few times before. It's quite a regular winner, which is not always easy to find with some of these Arabians, of course. The eventual unseating at the start was all rather dramatic, wasn't it, for Tilal Al-Khalidi, who was the one that was causing issues before the off, and brushed open the stalls, and then the jockey was deposited to the floor. But thankfully, horse galloped away with the group, and rider was on feet as well. The 5 eventually finishing second. Thea Athbar, good little finishing effort really from that one. Al-Muzan in third place. 2:21.42 was the winner's time, winning by a length and 3/4. Thea Athbar in second, as we said. Al-Muzan, who travelled all right during the race, has placed again in third position. Just waiting to confirm fourth as the favourite Hashem, and yes it is. Hashem is in fourth, another couple of lengths behind. Right, that means the order for quite a slow run, race 10, took a while, didn't it? 10, 5, 12 and 8.
leading rider here in Saudi Arabia. He has guided the French-bred Jcsa to victory in good style. A regular winner now has a 25% strike rate here in Saudi Arabia. That is 7 wins from 28 starts. I'm not even that good a mathematician, but even I know that goes 4 times, and I'm very chuffed to see a very regular winner here in Saudi. And took it up at the top of the straight. There was a little bit concerned at one point, but then pulled away in really good style. Great work from everybody involved. For a long way, there are a few horses travelling well off a slow pace, but at the end of the day, it was only Saya Atbar who was involved toward the finish. Hashem ended up finishing in 4th. Al-Muslim there in 3rd. Gasham Shem Al-Jazra and Shafar Al-Hazam, they cut out the early running, but they couldn't stay with them in the end, but they ran well for a very long way. But they were unable to reel in Jcsa. Lads, a bit of a turn up, but this horse is now a 25% strike rate. Wow, not bad for an Arabian.
Absolutely. Jimmy Carrion obviously very happy weighing in there. Still very serious face, but I'm sure he's very happy underneath it all. And turning into the straight here, our eye was drawn to see where the closers were coming, but there wasn't really any. Just, I suppose, Thayer Athbar. And I thought the loose horse was helping him. As soon as I said that, he cut him up.
Yes, it does often help if you're got a horse. You might be a little bit reluctant to run on to have a loose horse to help them through that, but he's ended up crossing him, as you said. The first and second were actually quite tightly matched on previous form. Thayer Athbar winner last time out, and our winner was a back to form 3rd in that contest. I thought he had half a chance here, but I wasn't sure about him seeing out the 2,000 metres as well as he did 1,600 last time, based on his overall record. But most of the horses that were in form came to the fore here.
There we can just see.
So Talal Al-Khaladia getting rid of Fawaz Wanas,
which is a shame because he gave him a lot of trouble at the start. Fawaz Wanas managed to get back on him and keep the part.
Oh, sorry, Abdullah Lofi on board, I should
jockey
say.
Change, so Fawaz Wanas is probably very happy he didn't ride it.
Yes, indeed. Abdullah Lofi sitting up perfectly okay after that fall. Annoyed by it, no doubt.
Just look where the second horse has come from. He's second last at the moment.
Yeah. Switched right off there as well, and looking to pick his way through late on. I mean, it's a tactic you don't see very often. Normally the horses towards the back of the field are horses who simply can't go the pace. You don't see many horses at the back of the field travelling strongly and just waiting to be delivered very late in the day. He's a little bit tricky, Thayer Athbar, and needs to be produced late. He got the job done last time off a long losing sequence, but back to frustrating a little bit again today.
Looking at the international market favourite Hashem on the rail in the grey sleeves, blue jacket with the cheek pieces on. Sultan Al Mamoni, I bet he was blowing off this. He was at this horse the whole way.
He had to
put
work,
blinkers with 2 exclamation marks. So I don't think those cheek pieces are having the desired effect.
Send that to the stable and see if we have him in blinkers next time out. Would help him travel a little bit better into the race. But as I said, Sultan Al Mamoni had to earn his fee on the horse who gives an impression of a poor man's Desert Orchid for those with long memories. Remarkably similar colours and a grey to boot, but maybe fences are the answer.
Well, he runs like he wants a trip, doesn't he?
That might be pushing it a little bit for the purebred Arabians. But the winner was out of trouble here under Jimmy Carrion in front. As I said, I was a little concerned about how well he would see it out, but he's done it well enough. He needed the line in the last 100 metres or so, but he managed to nick 2 or 3 lengths off the bend, and that's been crucial in the end. Al-Muzen has run a solid race again. He's been placed in the frame in 5 consecutive runs in similar company to this. Was the one who got closest to the winner off the home turn, but flattened out a little bit very late in the day, allowing Thayer Athbar and Hashem to pick up the pieces. And he's faded back to 4th, but no real excuses in behind. Rabaguda, we heard from Callum that he didn't think that Rabaguda looked particularly well in the paddock and was trapped wide as well. So you can make a slight excuse for that and say if Rabaguda catches the eye next time out, might be able to bounce back to form. But that maiden win is coming under a little bit of question now. But he was never really on the track in this race, so I'd rather give him a pass.
There we go then. Jcsa coming up to the line with Jimmy Carrion. Very stylish, isn't he? And just keep waving the stick just to keep his mind on the job. Gets the job done. That was race number 10 for the Arabian horses for 70 to 90. Now you may have heard the brilliant commentary from Alex Fussy then, saying that was a bit slow and ploddy. Well, the next race is for Arabian horses again over the same trip, but it's a 0 to 70. So I'm afraid, Alex, it might be slower and ploddier. Can you take us through the runners and riders?
Thank you, Tom. Yes, I will indeed. I don't think we'll be breaking any records in this one. Number 1 is Kazaz, Mohammed Al-Nefsi. 2 is Shahania Al-Rayla. That's Al-Mazid on board. 3, Badi Al-Cham, Khalid Al-Mimoni. 4, Tendale Al-Jazra, Abdul Ella Al-Hussein. The 5 is Qiyam, Ali Al-Mimoni. The 6 is Abha Al-Siham. That's Sultan Al-Mimoni gets the ride there on the 6. That's a jockey change. The 7, Jalmoud, Abdullah Al-Credis. The 8 is Jason de Violet's Ahmed Al-Zahari. Number 9 is Joy de Montagu, Mohammed Al-Gharib. The 10 is Murshid Isa. That is also Mohammed Al-Habib. No 11, that's a non, so the 12 is next, Bab, Essa Al-Shamari. The 13 is Afdal Jassour, Tariq Al-Mansour. 14 is Orstrad El Sol, Norwef Al-Mudiani. 15 is out, so the 16 is next. That's Hayat Al-Shahania. Mohammed Al-Yami has been replaced by Ahmed Al-Shreed. 18 is the next one, because the 17's gone as well. 18 is Sultana Al-Nuams. That's going to be the mount of Ahmed Al-Shra. 19 is Warad Alit Najd. That is Salman Al-Rashid. 20 is Haydar Hamza Sad. 21 is Omran Al-Reef Mohammed Al-Hubail. And Norwef Al-Farouz has got a ride because the 22 is in as well. That is Naham. Quite a few changes here, haven't we? We've got 11, 15 and 17 gone, and as a result we've got a couple of reserves getting their chance as well. Let's head back to the parade ring, and one man that's definitely not plodding, more zipping about, is Callum.
Oh, I am purely flying now. I've hit my second wind and we're picking up from pressure. Let's start with horse number 2, who is Shane Arena, a horse we know plenty about. Is always a paddock eye catcher, always looks well, and today is no different. Built low to the ground, powerful individual, nice type here. Has had the one career win, but has plenty of defeat to the name. Let's go back to horse number 3. This is Badi Al-Sham, who we're having a look at here. This dark liver chestnut with a very short stumpy tail. Has got all the gear on, Badi Al-Sham, but it has helped because this horse has been a race winner on 2 occasions from only 7 starts. The last few runs, though, have been very disappointing, but this horse looks in really good shape and well worth following to run a big race. Let's go back to horse number 6. This is the next one we're looking at. This chestnut coming through to us right now in the black noseband, horse number 6. Now this runner here is Alba Al-Saham. This is a horse who I thought looked really well put together. Just a really nice type, strong back end, narrow build, short but powerful, well put together, nice bouncy walk. Really intrigued by this one. Has had the 11 starts, has managed to win on 1 occasion as well. Just looks like a nice wee bonny type. I'd be very tempted to take this one home. Very nice indeed. We go back, Jason de Violet's criminally unexposed in this here. Probably one of the horses who we don't quite know too much about, but has a bit of a belly. Jason de Violet has not missed a meal. Those famous chocolate-covered carrots that Rory was talking about earlier on this season have been plenty on Jason de Violet. Has a win on penultimate start. Well beaten last time out, but well worth keeping on the right side of. However, can't be a paddock pick for Callum. Look at the belly on him. My goodness. Definitely has not missed a meal. Let's go back through some of these others further down. Let's go to number 13. This is Afdal Jassour, who we're going to have a look at, just coming towards us now in the grey colours, just behind Mbak, a horse we all love on the channel. Here comes Afdal Jassour, and I'd say this is probably going to be the paddock eye catcher. It most definitely is. Look at number 13, looking really well in the coat, well put together type, tall, athletic, rangy build, and managed to win a race on penultimate start. Couldn't land a blow last time, but looks in really good shape and has to be the pick of the paddock, number 13. Unlucky for some, boys.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, another really tricky contest here, Rory. Let's see what the international market is saying. And again, the field 7-1 the field here. Jalmoud, Mushred Isa, Mbab, Afdal Jassour and Hayat Al-Shania. 7-1 co-favourites of 5. You don't see that much often.
No.
Sultana Al-Nuames 8-1, as is Warad Al-Naj. and Kiam is 10 to 1, and it is 12 to 1, and bigger the rest. Right, let's get stuck into this then, Rory. Why don't we start with number 7, one of the co-favourites of 5, and that is Jalmood, who's in good form of late, 3rd on last 2 starts.
Yeah, and Jalmood's a fair start point in this contest. Bear with me a second while I dig him out. Number 7 runs in the same colour as the runner-up in our previous contest.
Yeah.
Won a handicap over 2,000 metres this trip at Taif in September. He's run at least as well when placed in both starts here since over different trips, and has got leading claims on balance, particularly coming out of stall 1. So I thought Jalmood might be clear favourite here. 2 from 12 in a reasonably short career to date. So it might even be more to come from Jalmood, and it's definitely one to bear in mind.
Number 8 then, Jason Diavalets, is a 12 to 1 shot on the international market. We did have a jockey change, I think, for this one. Just the 2 starts, one on debut, but struggled last time out.
Yes, I mean Jason Diavalets Callum said looked to be carrying condition in the paddock. Don't always agree with him on that. But this was definitely the case with this one. It was a weak maiden that Jcsa won. Well beaten next time out, and I don't think the form's worth an awful lot. So was a long way from my short list, I have to say.
Number 9, Joy to Montague, French bred. What's your view on this one? 12 to 1 on the international.
Joy to Montague's best form has come over 2,400 metres in Taif, and just looks a thorough stayer. Has been well beaten either side of a good placed effort over that trip, and just doesn't look as effective over the 2,000 metres on this faster surface.
Okay, let's go to number 12, Umbab, another one of the co-favourites of 5 at 7 to 1. 5th last time here, seems to be one of the more consistent types in this.
Yeah, running pretty well at the moment. Umbab is 2 from 16 in his career. 3rd over 1,600 metre in a weaker handicap, not a 65 handicap, 2 starts ago. I thought ran well over 1,200 metre last time, despite the fact that the trip looked on the sharp side. Does stay this far as well, so the step up in trip gives Umbab a chance. Stall 5 is also very fair. I thought he was definitely one to be fairly positive about in a race like this.
As you can see, runners just coming out onto the course before cantering down to the 2,000 metre start. Let's ask you about another one of the co-favourites at 7 to 1. That's number 13, Aftal Chazor. Now, I want your thoughts on this. He won 2 starts ago, but he struggled last time out. He's been dropped from 77 to 65 after 1 run.
Yeah, but I think if you look at when that run was, you find that's quite a long time ago.
Okay.
So it's coming off a lengthy break. It does get a positive mention from Callum in the paddock, but unless I've misread my card, of course the form figures just appear. You don't have a slash to denote a change of season. It's coming from over 18 months off here,
okay.
so I thought that was
would be skinny enough.
Yeah, I think it was January, February last year. This last run, it was December 2022 when he won, but. It's worth noting that he got a big positive from Callum in the parade ring, so doesn't look as unfit as I expected him to be.
There's 21 Omran Al Reef going down to the start, 12 to 1 job, one of the reserves getting in. Now, you're saying about the handicap, Mark, with that one putting him down. This one is completely different, number 16, just the 6 starts for Hayat Al Shahania, another 7 to 1 co-favourites. But the handicapper has put him up £8 for finishing 4th last time.
Yeah, a little harsh enough on balance, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Did run well in form when forced to Angad Al Khalidi in a maiden here last time out. Angad Al Khalidi was the horse that I was mentioning, who was second to my selection in the previous race in a maiden, where clearly he didn't run to his best form. He looked a tricky ride as well. He did get his head in front of the maiden company last time out, but given that Angad Al Khalidi was carrying a rating of 107, a maiden should have been an absolute formality for him. So that 4th that Hayat Al Shahania produced last time out, she needs to prove that she can back that up. You know, it looks on paper like it's an improvement, but it's potentially misleading form, as maidens can be. If you start rating them through the wrong horses, you can get a completely different picture. So while she has half a chance, if you take the most positive view of that form, it's easy enough to find negatives with her.
Okay, just if you are looking at the race card online, the colours of Kazaz, you'll see that it's black with a an orange sash with orange sashes on the arms of the jockey. It's actually green and yellow instead of black and orange, just to let you know that one. Just want to get your thoughts on number 18 here, Rory, because I quietly fancied this one. Very rarely runs a bad race. Did win over this trip at Type 3 starts back.
Yeah, she's reasonably unexposed, I suppose, Sultana Al Nawamis, and she's 2 from 10 in her career. She won a 0-60 in time, so a lower grade handicap early in the season. Has acquitted herself well in handicaps over 1,600 metres in her last 2 starts, finishing 5th to a Let's last time out, and she's not without a chance. I said 17 is not easy. She's obviously in a higher grade of handicap than she has been in, which again, asked a bit more of a question of her, but I didn't think she was without a chance.
And a couple more to ask you about then. Number 19, Warat Alit Najd. He's an 8-1 chance. Only the 6 starts, 4th over course and distance last time out. Has won over 1,200 metres before.
Yeah. Yes, 4th to Umran over course and distance last time out, having won a maiden over 1,200. Is a player here, as is Haydar, number 20, who's quite a big price. Plenty with chances.
Selection time then. Where are you going in this really tricky contest?
Well, I got to go with what I wrote down earlier on, and I look at my notes and find that my selection was number 7, which is Jalmood.
So, number 7, Jalmood for Rory Delaghi in our 11th race. I'm going with number 18, Sultana Al Nawamis, an ultra-consistent horse. Could be more to come. Callum, where are you heading in this race, number 11?
Being honest with you, lads, I'm heading indoors. No, I'm not. No, it's just very, very chilly out here. But we are going to be focusing our selection on Afdal Jasor, who is coming off a very long layoff, but looked in really good shape in the parade ring. Looked really good. Talking about horses that look really, really good, number 16, Hayat Al Shania, is got the best set of silks I've ever seen in my life. Also is running in a fairly good level of form recently. I think she looked quite good in the parade ring too. Keep an eye out on number 16. That would have a decent enough poke, but the selection is number 13, Afdal Jasor. Not hoping for too much, but hoping for a decent enough performance on the back of a big layoff. Big negative though, Jacinda Violette, who looked like he's had one too many chocolate covered carrots. One man who doesn't have too many chocolate covered carrots is Mr. Alex Fussy, and you can run us through this penultimate contest.
Thank you, Callum. Prefer the chocolate, not the carrots, personally, as runners will soon be loading up for this penultimate event on the card. To 17. The grade here, and we had slow stuff in our previous race. Let's see what happens in this one. Pace held up all right though, didn't it, in the last particular contest? No one really, apart from that second home, making a bit of headway. We haven't quite started the loading up process yet because the 3's in the middle, as you can see. Badi Al Cham is just getting some tack adjustments, so the saddle just being resorted there. The rest of them circling around the outside. We seem to have gone on to casual mode for these last 2 or 3 races on today's card. Still one more to come, of course. The big cup race up to conclude proceedings, which should be very interesting. In terms of the stalls positions here, well, Callum was intrigued with Afdal Jasor on the return. Stall 4 for that particular individual, looking for a second career success. Rory preferred the chances of Jalmood. Will be jumping out of gate 1, so he's got that pretty plumb position on the inside if able to utilise. And Tom was keeping an eye out for the 18 in this one, Sultana Al Nawamis, who will come from stall 17, so quite the opposite end of the spectrum for that individual. Nahama's just gone in, one of the reserve runners. Also the other reserve, Omran Al Reef, who gets a run, has just gone forward. There's those jazzy colours that Callum liked, with Hayat Al Shahania moving into stall number 14. It's a bit warm down at the start. There is the 20, Haydar, between the legs there. Hamza Sad on board. Haydar, who's won 3 times in the career. We're down to the last handful. Bumbab has just been locked away, so we've still got 4 by the looks of it. Haydar is one of those. Also heading up is the 8, Jacinda Violette, the one who is carrying a bit of condition. It would have appeared. Badi Al Cham coming up as well, and Kazaz wide into stall 20, slotting forwards, and we're ready to go. They're off, jumping away, racing here over 2,000 once again. It's Arabian handicap 0 to 70, but sluggish was Afdal Jasor, not particularly smartly into stride. Also towards the back end of the field is Kazaz early on. A good start made by Murshid Isa, who's going to be right up there. Also quite handy is Kiam in the orange colours. A few of them contesting this lead. Warat Alit Najd just not too far from the pace and a bit wider on the course. Also Hayat Al Shahania is moving into the leading contention. The white cap 2 from the left as they try and filter themselves into some sort of order and cross onto the racecourse proper in effect. Down on the inside, Murshid Isa might just have the lead, but Badi Al Cham is now quickly going past actually, and is going on with a bit more zip as Murshid Isa already comes off the bridle. Warat Alit Najd has moved into second place. They're being followed by Omran Al Reef, the red and yellow colours, is just improving, perhaps into third now, up on the outside of Kiam in the orange. Also with those is Ostra del Sol, racing a bit deeper but improving. Jason de Violettes is getting going out wider from a bit further down the order. And also down to the outside is Sultana Al Nawamiz in the blue cap there to the outside of horses. On this spin for home, up top they're leading the way, it's Badi Al Cham, but we might have a few closes this time. Being followed still by Waret Alit Najd, who's now giving way. Still there, Ostra del Sol appears to be moving quite nicely, and on their outside is Jason de Violettes. Behind those, as they take the turn and trying to get there as well, is Haydar as they complete the corner. And another one out wider improving is the blue cap of Sultana Al Nawamiz. But in line for home, Jason de Violettes has hit the front, just going on but lugging left, and is quickly pounced on by Haydar. Haydar comes past Jason de Violettes. Not much room on the inside for Ostra del Sol, who's having to switch again. Running on Jalmoud from a long way back is going to get involved for a place, but up top it is Haydar, who is away by 3 or 4. Jalmoud is still closing to the line. Haydar the winner. Jalmoud might get the nose up for second in advance of Jason de Violettes, and they were followed by Ostra del Sol. Number 20, Haydar has won here. 4th career success. Again, a case of another one who knows how to win and travelled up through the race quite well, actually, behind the leaders, and then was pulled out as they came into the home straight to rush on by. And has beaten off Jalmoud, who's run a nice race again. Just a little out of ground early on, wasn't in that front wave in the early part of proceedings, and just gave the run in effect to Haydar, who got clear on the spin into the straight. 2:24.09 is the winning time on this occasion. In the end, it's a good 2.5 lengths or so the winning margin. 3 lengths has been confirmed officially. Jalmoud is second. Jason de Violettes run very well, considering the reflections in the paddock might need the run. It's a good run from Jason de Violettes, and then Ostra del Sol in 4th. That was race 11, penultimate one of the day. The order there, 20, 7, 8 and 14.
one for the team. It's a winner for the camera team as Mustafa's uncle, the gentleman on the left of picture wearing the black puffer jacket, has been involved with this winner, Haydar. Yet another French-bred Arabian to win here on today's card. Let's make sure they don't run out of the entire parade ring and really enjoy this moment. This is lovely. This is really nice. This is a beautiful family victory. You could have heard Mustafa if you were in Bahrain at the finish of that one. It was lovely to see. And Hamza Sarge, your winning rider, is well worth his 1 kilo claim. And like we mentioned, yet another French-bred, purebred Arabian. They're certainly worth following, these individuals here over time in Saudi Arabia. Another one as well, as mentioned in commentary, a horse that knows how to win. It is so important at this level in these big competitive handicaps that you're with a horse who knows how to get the head in front. And that's now a 4th win here in Saudi Arabia after 27 career starts for Haydar, who's come in here off a really low weight, 57.5 kilos, with an extra kilo taken off. They're only 56.5 with Hamza Saad in the plate to win this tricky little contest. Well done if you found Haydar at home. I almost had an aneurysm when I saw Jason de Villette absolutely swinging into the race, but that horse clearly needed those runs and still looks a wee bit pudgy. But take nothing away from your winning jockey, Hamza Saad, who has given this a cracking little ride. Well worth the 1 kilo claim. We'll just wait for him to get properly weighed in. And that seems to be all good. So congratulations to Hamza Saad. He is your winning rider. Boys, it was a hard one to find, but nice to see a young jockey going the right way. No, you're okay. You're okay. Well done.
Very happy with himself. Just doing his hair. Look for the cameras. And yeah, Haydar, you gave a really good mention to this beforehand. At a big price, 22-1 on the international market.
Yeah, we touched on the one above, and I wanted to point out that he had a very similar chance on the ratings, having finished good 5th in a better race last time out. A horse with form over the course and distance, with a fair draw. He was one of my. See where I did put him in when I actually wrote the race up. He was my 3rd choice in the race.
Your first choice didn't run too badly either.
First choice finished 2nd. That's a decent one. But you put them in. You don't have any prices to look at, so you assume these are the horses with a reasonable chance. See one of those at 25-1. You kind of think, well, it was only my 3rd choice, but I might be interested in that.
Yeah. Broke pretty well, and even break much less dramatic than our previous Arabian race, Warrior. They took a while to come across here. You look at Sultana Al Nawamez, who was one of the well-fancied ones, just decided to stick out there a little bit longer before slotting back in. Yeah, they do tend to do that in the pure-bred Arabian races, and you don't tend to have too many who got blazing early speed to cut across. We saw one in the previous race who stayed extremely wide on the track. I wonder whether that was Wathnan. The 18 who just stayed well away from the other runners wide on the track. And they just begin to sort themselves out. Again, the key generally with the purebred Arabians is to let them do their own thing as much as possible and don't mess them around. And they tend to run a little bit sweeter as a result. You see 1 or 2 of them coming off the bridle from a reasonably early stage. Is that Jalmood who was in trouble early on and then run through for seconds? I think it is. Yes.
Abdullah Al Qaeda is not looking very happy with him in the early stages.
Again, it's run a very similar race to the owner's previous horse.
Indeed,
yeah. Last race running from a long way back.
Doing a lot of late work to grab 2nd place. The winner at this stage, Haydar, you see in about 8th or 9th place, but he's in a bit of daylight. He's got room to manoeuvre, and you'll see he begins a forward move coming into the bend, only about 1 horse off the rail. There are horses beginning to weaken around him, so he comes off the rail again just to make sure that he's got clear sailing. They've done a fair bit of work in front, and I was hopeful that he'd pick up a place at this stage, but he's managed to get the lot in the end, and well deserved as well, because he's been running consistently. Handicapper's given him a chance, and he's been rewarded. Not all of these would be Thursdayers at the 2,000 metres, but he's shown his form of the trip before, stepping up from 1,600, which is not a problem for him, and he stayed on stoutly to the line. Jason de Villette has run a lot better than he did last time, and he's obviously the type to carry a bit of condition anyway, because he's run a remarkably good race, all things considered, but he has got tired in the last furlong, having held every chance, and he's surely going to do a little bit better than that with the benefit of experience. Jalmood, you can't call him unlucky. He's come from a long way back to grab a place, but he's made his jockey work every inch of the way to get that position. and that's probably why he's got lots of placed efforts and handicaps and not so many wins.
Maybe one to take out of the race if you had to would be that grey horse number 8. Even there he looks quite burly, doesn't he?
He does, yeah.
Jason de Valette, Callum said, would need the run, so if you are going to follow that one next time out, that might be one to stick with. But there's our winner, number 20. Rory gave it a big mention beforehand. Haydar for Hamza Saad, 22-1 on the international market. Now we've only got one race left to bring you, and it is the big one. It's the Governor Cup for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upwards. Let's get the runners and riders for the final time with Alex Fussey.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, let's have a look at the field for the last of the day. Big race to conclude proceedings, isn't it, as well? Number 1 is Adat, Camille Ospina. Number 2 is a washer, that's Al Hussein Al Harith. Number 3 is Hizam, Tariq Al Mansour. 4 is Lajil Thati, Abdullah Al Lawfi. 5 is Lama Al Anaya, Mohammed Al Dahan. The 6 is Mabrukat Najd, that's Eddie Castro. Over the page to the 7, Majd Al Salala, that is Hussein Al Makrami. Number 8 is Malayn, that's Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Number 9 is Moedar, Abdullah Al Credis. And number 10 is Montina, that'll be Ali Al Mutib. The 11 is Monta Kbar, Ayad Al Tarisi. The 12 is Sajwa, Ricardo Ferreira. 13 Tahadi, Mohammed Al Hubail. The 14 is Tarabot, Mohammed Al Nasser. 15 is 8 Barat, Rayan Al Turaish. The 16 is Ayad Al Muhammadiyah, Alex Moreno. 17 is Gadir Al Banat, that is Norwef Al Muriani. 18 is Hadabar, Fahad Al Faredi. And the 19, the final one, is Narwan for Asil Al Sharhani. 19 runners for the big cup contest, our final race of the night. And we can go back to Callum, who's got his eyes on number 1, I think.
I certainly do, Alex, and here she is. Adat, much improved, has been a star over the recent starts, has done very little wrong and faces her next test today. And my goodness, doesn't she look well? She's a big, long girl, isn't she? She's certainly a lot of horse to fill. And you can see that winter coat is just beginning to creep in as well. And that's no surprise because the temperature has really, really dropped down here. But my goodness, doesn't she look well? She walks well as well. She covers the ground nicely, much better than that White Stable horse that we saw finishing second earlier on in the card. But she is the one they've all got to beat on ratings. And she certainly looks a pick in the paddock so far, but there are plenty of other good-looking horses in behind. We drop right back, and we're going to go all the way back to horse number 12, and then we're going to go on an absolute run of interesting runners. Horse number 12 is Shajwa. This is the first horse we'll look at here. Interesting to see how this horse gets on, partnered by Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, who will be joining us at the end of the show as well to discuss his already very good day. He's had a double. He'll be wanting to make it a treble aboard Shajwa, who's built quite low to the ground. Another quite heavy set individual, typical of the stables type here. Just a bit of a grinder. This horse will just continue to power on. She's an interesting one. I'd be looking elsewhere. She's certainly not the pick of the paddock for me. If I was looking at the other highly rated horse, I'd be with Adat. Let's go back one more to Tahadi, number 13. This horse looks really fit and is walking out in a really nice loose style. Well put together individual whose last 2 runs were been not good enough to suggest that she can feature here. Let's go back one horse more. This is horse number 14, Tarabot. Love Tarabot. Has seen her, I've seen her plenty of times, I should say, as she walks out in good fashion here. She's a gorgeous grey individual. She tends to run well without winning, but she's shown plenty of ability in her last 2 starts, and I've got no negatives about her. She looks really, really fit. Lovely type. Ace Barat is just in behind. I remember this horse starting the career and thinking that she was going to be a bit of a superstar. She'd found things a bit tougher recently, but was a winner on penultimate start and cannot cannot be ignored here. She looks great, doesn't she? She's a little bit weak in behind, as you can see. She's still got some growing to do, but she's got very, very limited experience. And remember Heina Baha from last week. That horse made a bright start to her 3-year-old campaign. I can't wait to see how this one gets on. Ayat Al Mohammedia is another one we like. We've seen plenty of her in the past. She's a gorgeous, gorgeous girl. Maybe she might find this all a bit too tough. And the final one we want to look at, Gada Al Banat, horse number 17, is another one for the Red Stable. I would say arguably a bit more of a paddock pick than Shajwa if I had to pick between the two of them. This horse was last seen winning and will be looking to make it 2 wins from her last 2 starts. Boys, it's a cracking race, but I can't go anywhere but the number 1.
I think a lot of people will be agreeing with you, Callum. Aedat is our international market favourite at 4-7. Very short price for this Najran Region Governor Cup, Rory, but definitely deserved favourite.
Yeah, I mean, she's on a roll at the moment. She's won her last 4, looking for the 5th. She's won the King Khalid Racetrack Championship. She won the Asia Cup 2 starts back, and this is her. And Shajwa finishing 1st and 2nd in the Riyadh Region Governorate Cup last time out. So a very similar contest. The only difference here is her last 4 starts have all been at 1400 metres, and she's stepping up to 1600. But she is a winner over course and distance. This wasn't her most impressive visual performance. I mean, on this evidence, you'd say, well, there's not much between her and Shajwa on that form. She'd beaten Shajwa a lot more easily on her previous start. So listen, if you want to start crabbing and say, well, you know, she's now showing signs that she's maybe had quite a lot of racing and she didn't have much to spare last time out. Certainly her superiority was less than it was in the Asia Cup. But all told, her overall record is very, very solid. She wouldn't be one that I'd be backing. But
this is what they're running for then, the Najran Region Governorate Cup. Look at that, very nice. Everyone wants to get their hands on this one. So what were you saying about Shajwa recently?
Yes.
Looking at that, she's coming out of stall 3 today. Aedat's coming out of stall 15. That could be a lot of ground to make up to come across, and there was only, what, 3/4 of a length between them last time?
There isn't a huge amount. I think, this race is priced up on the fact that Aedat has got a very, very solid overall record, and she's been beating most of these horses fairly well. There's a bunch of horses who are out of their depth in this contest who we won't even give a mention to, but those who've got a bit of ability. Hazam has been behind, Montekiba's been behind her, Shajwa's been behind her. There aren't that many who aren't held in some sort of form. Gadar Albanat down at the bottom there has a bit to find on form, but is at least coming from different form lines and might be able to spring us a bit of a surprise. But Aedat holds most of this field either in direct form lines or collateral form lines, so it's no surprise that she's as short as she is. But I take your point that if you just look at the last race and look at the setup of this, you'd say that, you know, the price of Shajwa does look fairly generous.
Let's take you through the international market and see how they're priced up. Aedat, like I said, 4-7 favourite. Camilo Ospina on board, but he's coming out of stall 15. Shajwa, will it be her day today? Will she be able to overturn that form? She's at 100-13, and bigger the rest, 7-1. 8th, Barat, that's number 15. 10-1 for Montakabar. 12-1 for Gada Al Banat. Momtenar at 16. 16-1 also for number 14, Tarbot, and number 18, Had Bar. Rory, there's some decent prices on offer here. Let's just go through a few of them as well. Let's start with number 3, Hezam, 33-1. It was behind Aedat last time.
33-1 is not a bad price about Hezam. The first thing you say is, well, she's finished 5th and 6th behind Aedat in the last 2 starts. There's no obvious reason why she can turn the tables. But if you just take Aedat out of it and price the race up for the rest of the field, she doesn't have an awful lot to find with them. She's pretty reliable. She won a handicap in Taif, and she's finished a respectable 5th and 6th on her last 2 starts. So she has got fair claims of hitting the top 4 or 5 in this race, and she might reward each way support.
Okay, let's just go further down the field here quickly. Number 11, Montekabar, 10-1 chance, rated 85 and consistent enough.
Yeah, most of her form gives her a half decent chance here, at least of finishing in the frame. She was third to Aouda in the Riyadh Region Cup last time out, as we saw. She's actually run since that. Was only fifth over course and distance last time out in an open race. It wasn't a bad effort, but it wasn't as good as she had run to on her previous start. I would also say, although she's very well drawn here, I would argue that the best of her form is at slightly shorter as well. Her last run, her fifth last time out was over this course and distance, but I think her very best form has probably come at 1400. So I wouldn't rule her out, but just a little bit of a concern that she dipped in form slightly last time.
Okay, let's look at the White Stable's second string here. Athbarat, number 15. Would you give that one much of a chance? 7-1.
Well, the thing about Athbarat is, again, represents different form lines. Doesn't have the greatest of draws, but is largely progressive, winning 2 from 5. So she is a progressive filly. She's got a chance here.
Right, selection time then, Rory.
Aouda has to be the selection, but it might be harder for her than the market suggests.
I'm going to go with Shadwa, number 12. I think today could be her day. I think she's drawn accordingly. There's Camilla Ospina hoping that Aouda makes it the 5-timer. Just one of them getting resaddled down at the start. We do see that quite a lot here. Just one more I want to ask you about quickly before we do go to Callum is number 8, Mullane. Now she's 33-1. The face you've just pulled suggests you don't think.
Well, she was a selection for me a couple of starts ago when she was in an open race, and I said that the horse that beat her had no chance because it had won a 0-55 handicap in its previous start. She was rated 80. So how could you possibly fancy this horse to beat her? She must win, and she sat in second place the whole way round, and she couldn't get past.
Yeah.
And that's a massive worry for me. So even though some of her form looks fairly good, I don't think she's been at her best on her last couple of starts, even though that second looks okay on paper.
Okay, runners are still milling round down at the start. Aouda just getting a little bit on her toes down there. Looks like just getting a little bit warm, but still the 4-7 market leader. Wouldn't be surprised if more support comes in. Shadwa now 11-4 from 100-30. Maybe others are thinking the same. Let's go over to Callum. Who are you fancying in this, Callum?
Aouda for me in this one, boys. I thought she looked well enough in the parade ring, but there are some shaky vibes around. I didn't feel total confidence around. In fact, the more I asked, the less confident I've sort of got from the response of the team. But yeah, she's the pick for me. Athbarat, I think, is going to be very interesting. She was a lovely horse last year and did very well against her own sex in juvenile contests. And I think she'll be one to watch all the way through this season. Same with Aya and Mohamedia, who will be, I imagine, a pace angle from this low draw. So looking forward to seeing how that horse gets on. But all roads for number 1, Alex Fussy, for the final time. You've been an absolute gent. Stall 15 is what we're looking for. It's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, let's hope this favourite can send everyone home happy as the last few move into their positions. Aouda will move into stall 15. They are still making some adjustments with one of the runners at the back there, to Hardy. But hopefully we're going to be set to go very shortly. To Hardy into place. Coming up and inwards is Mabrukat Najd, and also coming forwards is Sajwa. And then we'll just about be ready to go. So last couple in, standing by. Handlers clear, flags up, they're off. Racing away here over 1,600 metres. The Najran Region Government Cup begins. Really good start out wide for Gadir Albanat, who's going to rush forwards here with the white cap on to quickly bag the early lead. A couple of others showing early toe include Sajwa. Actually, the red colours is bang there in between rivals, and another one is Majd Al Salala, who's handy as well. Down on the inside, Ayat Al Muhammadiyah tries to squeeze on through and get prominent, and Aouda, the hot favourite, is not too far from the pace. It's 2 from the left now, moving into about 3rd position. Couple trapped out wide include Mullane, and also racing a bit wider is Tara Bott, and they sit down into mid-division. It's a front wave of 4 here. Coming up between horses is Nawan as well, the two-tone blue. Down on the inside of those is Gadir Albanat, and still right there is Sajwa. Aouda, though, is poised on the outside. Camilo Ospina tucked in the drive position, not yet coming for him. He's cruising along as they go around the bend, turning to the top of the straight. Mokhtabar is next in the field and trying to run on about 4th or 5th, but now Aouda has breezed up sides and past Sajwar as they complete the turn. Gadir Albahat's the one to give closest chase on the inside of those, but as they work close to home, it's Ayadat in front. Has the advantage here of 2 or 3 lengths close towards the final 150 metres. They are not going to stop Ayadat, who is away now by 5 or 6. And Ayadat is going to do it again. It's a fabulous 5-timer, and it's another Cup success. Ayadat beating Moktahibar into second place. They're followed in by Gadir Albanat, and also another couple to include were Hizam running on, and Hadhabar was another one closing a little. But the success is the one horse. Ayadat, very impressive stuff. Success for Camilo Ospina. It's been a real run of wins, hasn't it? A real season for this filly. 5 on the bounce, 9 wins now from the 15 starts, and has posted a time here of 1:40.22. And in truth, there wasn't much doubt, was there? Camilo, as we said around that turn, was still in hand, still cruising along, and then was able to extend her, or asked her to go and extend, as they come around the home turn. 5 3/4 lengths at the margin of success, beating Moktahibar in second. Sajwar on the inside holds on for third place in the red colours, and did better than Gadir Albanat, the eventual ownership companion, who gave way close to home, and Hizam was eventually fourth. That was the concluding contest today. Our final order: 1, 11, 12 and 3.
The day here, Camilo Ospina on board, and Rory, we just watched that trackside then. It was never really in doubt. We thought Shadra may get a little bit closer on that last run, but there was no doubt about it. As soon as it turned in, race over.
No, Shajra again has run a good race to be placed. Again, having run really well behind Ayadat on her last couple of starts. But she wasn't wildly impressive last time out, but she had been on her previous 2 starts, and she was right back to her very best here. And again, back at 1,600 metres. Her last 4 wins have been over 1,400 metres, but she won over 1,600 here last season, and clearly she's at least as good at this trip, and this is possibly her most impressive victory to date.
Exactly. Camilo Ospina now getting all the congratulations. Ayadat about to come back in to the winners' enclosure, and well, I thought just getting a little bit on her toes down at the start, but obviously it didn't matter at all. I thought the number 11 horse, Montecabar, has run a really good race in second. She stepped up a little bit on last time.
I was just, she was placed behind, the form has worked out really well. She was placed behind Ayadat last time out, and she's been running consistently this season. My slight concern for her today was whether she would be quite as effective over the 1,600 metre trip, having shown arguably her best form over 1,400. But yeah, she's run very well, beaten 5 3/4 lengths in the end, but she just found the winner a little bit too classy in the end, which is unsurprising given this is a 102 rated filly, and probably going to be higher after this as well. So the right fillies have finished second and third behind the winner, and Hizam, who we mentioned before the start, has won at a big price. Again, that's been 5th and 6th behind Ayadat in her last 2 starts, and has finished 4th today. So all that form has been working out really well. The horses with the different form lines who came here as potential spoilers couldn't get involved at all.
And Ayadat then, Camilo Ospina on board, 997 winners. Now we're 3 away from that magic milestone of 1,000. You can see why everyone wants him, can't you? I know he didn't do much there.
I would love a treble tomorrow, wouldn't you, for the show? That would be terrific for him to get to his 1,000th winner. He's been an absolute superstar here over the years, and doesn't begrudge success to others either. We'll speak to Ricardo Sousa Ferreira shortly, and he will praise Camilo to the skies in terms of how he's helped him settle in and given him advice on race riding here. So there's no professional jealousy there either. So a great jockey and a great man.
Now you've watched a lot of Camilo. You say horses just run for him. Why do you think that is? What does he do that others can't?
He's just you get natural horsemen who've got. You talk about jockeys having good hands, and it just means that rather than them having to force the issue, just the presence, the light touch of their hand on the reins gives the message to the horse that they want to give. Horses seem to understand them naturally. It's one of those things that is very hard to teach. It's either naturally there or it's not.
No, so there we go. Big words for Camilla Ospina. They're just, as you can see, turning into the straight now, and this is where Camilla Ospina just asked for maximum effort from Ayodat and just puts distance between herself and Shajwa. Couldn't get as close as last time, though.
No, again, a very game race from Shajwa, who's proved very, very consistent through the season. But in Ayodat, she's run into a very, very good filly indeed, and one who's now on 5 in the trot, which you see very rarely here, especially in the top races.
No, absolutely. So Ayodat then wins the Najran Regional Governor Cup for Camilo Ospina. Right, everybody, we have got Ricardo Sosa Ferreira here. Pleasure to have you with us, Ricardo. Double on the day. You must be very, very happy after those 2 winners.
Yes, thank you so much, all people. Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Thank you, guys, because this program very good. I finish race, go home and check all the race with your program. In some race, I learn.
Yeah, there you go.
No, very good. And Camilo Ospina, unfortunately, you were behind him then, but he has helped you a lot when you came over to Saudi Arabia.
Yes, I don't know before Camilo, but when I arrived, he received me very, very good. Now he's my best friend. Also more people, you know, Andre Valpereira, long time work here. Now my manager. My first stable, sure, Youssef Al Toureif give me chance for come Saudi Arabia and now with Sheikh Abdullah. Thank you, Sheikh, because I very good stable and the start season very good for me.
Ricardo, you had a very impressive win today with Alcanza. She ran away with the fillies, winners of 2, and she looked like she had a fair chance of winning that on paper, but we didn't expect her to win as impressively as she did. She ran right away from the field. What is she like as a horse?
This filly, you know, I checked the race before come right here. 2 race, the rating 71, I think, but sure more. He improved. This race, she improved the last 2 race. For me, surprise because 62 kilos. This filly not big, but hard, very, very good. She can do important race, I think.
And she'll stay further than 1,600 meters. She relaxes very well, doesn't she?
Yes, the trainer tell me for come behind the pace, you know. But with the 62 kilos, I need push a little the first 400. But maybe in 100, he take on the
We're just watching the race now, not on the screen here, but on our screens we're watching a replay of the race, and she's very impressive as she gets to the front on the home bend and goes clear. She would go well in a cup race with 58 kilos on her back, would be better for her, yes?
Yes, you speak about
Alcanza.
Yes. I think she can do very good race. I think now maybe the best 2 years old filly in Saudi Arabia. I love, you know, it's easy win. I go more. I not need push too much, but he need a rating, and Saudi Arabia have this system, 10 lengths because it maybe need now 90, 95. Yes. You know, but I can win without push.
That what makes her so impressive, really. As the viewers and us watching the racing, is just how easily she was able to do it. Now, I want to talk about your riding, because the way you have lit up Riyadh and really brought a whole new level of riding, it must feel good to be able to continue that form you showed last year so quickly this year.
Yes, I think I start better this season. I know the track now for the 4 times here. And I start with better horses, maybe more chance. You know, I have a little lucky with the stable, Sheikh Abdullah, every time chance. And when you win, the chance is coming.
Yeah.
If not win, is more difficult. But I'm very happy. I want to do my best, ride all the race.
Well, Ricardo, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. Best of luck tomorrow. Very well done on your double today, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. You can go home now. You're all done. Thank you very much. Brilliant.
Get yourself a coat on, 'cause it's very cold. So, everyone, trophy presentation going on behind us here. All the scenes we're seeing the scenes now. Trophy lifted aloft after Ayodat wins the feature, and Yeah, connections extremely happy. And Rory, Callum, it was a much different day to yesterday. Camilo Ospina had that double, but let's just reflect on Ayoadat's victory there, because just watching how smoothly she travelled into the race. I know she's rated 101, I think you said she was, Rory. How she travelled into it, and I thought Shuja might just get a bit closer than last time, but there was absolutely none of that today, Callum.
Yeah, I was so impressed by how well she's done, and it's wonderful to see that Camilo Ospina has been able to lift this trophy and continue the good form that he's shown recently, because he's a serious operator, and Ayoadat's a serious horse now. I think we were concerned, and there wasn't a lot of confidence in the parade ring. Usually the White Stable boys come bouncing over to me and say, hey, we've got a good one here. I didn't get that here. There was nerves, but she's enjoyed that step up. In fact, I think she's enjoyed the slower tempo early on.
Yeah, I think you also get that with people. Sometimes when trainers are really confident or connections are really confident, it's because they're forcing themselves to be positive. I think when you really think you've got something special, it makes you nervous.
Yes. And
it makes you less likely to be bullish about it, generally speaking. And I think they have something very special here with Ayoadat, and she's going from strength to strength.
I mean, earlier on we thought we found a handicap good thing. We looked a little bit like egg on our faces. Good job we like eggs, Rory. But Callum got the winner. It does just show sometimes you can't win a race on paper, and this is about race number 10, I think.
Yeah, it was Mulazem winning that race, beating La Fasol, who I completely agree. I completely agree with what you said.
Everything beat La Fasol in the end, unfortunately. As I was saying after that race, the interesting thing is the form worked out to the letter, apart from La Fasol. The winner ended up posting almost an identical time to he did when he was third to La Fasol last time out. La Fasol dipped under 140, did 139 point something for a horse, or having his third start was a really good performance, but it clearly left a mark on him because he didn't run his race today. So that was your bounce. Not a horse having a second run after a break, but a horse who'd run a massive performance, career best on his previous start, wasn't able to back it up. Ironically, the form turned out to be very sound.
The question is now, the handicapper is sleeping happily in bed going, I was right all along.
He'll find out he was wrong soon enough, don't worry.
But it could be worth following that horse again, because clearly there was something wrong there. When you see a horse, and you'd have seen here in this position as well, when horses do come past the line, when you can pull them up quickly, it's either because they don't want to be a racehorse, they haven't put it in, or there is something wrong, and how quickly that horse stopped today would be a little bit of a concern.
Yeah, the steward's report will let us know if there's been any bleeding. I was speaking to Rory beforehand of racing today. The stewards have a really good report system here, which is very clear and easy to follow. And if a horse bleeds, to start with, it'll be 25 days out. And then if it bleeds again, you'll miss 45 days as well. So if they have found anything untoward with La Fasol, it will be a while until we see it. And this is the worst time to not be able to run, because you've got some really hot races coming up, which would mean opportunity for a horse like La Fasol to maybe sneak in to an open contest, which would be a little easier.
Just to touch on the website there as well, which has the stewards' reports. If you click on the racing tab, you can go to the declarations, or the entries for the race, declarations, results, replays, and then the stewards' report as well. So you got all that in one place, just different tabs. And I wouldn't say the website's perfect by any means, but that's one of the best aspects of it.
Yeah, absolutely. But just talking here to Ricardo Sousa, you're a massive fan of him, aren't you, Rory? Didn't get a chance to ask him. Really wanted to ask him about his riding in the south of France, because it's made him be a much more patient rider. And here, when they do go quick early, he is normally one of the ones that comes with a wet sail, isn't he?
He is. I mean, he's one of the few jockeys who's happy just to drop his hands and allow the horse to find their own stride. And because you're riding on dirt, people will always tell you it's all about speed. It's important to get a good position. But if you're pushing them along in midfield, they rarely see their race out. So Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, very good at getting horses to relax and finish their races off, and it's beautiful to see.
Yeah, I really liked Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, and I think Rory's hit every single nail on the head there. It's all because the best thing about to say is that when they're going fast, he's waiting. And when they're going slow, he's happy to dictate. And I think that's the key difference. He's not a one-trick pony. I love Nath Alanazi, but you know what you're going to get with Nath. You're going to the front and you're going to try and stay there. Ricardo, completely different. And I think he showed it tonight.
He's no Jamie Spencer, is he?
He's no Jamie Spencer with Nath Alanazi.
Well, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, Camilo Ospina helped him so much. and he is on 997 winners. 12 races tomorrow, culminating in the European Union Cup. Make sure you tune in to the Jcsa English-speaking channel to see if he can get that 1,000 tomorrow. It's good night from us three.